The story begins with a newborn baby being stared at by a blonde man who, with disdain, said that something disgusting had been born. This man was the child's father, who showed disappointment from the very first moment. The greatest tragedy of that boy was being born on the same day as Kajin, a child blessed by Keshak, the god of the sword. While Kajin was born with a perfect body and great talent, the other baby came into the world without a right arm. His parents, frustrated, did not hide their disappointment. His mother constantly asked when he would die, but even at such a young age, he simply thought that he didn't want to die. Even while still in his mother's womb, the boy would hear his father speak with hope. Since the father had never managed to defeat his brother, he wished for his son to defeat his brother's son. However, when he was born maimed and without any divine blessing, all that hope was lost. As time passed, Kajin grew and quickly showed his abilities. While the armless boy could barely stand, Kajin was already wielding swords with confidence. From the first time he held a weapon, Kajin understood the flow of mana and was already training in the techniques of the legendary Sword of Samian. In everyone's eyes, he was a prodigy. For the boy without an arm, Kajin became a symbol of admiration and envy. At the age of 7, the boy was handed over to serve as Kajin's assistant, but the truth was far more cruel. He had been sold by his own parents for 300,000 luden. In the snow, tied to a tree, he was beaten by Kajin, who called him a failure. From their first meeting, Kajin showed contempt for him, and all the adults around chose to ignore his suffering. His uncle, who had once been an admirable man, had abandoned the family long ago and never returned. Because of this, no one was left to control Kajin. During training, even when the armless boy surrendered, Kajin would humiliate him. Kajin's talent and blessing from the god of the sword were like poison to the other boy. Once, Kajin challenged him to a duel. The boy desperately wanted to be strong, even though he knew he would never achieve it through hard work alone. He felt envy, but also a burning desire to win. During the fight, Kajin expressed his contempt. He told the boy to stop staring at him and, with a brutal strike, sent him flying, once again forcing a defeat. On the ground, the boy was kicked while being told he would never be able to win, that he was a useless failure with no future, and that even if he trained his whole life, he would never reach Kajin's level. But despite the pain, the armless boy never gave up. He knew that his dream couldn't be achieved through effort alone, but he still persisted. While he grew up facing hardship, Kajin began to lose himself in luxury. Women, alcohol, and drugs took over his life, yet he remained invincible. Not even in Kajin's decline could the boy defeat him. Years passed, and a great tournament finally brought them face to face again. The battle between them was intense and balanced. No one expected the outcome. After so many years of effort, Davin, the armless boy, defeated Kajin, the legendary wielder of the storm sword. There had been 21 losses and 21 draws throughout his life. At 29 years old, he finally won. Everyone told Davin to give up, called him a talentless fool, but he kept going. In that moment, he looked at Kajin and asked how long he thought he would be the strongest. His whole life, people wanted Davin to be like Kajin, but he knew that if he had been like him, he would have wasted his life on empty pleasures. And even in the glory of victory, when Davin turned to leave, Kajin stabbed him in the back. The sword pierced through Davin's chest, leaving everyone around horrified. Even wounded, he smiled, saying Kajin had been a bastard until the end. The blade that ran through his body was the famous Sun Sword, a relic of the direct descendants of Samian. It carried the mana of the Sami family against demons, which meant that if Saint Ryla didn't arrive soon, Davin wouldn't survive. Before passing out, he stated that Kajin would be remembered as a loser. When he regained consciousness, Davin was tied up, face to face with an executioner, imprisoned and awaiting his fate. The executioner looked at Davin with contempt and said that no one could have imagined the miraculous Saint Ryla would be there. She had healed Davin as if by miracle, but to him, it was nothing more than a filthy trick. He claimed Davin could only have defeated Kajin because he had made a pact with a demon. After all, a loser like him could never have defeated the great heir of the Storm Sword by merit alone. Davin's parents had already told this story to the authorities, and there was evidence. Bottles of blood and sacrificial symbols had been found in his home. They claimed Davin had offered 300 innocent children in rituals to gain power. They also said that Kajin only tried to kill him to protect the Samian family. Davin then understood that maybe he could defeat Kajin, but he could never defeat the entire Samian family. In the end, the family chose Kajin and discarded him. He was sentenced to life in prison. The tendons in his legs and arms were cut, his mana sealed with magical chains, and he was left to rot in a forgotten cell. Over time, Kajin visited the prison. He coldly said that Davin deserved it all. He claimed he had become the emperor of the sword, and that it was only possible thanks to Davin. After the visit, Davin's life became even more miserable. Food was scarce, his body malnourished, and he often vomited blood. In silence, he thought he would rather have died in the arena, with honor, than waste away like that. Lying on the damp floor, weak and feverish, Davin wondered if his life would have been different if he had been born with both arms, or received Keshak's blessing. Even on the verge of death, he felt strongly that he didn't want to die. At that moment, he saw something like a light at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, he woke up. Someone was holding him by the shoulder. The pain he felt came from his right arm, and that confused him. He wondered if he was dreaming, because he could feel the arm that had never existed. He tried to understand what was happening, staring at the man in front of him. He believed the man was someone from the Adenka family, but he didn't understand how he knew him. What frightened frightened him most was that the man called him Vichin. That triggered a flood of memories. He remembered being the seventh son of the main Adenka family, but didn't understand why he had such memories. The air there was different, fresh, nothing like the rotten smell of the prison. It felt like a dream where he had a right arm, and he wondered if this was a final gift before death. But he soon realized that the man had started to injure his arm with mana. Acting on instinct, he threw the man far away with a quick movement. Then he realized he had overreacted. Even using mana, that man was incredibly slow. He apologized and tried to explain, saying his hand had slipped. The man stood up angrily, saying he was reckless, only because he belonged to the main family. With resentment, he said that his own son would crush him, and that, for the first time, the secondary family would surpass the main one. To Vichin, those words sounded familiar. The man reminded him of his father, a man who projected onto his own son the desire to defeat his older brother, and when he realized he couldn't do it himself, he passed the dream to the next generation. Bitterly, the man warned that he would never forget the arrogance and rudeness of that day. He told him to wait for the assembly of true swords. As he walked away, he left Vichin confused. He still wondered if all of this was real, but if it were just a dream, he would have woken up by now. New memories surfaced. He remembered that his mother had died during childbirth, and that his father had never shown affection. The other children treated him like garbage. Among the 8 children of the Adenka family, he was the 7th, the weakest, always beaten by his brothers. He never fought back. He just cried and hid in his room. He was the ugly duckling, ignored by the maids, rejected by everyone, seen as defective. The former Daven Samian, the humiliated armless one, was now in the body of Vichin Adenka, a boy marked by cowardice and loneliness. He then got up and found a journal. In it was written that he couldn't do anything like his brothers, that he was ignored by everyone, and that he would rather die. Daven, now in Vichin's body, understood that this boy had a destroyed sense of self-worth. It was as if God had answered his prayers. Daven's desire to live had been reborn in the body of someone who wished to die. But the next moment, a mysterious voice interrupted his thoughts and asked if he truly believed something so absurd. Vichin was startled, looking around, trying to understand who was in the room with him. The unknown voice kept speaking, asking if he was an idiot or just naive. That mysterious presence claimed to be the original owner of that body. Still confused, Daven, now living in Vichin's body, asked if that meant he was really the former Vichin. The voice confirmed it, but explained that by giving his body to Daven, he had also renounced his name. Now, he preferred to be called Julian. Trying to understand what was happening, Vichin wanted to know how that was possible. Julian replied that it was a revelation. Vichin remembered that, according to ancient accounts, the gods sometimes granted revelations to humans blessed from birth. It was something divine. When he asked if Julian was a god, the answer was clear. He was indeed a god, though a minor one. He explained that he had tried to summon a spiritual god, but Daven was the one who responded. And if Daven wanted to become a true god, he would have to achieve countless accomplishments. These accomplishments were called callings, and by completing them all, someone could ascend to divinity. Vichin listened carefully, but said he wasn't interested in Julian's goals. For him, this new life was a chance to start over. He was more concerned with living than with dealing with ghosts from the past. But Julian was direct. He said that his spiritual energy was weakening, and if it completely vanished, that body would die as well. Suspicious, Vichin asked if that was a threat. He said the body seemed far too healthy to be close to death, but at that moment, a sharp pain struck him, sending him to the ground. Angry, he called Julian a bastard. Meanwhile, Julian insisted he was indeed naive, and that now he would show him his true memories. As the images filled Vichin's mind, he saw how much he had been humiliated by everyone. He was shocked to realize that all those memories belonged to a child of only 13 years old. While being beaten, Julian was already plotting revenge. Even with a weak and submissive body, his mind was sharp and determined. He studied subjects in secret complex topics, equivalent to apostolic level. Now, Julian asked if Vichin was ready to hear what he had to say. Without waiting for an answer, Julian asked a question that left the new occupant of that body speechless. He wanted to know if he had ever heard of the archdemon Davi, also known as the hero Kajin. That made Vichin tremble. The name Davi scared him, especially being associated with the word archdemon. But Julian explained that it was a story from 500 years ago. According to records from that time, the one-armed swordsman Daven had escaped from the prison of Samian, and with the power gained through a demonic contract, he devoured thousands of lives to grow stronger. It was said that he had killed more than 10,000 people, and because of that, history recorded him as a great demon. It was at that moment that Vichin realized something even more disturbing. He was 500 years in the future. However, the story didn't make any sense. He was certain he had died in prison, abandoned by the Samian family, betrayed and forgotten. He believed that the storm sword, Kajin, had been chosen, while he, the one-armed swordsman, had died alone. The narrative that claimed he had become an archdemon made him angry. He was convinced it was just another lie invented by the Samian family. But what disturbed him the most was when Julian stated that the hero Kajin had, in fact, loved the great demon Dave. That sounded absurd to Vichin, who couldn't accept that version of the story. He became stressed, accusing Julian of making up lies. Julian, however, simply asked if he had actually lived in that time. Vichin confirmed that he had. Then Julian said that the whole story had been written by those who won. It was the official version left by those who triumphed. The defeated, like him, had no right to tell their version. Still confused, Vichin asked Julian to continue. He wanted to understand how how far that story went. Julian then revealed that Kajin had joined forces with the greatest hero of that era, the so-called Emperor of the Sun Sword, to defeat the so-called Demon Dave. Upon hearing that name, Vichin went silent. He had never heard of this Emperor of the Sun Sword. Julian asked who in the world didn't know Arslan, since he was an ancestor of the Adenka family. Vichin was stunned to learn that Arslan had become the first patriarch of that family. In truth, he had been just a little boy in his past life, who deeply admired Davin, always saying he wanted to be like him when he grew up. He was also Davin's only true friend, and the only disciple he ever had. During Davin's time in prison, Arslan visited him a few times, saying that he had committed no crime, and that he would do everything in his power to restore his honor. But after the last visit and that promise, he never came back. Julian explained that Arslan became the first patriarch of the Adenka family, and left behind the mission of surpassing the Samian family and revealing the truth to the world. With that, Vichin began to wonder if everything was truly just coincidence. He remembered that Arslan had promised to uncover the truth because he knew how unjustly Davin had been treated. That's why Arslan Falker left the Falker family, founded the Adenka family, and set out with the purpose of confronting the world's truth. The entire foundation of that new bloodline had the goal of restoring his master's honor. Thinking about that, Vichin started to believe that perhaps it was fate that he had been born into that family. Next, Vichin wanted to know if, by fulfilling this mission, he could truly become a god. Julian confirmed that he could. If he succeeded in completing the mission, he could become the true owner of that body, and upon reaching divinity, he would also have the power to grant blessings to others. Vichin then gripped his sword and, in his mind, thanked Arslan, promising to inherit the mission left behind. He would surpass the Samian family and always stay one step ahead of those who betrayed him. Right after, he left the room, and Julian asked where the old man was going. Vichin complained once again that he needed to stop calling him old, but Julian insisted that, having been born more than 500 years ago, he was definitely old. Vichin said he would reconsider Julian's calling, and the boy quickly apologized, saying he would obey. As they walked, they saw some knights training. Vichin began to wonder whether martial arts had evolved over the past 500 years, and how far Kajin's descendants might have reached in terms of strength. But just as he was starting to feel excited, he suddenly felt his body become heavy. He couldn't resist and ended up fainting. The scene then changed. Now awake, Vichin was mentally complaining about the weakness of that body. He thought it was trash since it fainted for any reason. If he didn't use mana to control it, it would be impossible to live normally. At that moment, he felt a flow of mana and abruptly woke Julian up, demanding to know why the hell he had never learned swordsmanship. Julian explained that he had a disability that prevented him from learning, but Vichin insisted that he had a celestial exoskeleton and, because of that, he should have been able to learn swordsmanship. To Vichin's surprise, Julian didn't even know what that exoskeleton was, so he explained that it was a rare gift that allowed mana to be stored in any part of the body, including the bones. Although Julian still didn't quite understand what that meant, Vichin went on to say that, normally, miraculous mana was stored in the human heart. However, those with the celestial exoskeleton could store it in the bones too, which meant they could use mana almost endlessly. Julian found it hard to believe he had something so special inside him. That's when Vichin revealed that even Kajin, known by all as the Hero King, also had this exoskeleton. He found it all very ironic, since he had now reincarnated with Kajin's appearance, the person he most envied in his past life. But the world 500 years in the future seemed much stranger than he had imagined. Julian commented that he couldn't connect his imaginary to the heart, but Vichin had no idea what that meant. He then heard that the imaginary was a space used to store mana in the mind. Vichin was surprised that they didn't store mana in the heart like in the past, and quickly wanted to know more about the current meditation method. However, Julian also didn't know any technique for that. In the end, Vichin remembered that the first Adenka had an excellent meditation method to store mana directly in the heart. Julian explained that nowadays they stored mana in the imaginary, a mental space, and that those energy points were called stars. The number of stars used indicated the strength of a martial artist. It had been a long time since anyone stored mana in the physical body. Vichin reflected that this meant every adult in the family created at least one imaginary, and that connecting to this space and feeling the mana were the basic requirements to gain a star. According to Julian, the imaginary emerged as a solution to avoid the risks of storing mana in the heart. In the past, many martial artists died because the energy pressure caused their hearts to explode. Half of them, according to records, didn't survive. Upon hearing this, Julian was alarmed to learn that Vichin was storing mana directly in the heart. But Vichin told him not to worry, as his heart was very strong. He said that anyone who wanted to be a true martial artist had to take risks. Julian then noticed that Vichin's mana was chaotic, and asked why he was letting his energy scatter without control. He wanted to know if that old man even knew the formula for mana flow. Vichin, surprised, asked if there really was a formula. Julian confirmed that there was, and that it was a very efficient method. Vichin replied that, In his time, they just focused on the inner sensation. Julian then said it was no surprise so many failed, and Vichin admitted that half of them really did explode. Julian asked Vichin to be more careful with that body, which wasn't even his. But Vichin replied that the body was precious and wanted to know why Julian had left it in that condition. He said the body had a great physique, a strong heart, and a very powerful magic circuit. With the right training, he could have been very successful within the Samian family. Physique, he explained, was the body structure needed to withstand mana. However, this type of structure had been scarce for the past 30 years. Because of that, the body would probably die before reaching adulthood. Changing the scene, Vishen was meditating. He was trying to limit the risks, since that body might only have 10 years left. For him, 10 years was enough time. It was during that time that the Storm Sword became the Sword Emperor, and also when Davin, missing one arm, was forgotten by the world. It was also the same period he spent locked in a cell. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and entered the room. Vichin wondered what that mess was. When he looked, he saw it was one of his servants, named Wilson, the same boy Julian had said would have his neck cut in 3 years. Without thinking much, Vichin took off his clothes and handed them to Wilson to wash, also asking him to clean the room. Wilson was surprised by Vichin's attitude, thinking he seemed stronger than usual. He began to wonder if this was the same weak Vichin he knew. Wilson wanted to know if he had done some kind of strange experiment or something like that. Vichin calmly replied that he had done absolutely nothing, but Wilson insisted, saying it made no sense, since he had been locked in the room all day. He concluded that Vichin had definitely learned some kind of dark magic. Vichin then found it curious that a servant was still insulting his own master and ignoring direct orders. He said it was true that he had given him more tasks than usual, but that was part of his job. Wilson grumbled, saying he hated doing anything when he wasn't in the mood, and asked if Vichin really thought he would clean the whole room. Vichin replied that yes, he did, because Wilson was his servant. He took the clothes and said he would take care of it himself. As he was leaving, Wilson asked where he was going. Vichin replied that he was going to inform the butler that Wilson wasn't following orders. Desperate, Wilson changed his mind and said he would clean immediately. Vichin thought to himself that no matter how cowardly a servant was, he shouldn't be reckless or arrogant with his master. He thought someone must have put that boy in that position on purpose, and now he would show how the seventh son of the Adenka would handle the situation. Julian then explained that apparently Wilson was a former member of a gang that had killed many people, but Vichin disagreed. He said that someone who had committed many murders carried a very different kind of energy, and he didn't feel that coming from Wilson. To him, the boy was just a fool. Since his eyes were innocent, he had to be a coward. Julian wanted to know how he could be so sure about that. Vichin explained it was because he himself had lived a life like that and knew that kind of energy very well. Then, the scene changed once again. Wilson came back, saying he had washed the clothes from the day before, and asked if Vishen liked the clean room. Vishen thanked him for the effort and said he did like it. Wilson, in his thoughts, wondered what that useless Vichin planned to do with him, even though he was so proud. Finally, Vichin asked him to bring a wooden sword about 1 meter long. Wilson, with a stern face, wanted to know what would happen if he refused to fulfill that request. Vichin said that if Wilson didn't want to get the sword, he would go himself. However, he asked how Wilson would explain it to the warehouse guard. If questioned, would he have to say that he didn't follow a direct order from his master? Upon hearing this, Wilson, visibly nervous, agreed to fetch the sword and asked him to wait a moment. As soon as he touched Vishen's shoulder, he was struck by an unexpected blow. Vishen quickly apologized, explaining that he had bad memories of being attacked from behind. Even so, he noticed that such a simple movement caused intense pain throughout his body. Wilson got up angrily, but swallowed his pride and asked if there was anything else Vichin wanted to say. Seeing the boy hesitate, Vichin simply stared at him, and then Wilson, embarrassed, said he would get the sword. When he left, he slammed the door, but soon returned, saying the wind had closed it, and then left for good. That even brought a faint smile to Vichin's face. Sometime later, Wilson returned with the sword. Holding the object, Vichin commented that he once knew a man who didn't have a right arm. Because of that, the man had lived an extremely difficult life. Upon hearing this, Wilson, nervous, thought he was being threatened and started treating Vishen with more respect. Vishen then took the wooden sword and explained that he needed more appropriate training. He began performing a few movements, and although he was aware that the celestial exoskeleton was still very weak, he didn't imagine he would be so tired after just a few swings. Despite the fatigue, he felt good. It was as if he had been born to be a martial artist. While he was training, the wooden dummy he was using as a target ended up being sliced in half. At that moment, a voice appeared. A boy showed up and said Vichin's mana was so weak that he hadn't even noticed him approaching. The boy introduced himself as Revan Adenka and asked if that was the useless one known as Vichin. Vichin thought he must be a distant descendant, but remembered that Revan was the favorite to win the Assembly of True Swords. He had already met his father back when he was reincarnated. Julian, observing everything, commented that the boy was undoubtedly the most skilled among the young members of the Adenka family. Revan firmly explained that by winning the Assembly of True Swords, he would earn the right to challenge Vichin, and that was exactly why he was there. The Assembly was an important competition that brought together youths from several martial families. They fought with real swords, and all participants were 14 years old. The winner received the right to challenge a direct descendant of the Adenka family. This time, that descendant would be Vichin Adenka Adenka himself. However, among all the direct heirs, Vichin was considered the weakest. Revan then asked him not to hide when the time came. He also said that wooden swords wouldn't help in a real battle. Vichin calmly reflected on how a martial artist could fear a sword. Revan laughed at his attitude, amused by the way he spoke. But Vichin, keeping his composure, thought that even provocations should have a certain level of dignity and class. At that moment, he began to wonder how he could mock someone who was only there to train. Even Davin, the one-armed boy, was respected both on the training grounds and on the battlefield. In those situations, even Kajin showed him respect. Seeing someone tear up another person's training dummy, Vichin commented and thought that it was a shameful act for any martial artist. He said to himself that the boy's father should have taught him proper manners. At that moment, Revan placed a wooden sword at Vichin's neck, showing that he was furious about the insult. He had decided to never forgive Vichin for what he had done to his father. Julian then explained that Revan was a 2-star warrior and possessed a trait called Man of Steel. Because of that, he was much stronger. Even knowing he would lose in a direct fight, Vichin could see that the boy exuded a strong sense of superiority, probably because he was from the main family. Besides that, Revan used mana easily, while Vichin couldn't even control his own. To him, it felt like the minds of martial artists had regressed a lot over the past 500 years, and for that reason, he thought it necessary to teach the boy a lesson. Vichin then thought that someone like Revan would have been beaten badly by the elders in the past. Even without mana or a special power, he stood still while the other pointed the sword at him. This surprised Revan, because even knowing Vichin was weak, he had the feeling that he could be cut at any moment. Vichin calmly said he would stop and asked if he was afraid of a wooden sword. He then stated that he would be glad to face him at the Assembly of True Swords, where the battles would be serious and not just with training weapons. Revan, furious, said he would kill Vichin right there and charged at him. Julian panicked and shouted for Vichin to dodge, but he stayed calm and said there was no need to worry, as the boy wouldn't have the courage to hurt him for real. At that moment, a man appeared and held Revan back, stopping the attack. He knew that if he injured young Master Vichin, it would give him the perfect excuse to avoid the official fight. Revan, irritated, promised to meet him at the assembly and called him a scared little cat before walking away. Later, Julian asked why he had provoked Revan, and Vichin replied that he wanted to teach a lesson to a spoiled child. Even so, Julian was starting to get annoyed with the old man's behavior, but Vichin apologized and said he was still learning about this new era. He ended up looking at a photo in his journal, and Julian quickly snatched it away, saying it was better to study blessings and traits instead of wasting time on useless things. Julian explained that traits are formed based on the analyzed power of a blessing, and that it was a man who created the first blessing. Vichin was shocked, thinking that was disrespectful to the gods, and that they would surely be punished for it. He then asked if Revan had a trait since he used that Man of Steel. Julian confirmed and explained that the blessing of the Dwarf King included several effects, and that trait strengthened the body. The more he trained, the more paths would emerge. That was called a tech tree. The trait Man of Steel was a medium-level trait, specialized in defense and destructive strength. Vichin commented that the martial techniques of the past followed only one path, but Julian explained that with traits, people could become strong much faster. Vichin agreed internally, realizing that Revan displayed power far above his time. That was the true power of a trait, and to face someone like that, he would need to get used to these new abilities. Then, Vichin began training with the body he had, trying to give it his all. Some people watched and laughed, since he was fighting only with his left hand and got tired after 3 sword swings. To them, it was something funny. However, at that moment, the vice leader Merlin appeared and scolded them, demanding respect. He was the vice commander of the White Sword Unit, and asked what was so funny about the young master of the Adenka family. All the soldiers apologized and ran off. Merlin then watched Vichin more closely. He noticed the boy swinging his sword aimlessly, without mana, without a trait, and still being looked down on by everyone around him. Julian commented that everyone was whispering about them, and asked if it wouldn't be better to train in the forest. Vichin asked if he still had the energy for that, but quickly said he was already used to being despised by everyone. For him, turning boos into applause was something he had done before and could do again. Suddenly, Merlin approached and offered a potion, saying it would help with training. He introduced himself as vice commander of the White Sword Unit. Vichin asked if he was mocking him, and Merlin admitted that he was, at least at first. He said that, at first glance, someone like Vichin seemed like nothing but a joke. Even so, Vichin said he would remember his name. When Merlin walked away, he realized there was something different about the young master, something that was changing. After a lot of training, Vichin was exhausted and returned to his room to study. He began to understand that by fighting in a certain stance, he could feel the mana in his heart. He was beginning to grasp how it worked. Davin's technique showed the path to surpass Kajin. The path of the sword was made of lines, used to manifest abilities. When he tested this new understanding, he managed to split a training dummy in half with a single strike. Excited, he told himself that his grip was finally complete. The next morning, Wilson was irritated as he brought breakfast to Vichin, as it was still 5 in the morning. When he delivered the tray, Vichin noticed something was missing from the plate. With irony, he said that if Wilson wanted to steal his food, he should at least wipe his mouth first. Then, with a firm look, he warned that if he crossed that line again, he wouldn't be forgiven. Wilson, trying to intimidate him, said he was a street gangster, but Vichin mockingly pretended to be scared. In silence, he used telepathy and thought to himself, that controlling someone through fear was easy, but it didn't win their heart. That's why he didn't pressure Wilson with power. The boy got scared when he realized Vichin was using telepathy, and was even more surprised when Vichin revealed he was also using mana. Vichin asked him to put his pride aside and stay by his side, because soon it would no longer be shameful to be someone like him's subordinate. He also said that when the time came, Wilson would have to choose a side and prove his loyalty. Even though he said he owed no loyalty to Vichin, Wilson left the room with a shaken heart, frightened by the coldness of that boy. Later, Merlin noticed that Vichin had arrived early, and was surprised to see the training dummy split in half. He wondered if he had used a real sword, because the strike was so precise it seemed impossible for someone who had only been training for a few days. He questioned what kind of martial art Vichin was practicing. While getting dressed, Vichin commented to Wilson that his clothes were made of Levedini cotton, a cheap material that deteriorated easily in the soil, which was unsuitable for a noble. The food was also of low quality, considering the family's budget. He concluded that someone was embezzling resources, but realized it wasn't Wilson, since he didn't even know what kind of fabric it was. The suspicion then fell on someone of higher rank. Meanwhile, Revan was training intensely, still feeling humiliated after being defeated by Vichin. His father appeared and reminded him that the day of the Assembly of True Swords was approaching. He said that if Revan wanted to escape poverty and surpass the condition of the secondary branch of the family, he needed to defeat Vichin. Only then would he have a chance to rise above someone from the main family. But Revan started to realize that his father's obsession was growing stronger. He believed that winning that duel could restore their family's former glory. Shortly after, Julian reported that he had already gathered data on the assembly participants. Vichin was impressed to see that it wasn't personal information, but rather the techniques each of them used. Surprised by that level of detail, he said Julian was scary, and Julian took that as a compliment. Vichin commented that Julian's strategy seemed to be borrowing the power of a spiritual king, and Julian confirmed it. He added that the winner of the tournament would receive the Miracle Stone, a mana crystal capable of drastically increasing the power of whoever absorbed it. Vichin realized, by the tone Julian used, that he truly wanted to win that tournament. He thought it would be a failure if, even with all that information, they couldn't come out victorious. Vichin said he would give Julian an even more valuable victory. He then called Wilson, who came running, eager to know what needed to be done. Vichin told him he had an important task to fulfill. The scene changed to Wilson entering the room of the ruler Ryelsa. She demanded that he speak up, but he trembled at the sight of her, as she was a 7-star martial artist. Despite his nervousness, Wilson delivered the young master Vichin's message. He said that the head of the family should personally attend the Assembly of the True Swords, because Vichin promised to prove his worth as a member of Adenka's main family. Ryelsa, surprised, replied that the head of the family had never attended that assembly. However, Wilson continued and said that this was the price for diverting the family's budget. She immediately questioned him, wanting to know what he had just said. Wilson, terrified, replied that it was just a message sent by Vichin, then ran off. She remained thoughtful, recognizing that if he wanted to threaten her directly, he would have come in person. Instead, he had sent Wilson on purpose, as a way to assert his authority. At that moment, she realized that Vichin had finally understood her intentions. Next, Ryelsa went to the head of the family, who was meditating. She informed him that the young master Vichin had invited him to the Assembly of the True Swords, claiming he would prove his worth as an heir of the main family. Patriarch Khan then asked if she truly believed he was strong enough to represent his lineage. Ryelsa replied honestly that she did not believe so, but even so, he had promised to prove his value. She then declared that she would serve as the chief's notary during the event. Khan asked if she knew the weight of that title, and she said yes. She stated that if Vichin failed, she would offer her own head. Even without fully understanding the reason for her loyalty, the patriarch listened as she revealed that Vichin had an advantage regarding one of his weaknesses. He asked if it was about the budget diversion, and she confirmed it. She explained that everything had been done to benefit Vichin's future. Khan said he had no reason to intervene, as Ryelsa was a servant of the woman he respected. Even so, he thought to himself that the boy was indeed Sarvana's son. In the end, he stood up, determined to attend the Assembly of the True Swords. The scene shifted to the start of the assembly. Revan stated he would defeat Vichin, but was surprised to see that Patriarch Khan was present, watching everything. He immediately saw it as a unique opportunity to prove himself before the main family. He had to defeat Vichin no matter what. His first match began soon after, and he won easily. In the audience, his father cheered and shouted with joy, saying that this was the true path. Everyone around began to comment that Revan was a rising star. Observing this, Vichin reflected that, by the standards of 500 years ago, everyone there would be considered geniuses, but they were still far from the true depth of martial arts. Their strength came almost entirely from their attributes, not from technique. He also noticed the lack of experience in their movements, which explained the careless use of their own power. After a few more victories, Revan decided he would face an old friend as the final match of the assembly. He declared in front of everyone that his last fight would be against Vichin Adenka. With a serious expression, Vichin accepted the challenge. Soon, the two were facing each other in the center of the arena. A man named Ziron introduced himself as the judge of the White Swords unit and asked if both were ready to begin. However, Vichin asked him to wait a moment. He declared that he would fight using only a wooden sword and his left arm. Vichin decided to let Revan land the first 3 hits on him. This surprised everyone, especially Revan's father, who couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even so, Vichin said that during those 3 attacks, he would not move. Revan reacted angrily, thinking he was being mocked. In the audience, many murmured that this was absurd. Revan's father believed Vichin was just making an excuse to lose on purpose. Despite this, the patriarch approved the arrangement, reminding Vichin that he had better prove his worth. With confidence, Vichin assured him that's exactly what he would do. As soon as the fight started, Revan charged in with full force. However, with Julian's information, Vichin already knew the first attack would be a short thrust, and easily dodged it. Revan tried again, thinking he had now caught his opponent off guard, but Vichin quickly realized that his movements were predictable. Even without Julian's help, he could have foreseen it, as Revan, despite his attribute, didn't even know the basics. According to Vichin's reasoning, large swords weren't meant for thrusts. He easily parried the second strike, leaving Revan surprised. On the third attempt, Revan, filled with rage, attacked with force. But this time, Vichin immobilized him, throwing him to the ground and stating that the third strike had already happened. From then on, it was his turn to attack. The audience was impressed by the turnaround, even Khan, who watched attentively. Revan, on the other hand, didn't understand what was happening. Julian, curious, asked what had just happened, since he couldn't clearly see the move. Vichin explained that it was a basic hand-to-hand technique. For him, depending desperately on a weapon was not the path of a true martial artist. There were many ways to overcome an opponent without using a blade. Revan, still smiling, commented that he had noticed something special in Vichin during that brief moment, and suspected that he might be a lesser god hiding out of shame. But Vichin made it clear that if thinking that helped Revan accept defeat, he could believe whatever he wanted. Then Revan launched a powerful attack, forcing Vichin to dodge quickly. Right after, with his wooden sword, Vichin passed by Revan's neck, who realized the blow hadn't hurt. His father then commented that a wooden sword could never break through his steel defense. Vichin reflected that, with his body still untrained, he couldn't use his full power. However, if he gained the opponent's trust, he could repeat the strategy. When Revan attacked again, Vichin took advantage of the opening and landed an extremely powerful blow to his stomach, sending him flying. He asked Zeron to pay attention so it wouldn't turn into a tragedy. He knew that if he let Revan use that technique again, his body would collapse. That's why he needed to end the fight while Revan was still in the air. Even so, Revan prepared for another attack. That was when Vichin noticed a weak point in his opponent and warned Julian to watch closely the new technique he was about to demonstrate. The strike he launched was so powerful that it tore off Revan's arm. Since Vichin had once been armless himself, he told himself that now he would make everyone equal to him. The impact of the blow shocked the entire audience, and Vichin stated that it was a technique of true grip. Revan began to scream in pain as he realized he had lost his arm. Vichin looked at the judge and asked if he wasn't going to end the fight, or if he would need to rip off Revan's leg too. At that moment, Zeron declared that Vichin had won. Julian, surprised, wanted to know how he could remain so calm even with his body at the limit. Vichin replied that he already knew his condition, but that it was not yet time to collapse. Then he turned to the head of the family and declared that he had fulfilled his promise. With that, Khan stood up and declared Vichin Adenka the winner of the Assembly of the True Swords. After the victory, Vichin asked everyone to enter, as the award ceremony was about to begin. During the event, he received the Miracle Stone, the prize for the winner. However, in the middle of the ceremony, Revan's father, Charles Adenka, interrupted the celebration, claiming that it made no sense. To him, what had happened must have been some kind of trick. He said Vichin had probably used the power of an apostle or some obscure method. Meanwhile, the priest informed them there was a problem. Revan's arm was not reattaching. They had already tried everything, but nothing worked. Charles, alarmed, asked if his son would be left without an arm forever, but the priest only lowered his head and apologized. Charles became furious, demanding that something be done immediately. The scene shifted to the room where Revan was. The priest explained to the father that he had never seen anything like it, as the cut seemed to have been made by a power that even his divine abilities couldn't overcome. Charles then turned to the patriarch and stated that the wound was the greatest proof that Vichin had cheated, since not even a third-degree priest could heal it. To him, that could only have come from a forbidden source. But Vichin replied that the Assembly of the True Swords was held under the direct presence of the patriarch, and that, therefore, all methods used were considered valid. He reminded everyone that the patriarch himself had declared him the winner, and accusing that result would be the same as doubting the highest authority of the family. He then asked Charles Adenka directly if he believed his perception was greater than the patriarch's chairless. Faced with the provocation, Vichin ordered Zeron to arrest Charles immediately, since he had publicly questioned the patriarch's decision. Without hesitation, Zeron obeyed and tied Charles up on the spot. Then Khan reminded him that Charles was now indebted to Vichin, because Adenka's laws did not punish the same crime twice. If Vichin hadn't resolved the matter there, Charles would have been subject to severe sanctions. Therefore, he ordered that he never speak recklessly again. Meanwhile, Revan continued continued to feel intense pain. The priest explained that, at that rate, he could lose his right arm permanently. Julian then suggested an idea to Vichen, who turned to the priest and asked if a miracle stone could restore Revan's arm. The priest hesitated, wondering if Vichen was really willing to give away the prize he had just received. But Vichen interpreted the silence as confirmation. He said that since he was the one who cut Revan's arm, it was only fair that he be the one to restore it. Khan authorized it, and Vichen took responsibility. He then recalled that Revan had mocked him publicly, scorning martial artists. Upon hearing this, Charles apologized, acknowledging that he had not raised his son properly. Vichen grabbed a sword and freed Charles, stating that some things needed to be proven through actions, not words. He declared that, to restore Revan's arm, he would have to cut off Charles's right arm, following the logic of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The threat visibly shook Charles, who was unable to react. Vichen thought he was a weak man, unable to defend his own point. However, to his surprise, Charles accepted the proposal and said he could cut off his own arm right then. Julian watched attentively and commented that it seemed like sincere paternal love, even if distorted. Vichen also recognized that, despite everything, there was love in that act. Charles, sweating and trembling, said he would do it for Revan. When he was about to fulfill his promise, Vichen asked Zeron to stop him. The guard intervened immediately. Vichen then said he hoped Charles would use that courage for a nobler cause in the future. Then he knelt before the Patriarch, declaring that everything had been resolved. The Patriarch praised him for a job well done, and Vichen, without hesitation, handed the miracle stone to the priest. With the stone in hand, the priest was finally able to reattach Revan's arm. Julian commented that it had been a waste, but Vichen reminded him that the idea had come from him. He explained that the stone was so powerful it could even aid in complete physiological regeneration. Meanwhile, outside, Wilson was listening to everything that was happening. Impressed by Vichen's attitude, he told himself that he would now be even more loyal to him. After all, after seeing what their former armless comrade had done, it was impossible not to admire him. The scene changed again. Now, Wilson was behaving much more respectfully toward Vichen, saying he was already preparing his dinner. Not even Julian could recognize this new behavior from Wilson. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the priest, who introduced himself as Dulan, a pontiff of Gaia. He said he had come there just to show his gratitude for everything Vichen had done. To that end, he extended his hand and revealed another miracle stone, saying that Vichen could keep it. Surprised, Vichen asked why he was giving it to him. Dulan explained that his mission was to help those who suffer rise again. However, upon seeing Revan's suffering, he had hesitated and questioned whether a miracle stone was worth more than a life. Vichen's decision to give up his prize had made him deeply reflect on his role, and thanks to that action, he decided to do what was right. Vichen, who was no fool, decided to accept the gift that was being offered. However, Dulan said he still had something else to give. He explained that if Vichen ever needed help from the temple, all he had to do was show that special card. Until then, it wasn't public knowledge, but Dulan had recently been promoted to second-class pontiff. Julian was surprised to hear that, and Vichen, not fully understanding, commented that it was probably a good thing. Julian confirmed it was, since that type of card granted unlimited treatment and free use of temple services, practically offering the same privileges as a second-class pontiff. After that, Dulan said goodbye to Vichen. Julian remarked that their father usually ate alone, but remembered one occasion when he invited someone from the family to dine with him. That person was Dia Numimg, the second child of the main lineage, who had achieved a crushing victory at a previous assembly of the True Swords. Vichen then asked if there was a chance that could happen with him too, and Julian replied there was a 50% chance. Vichen stood up, saying his whole body was stiff and he needed to rest. But at that moment, Wilson came running, calling for him desperately. Vichen asked if he was inviting him to dinner, and Wilson, impressed, said he had guessed correctly. The scene then changed to Vichen heading to meet the head of the family. On the way, a woman appeared in the hallway asking him to hurry. She was called Mother by Vichen, but she was actually his stepmother, the wife of the Patriarch. Her name was Versa Helame, and in the past, before retiring, she had been a fierce martial artist known as the Giant. Currently, she managed everything within the Adenka household. She said she had heard about Vichen's achievements and that his father was waiting, asking him not to be late. Upon entering the Patriarch's room, Vichen felt immense pressure on his body, making it hard to even breathe. This meant the Patriarch was testing his resistance. Vichen commented that there was no need for such pressure, especially on his own son. The Patriarch, Khan, asked why he thought that, and Vichen explained that he noticed his mother had called him father instead of head of the family. Khan then praised his perception and said he had called him there for two reasons. The first was to congratulate him on his victory, and the second was to check if Charles Adenka's accusations had any basis. At that moment, Versa began to stare intensely at Vichen, and Khan asked if there was any possibility that he was an apostle. Versa replied that, apparently, there was no such possibility. However, Vichen began to feel a strange discomfort, as if he were being exposed. Julian explained that this was likely a result of the stepmother's special abilities that could see the truth. Khan asked what type of martial art had been used, since Vichen hadn't summoned any spiritual image, and yet he was able to sever the arm of a two-star martial artist. Versa commented that his style resembled the swordsmanship of the Hero King, a man who used the sword in such a strange way that it could devour any technique. It was also said that his blade had been powerful enough to subdue the archdemon Dave. Vichin grew irritated upon realizing the story was being twisted again. He wondered what the Samian family had done to the original records. Versa, with a threatening gaze, asked him directly how he had learned swordsmanship that resembled the legendary hero of Samian. Julian, worried, asked Vichin not to answer, as she could detect any lie with her eyes. Vichin, unsure of what to say, hesitated. Julian then suggested an approach, even admitting that he was afraid of her. But Vichin, bravely, told Julian that this was a necessary step to overcome their fears, and that he would take the first step for him too. Gathering his courage, Vichin told his stepmother that he had learned it through a revelation. Versa, surprised, asked if he was saying he had received a blessing. She explained that, in most cases, no one could receive revelations without having first been blessed, unless they were someone corrupted. At that moment, Vichin panicked, realizing Julian hadn't mentioned any of this before. Versa then pressed him, asking why he wasn't answering and if he preferred to be judged by the sacred court. Julian quickly intervened, urging Vichin to follow the plan. He said that if there was any suspicion, the temple could verify it themselves. If there was any impurity, a priest with a rank 3 miracle stone would be able to detect it. Versa then recognized the miracle stone in Vichin's possession. Realizing it was the same one she had given to Dulan, Vichin explained that he received the stone as a gift, which made Versa consider that he might not be lying. She asked again if he really learned swordsmanship through a revelation. Vichin replied that he had learned many things through revelations, but that, in the case of swordsmanship, he already had a natural sensitivity. He said he had been able to read the mysterious movements of swords for a long time, even before any divine blessing. Vichin believed that one day he would have to fully master that swordsmanship. Even though it wasn't a part of his current reality as Daven, he deeply wanted to change. He was willing to expose himself, even if it raised suspicion among many people. He felt he needed to prove something in that tournament. Only then could he surpass the Samian family and fulfill the ancient mission of the Adenka family. He also wanted to show his strength to the many relatives he had, and especially to his own father. Since the temple had already confirmed his integrity, the final decision rested with the patriarch. At that moment, Versa noticed Khan rubbing his chin, something he always did when he was satisfied, though he didn't realize it. Khan then told Vichin to continue his martial arts training, but Versa pointed out that the swordsmanship he used resembled not only that of the hero king Kajin, but also that of the great demon king of swordsmanship, Daven. She warned that if that sword style really was similar to the hero king's, the Samian family would surely cause an uproar, accusing them of style theft. Therefore, she asked if his decision was already fully made. Khan replied that he had already considered all the risks and made his decision with that in mind. Versa then accepted the patriarch's choice and told Vishan to do his best to keep improving. Vishan promised he would work very hard. Since he had performed excellently in the assembly of the true swords, Khan said he could ask for anything he wanted. Julian suggested he request access to the family library, and Vichin did exactly that. However, Khan explained that only 3-star martial artists were allowed in, and asked if he was already capable of linking images to his heart. Vichin admitted he had not managed that yet, and so he asked for permission to act like a spoiled child and make the request anyway. Khan smiled and said he would allow it, but only in the lower-ranked floors of the library. As recognition for Vichin fulfilling his promise, he ordered that the Crimson Lotus Sword be given to him. It was a special blade, the very same one Khan had used in his youth, which had made him known throughout the world. It was, in fact, part of the living history of the Adenka family. Julian was extremely happy to see his father entrust that sword to Vichin. But Vichin said that this was only the beginning, as they would still achieve many things together in the future. Julian, even recognizing that Vichin was sometimes reckless and old-fashioned, felt he could trust him completely. As they were about to leave, Versa called him back, asking for a moment. She said she was very proud to see him training so hard and planning his future. As the winner of the Assembly of the True Swords, she suggested he enter the Crimson Fortress, as this was a tradition among the family members. She then asked if he had thought about subjugating the Crimson Demon. It was explained that the Crimson Fortress was one of the few training institutes of the Adenka family. Only those who completed the training there were officially recognized as martial artists. To enter, it was necessary to have won the assembly and also defeated a low-ranking demon known as the Crimson Demon. However, Vichin confessed he wasn't so sure if he would follow that path. Versa found that unexpected, as she believed he had already been preparing for it, especially since his sword movements showed a lot of repetition and his body clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Vichin admitted that his mother was right. Versa then explained that it was impossible to defeat the Crimson Demon with a single blow, and that if he faced that creature in his current condition, he would surely die. Vichin began to realize that his stepmother might be starting to care about him. Julian asked why he thought that, and Vichin replied that, despite everything, his old friends had thrown him into prison and forged evidence against him. Versa, with her eyes that could see the truth, could have incriminated them but didn't. Even if she didn't show open affection, she wasn't hostile either. He then thanked her and promised he wouldn't disappoint her. Versa thought she had tried to explain the characteristics of the Crimson Demon, but Vichin left without asking anything. Even so, she concluded that he was an amazing martial artist, fearless, without hesitation, and she wondered if nature itself was watching, because that day, her son had taken a very important step on his journey as a true artist. The scene then changed. Outside, Wilson appeared very excited. "Sir, serving the young master with enthusiasm. However, in the middle of his service, he was hit on the head. The one responsible for the blow was a maid named Sari, who scolded him, saying he was probably getting into trouble with the young master again. Wilson tried to justify himself, saying she didn't see he was washing his own clothes. This greatly impressed Sari. Wilson then commented that since Vichan was changing, he also needed to change. Sari asked where Vichan was, and Wilson replied that he was in the library, a place where only martial artists were allowed to enter. Meanwhile, inside the library, Vichan was searching through books but couldn't find any records from 500 years ago. Julian noted that it looked like a deliberate blackout in history, as if that period had been erased from the archives. Only tales about the great demon and the hero king remained. For Vichan, it was clear that someone had erased it all on purpose. He thought he could deal with that shame later, but for now, his focus was on increasing his mastery of the sword to be able to face the Crimson Demon. For that, he needed to master a theory of imaginary, but at that moment, he still couldn't reach that state. Julian then started to reflect. He remembered the one who had called Father Arslan a child, and had also used the sorrowful sword technique of the hero king. Julian, confused, asked who that person could be. Vichan, in silence, thought that if he revealed he was the great demon Davin, it would probably shock Julian deeply. Even so, he considered it would be disrespectful to him, since Julian was the original owner of that body. Still, he decided he needed to tell him. He asked Julian not to be scared by what he was about to say. At the moment he started to say his real name, Julian put his hand to his ear, saying he hadn't heard properly, and asked him to repeat. When Vichan tried again, Julian said there was a loud noise inside his own head preventing him from hearing. He gave up trying to listen and said that, actually, he didn't want to know the name anymore. Vichan then shifted his attention and was surprised to find a romance book titled The First Love at the Watermill. He wondered what were the chances of such a book being mixed in with technical swordsmanship, treaties, and war records. Upon opening the book, he and Julian were shocked, for instead of a secret record of history, they found rather bold content. The book described a woman swimming naked in a river, in highly detailed scenes. Even though they were embarrassed, Vichan commented that maybe that was a good strategy to hide truths within a relaxed approach. Then he noticed that the protagonist of that romance had no imaginary, but instead the power of love as his trait. He reflected that traits should not be used to guide the flow of mana, but rather manifested by it. To reach that state, it was necessary to abandon the entire theory of imaginary. According to him, without imaginary, the freedom of mana could make unique manifestations possible. Julian warned that accumulating mana without imaginary could be fatal, but Vichan pointed out that the book showed someone who had done exactly that and survived. He believed that a flow of mana could indeed manifest a trait without imaginary. Julian, still cautious, reminded him that learning a trait was very dangerous even with imaginary, as these abilities were tied to the martial artist's prosperity. That's why mana flows couldn't be taught to others in a simple way. Vichan, however, was convinced that he had found a clue to becoming stronger, and said he needed to test it immediately. As he left the library, he found Sari waiting for him with tears in her eyes. Crying, she asked if it was true that he had defeated Revan Adenka. Surprised, Vichan asked Julian who that woman was. He explained that she was a maid named Sari who had been away due to a family emergency. At that moment, Vichan remembered her and was amazed to realize there was someone in that house who truly cared about him. He confirmed to her that what she had said was true. Relieved, Sari knelt and thanked God, saying she had feared the young master would be humiliated in front of everyone at the assembly. That touched Vichan in an unexpected way. Vichan said he was working hard to become a master. Sari wouldn't be ashamed of. But before she could respond, Revan suddenly appeared. He said he needed to talk to Vichan. The two of them entered, and Sari immediately sensed the tension between them. She tried to ease the mood by offering a sandwich, but was ignored when Revan firmly drew his sword. He declared that he wanted revenge for the humiliation he had suffered during the assembly of the true swords. It was as if he were determined to lose his left arm this time. Vichan reacted quickly and drew his own sword, telling Sari to get out of there as fast as possible. However, she refused, saying she couldn't leave him alone. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Revan lowered his sword, saying he had been forgiven by Vichan and had received a miraculous stone from him. He admitted that, like a coward, he had tried to recover his arm using his father's, but in the end, he managed to restore his real arm, bringing peace to his father's spirit. Regretful, he said he no longer wanted to be the coward he once was. Revan then knelt before Vichan, placing his sword on the ground as a sign of surrender. That was the most he could offer, and he declared that he was pledging loyalty. Not even Sari could believe what she was seeing. Julian, observing everything, said it was very suspicious and warned not to trust Revan. But Vichan, seeing the position of the sword pointed toward him, recognized it as a symbol of total submission, something respected among martial artists. He believed the boy was being sincere. Even so, Julian stated that he would remain suspicious, but had an idea. So Vichan accepted the oath, touching Revan's shoulder with his sword, which Revan immediately recognized as the true Crimson Lotus. He said he would never regret kneeling before it. Sari was happy to see how much Vichan had changed. Julian suggested that earning the blessing of the Dwarf King through Revan Vichan might be a perfect strategy. The story then shifted to Versa and the Patriarch, who were discussing Vichan's next steps. She mentioned that it seemed he was preparing to enter the Crimson Fortress the following year. The Patriarch asked about the conquest of the Crimson Demon, and Versa explained that she had tried to speak with Vichan about it, but he didn't ask any questions. He seemed extremely confident. She then explained that Crimson Demons have no physical body and can only be faced by someone with 3-star mana or higher. That was why the conquest was considered a rite of passage. Only someone who had mastered that level of mana could face them. Additionally, Versa mentioned that Revan Adenka had been spending the past few days in Vichan's quarters. There, Vichan was training with Revan's help, who guided his movements. He had said he wanted to receive the same blessings from the Dwarf King that Revan had received, and asked if he would help him with that. Revan replied that if the book he had read wasn't lying, maybe he could help. For that, Vichan would need to fully trust him and meditate beside him, guiding the flow of mana. That meant Vichan would have to place his life in Revan's hands, but he said it was no problem, since Revan had sworn loyalty. Still, Revan wondered if he could truly feel the same trust Vichan was placing in him. The answer was no. Even so, he saw himself being humbled again. It was hard to believe that someone from the direct bloodline would use such an insane method. Julian, very alarmed, began scolding Vichan, saying he was throwing himself into the abyss like a madman. Revan also warned him, saying he was moving too fast, and asked why the rush. Vichan replied that he had always lived this way, risking everything he had, because he never received anything without fighting for it. For him, sometimes it was necessary to put everything on the line to move forward. Julian, desperate, said that at this rate he would die, but Vichan said he just needed a little more to complete the mana flow. At that moment, Revan grew worried and begged him to stop, saying it was too soon. When Vichan finally managed to connect the flow, the instability caused everything to spiral out of control, resulting in a massive explosion inside the room. The scene then returned to the Patriarch, who reflected that there were still 6 months left until the next enrollment in the Crimson Fortress. And yet Vichan had already defeated a 2-star martial artist. For him, this was just one more obstacle. Back in the destroyed room, Revan scolded Vichan, saying he was pushing too hard and almost died. Not even he, considered a genius, had learned that in less than 6 months. In Vichan's case, even being special, it would still take at least 2 more months to master the technique safely. In the middle of the conversation, one of the advisors informed Versa that Vichan would have only 1 month to defeat the Crimson Demon. While at that moment, Vichan was thinking to himself that maybe he would reincarnate again. The scene then shifted to Raelsa, who said she had an urgent message for the young master. She explained that the deadline to complete the rite of passage had been officially set, only 1 month. Knowing time was short, she rushed to Vichan's room, calling out for him. But when she opened the door, she found the place completely destroyed. Clearly irritated, she demanded to know what had happened in there. Vichan calmly said he was just meditating, but Sari didn't let it slide. She stated that no one ends up like that from just meditating. Raelsa, staying focused, revealed she brought a message from Vichan's father, ordering him to complete the rite within 1 month. Julian, hearing that, found it strange. He said that, as far as he knew, Vichan's father had never imposed a deadline. This made Vichan realize that if a time limit had been set, it meant the expectations placed on him were very high. Raelsa declared that in 1 month, she would personally be Vichan's protector. Even though she tried to remain firm, deep down, she just hoped he would succeed, and was rooting for him to give his best by then. Revan, on the other hand, thought that even with luck, it would take Vichan 2 months to reach the blessing of the Dwarf King, so accomplishing it in only 1 seemed nearly impossible. Sari, with teary eyes, asked Vichan not to push himself so hard. But at that moment, Vichan sensed mana flowing through her body. He promised to take care of that, but asked her to leave because he needed to talk with Revan. As soon as she left, Vichan asked if that was the mana circuit Revan had spoken so much about. To both their surprise, Vichan had actually completed the flow. He said there was no need to wait a month anymore, and that they would surpass his father's expectations. 2 weeks later, in a secluded forest, Vichan was ready to initiate the manifestation of traits. Before starting, he warned that there might be another explosion, and asked Revan to step back. But Revan insisted on staying, saying he needed to see Vichan's success with his own eyes. Focusing on the mana circle, Vichan began the process. Julian immediately sensed something strange, and suddenly, a powerful figure appeared behind them. It was the Dwarf King himself, who approached silently, raised his hammer, and struck Vichan's head directly. The mana circle changed completely at that moment. Shocked, Revan confirmed that it was truly the blessing of the Dwarf King. The first trait manifested was defensive, body reinforcement. The next step would be the so-called Man of Steel. He acknowledged that in less than a month, Vichan had truly received the blessing. Still energized, Vichan commented that with that, he might even be able to defeat a skilled swordsman. He sincerely thanked Revan, saying that without his help, none of it it would have been possible. But Revan replied that he would only accept thanks after Vichin defeated the Crimson Demon. That's when Vichin said he had one more favor to ask. The scene then advanced to 2 days later. Vichin was ready to head to the Crimson Demon's lair, wearing something that looked more suited for a royal ball than a battle. Watching the scene, Raelsa thought 2 weeks was still too little time, and recalled that she had protected the rite of passage 3 times. Neither he, nor his brothers, nor any heir of the Adenka bloodline had failed that trial. So she believed that Sarvana's son couldn't be the first. She prayed silently for Vishen to face that challenge bravely. But Vishen, confident and smiling, told her not to worry, because he would win. Inside the carriage, he reflected that having a guardian on that mission would be useless. Raelsa, however, took the opportunity to ask if he had studied the Crimson Demon. She reminded him that possessing 3 stars of mana was the minimum requirement to subdue that creature, but she suspected that Vichin had not yet reached that level. Vichin, on the other hand, told her not to worry, saying he didn't need to study that monster. He then asked why the stewardess was helping him so much, joking that maybe she was trying to hide some budget mismanagement. But he also said there might be another reason behind her concern. He said that if she didn't want to talk about it, that was fine with him, since he didn't care. And since she hadn't asked about his training, then they were even. They finally arrived at the Crimson Demon's lair, and Raelsa commented that the place was a memorial to Arslan's father, built after he defeated one of the remnants of the great demon Daven. Even with everything going on, Vichin thought there were just too many coincidences in that moment. Raelsa, sensing the imminent danger, drew her sword and prepared for combat, creating a mana barrier around the area to protect the others. Right after that, an imposing creature appeared before Vichin, and he, with his usual mocking attitude, told her to pay close attention to what was about to happen, because he was going to prove himself as a true member of the Adenka bloodline. Julian suggested he use the way of the sword, but Vichin replied that if he created distance, it would only give the enemy an even greater advantage. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the Crimson Demon, starting an intense battle. He knew that against a long-range opponent, the ideal was to close the distance. Raelsa, watching everything, was impressed. It was the first time someone had identified the Crimson Demon's weakness so quickly, as if Vishen had faced that type of creature before. During the fight, he acknowledged that the mark left by the Dwarf King was working very well, but he understood that it was only a foundation. He needed to use it as a base to find the true way of the sword and improve his swordsmanship. During the battle, Vichin retreated for a moment, noticing the creature's aggressive behavior. He imagined that for it, staying on the defensive had been exhausting. When the Crimson Demon launched an attack, Vichin saw several openings in its posture, making it easier to read its movements. Taking advantage of the moment, he activated his swordsmanship skill, combining it with body reinforcement. With that, he managed to cut the demon's body in half, leaving only the creature's core. However, Raelsa thought that Vichin still didn't know that it wasn't possible to defeat a Crimson Demon with just one strike. Those demons had 2 lives. Thus, the creature tried to attack again. Vichin dodged at the last moment, realizing that the demon seemed to be the same one from 500 years ago. Even so, it was now even faster. Furthermore, its appearance had changed significantly. Raelsa, alert, remembered that a revived Crimson Demon became extremely furious, which increased its strength and speed. Vichin, sensing the gravity of the situation, noticed that the escape route through the wall had been blocked. Julian, in shock, suggested changing the plan immediately, but Vichin refused, saying he needed to force the creature to lower its guard. He believed that at the right moment, when he was fully prepared for the final strike, he would successfully execute his strategy. Even trying to stay calm, Raelsa began to despair. She knew that any miscalculation at that point could mean the young master's failure. Deep down, she begged for Vichin to win that battle. The scene then shifted to a flashback. Sarvana, smiling, said that Raelsa was very strong, and that it was a waste for all that potential to be used in a common position. She said she was gathering a group to go on an adventure, aiming to become great martial artists, and asked if Raelsa wanted to join them. At the time, Raelsa came from a ruined family that had survived raids on the frontier. Even so, that confident girl kindly extended her hand. Sarvana, with her contagious energy, introduced herself and asked Khan to introduce himself as well. But Khan, uninterested, barely reacted. A woman who accompanied him commented that Sarvana was very spontaneous. At that moment, Raelsa thought that maybe she had hit her head too hard, or perhaps she was being influenced by the girl's boldness. Even so, she decided to go with them, and that was how the journey that would one day become the legendary story of the Adenka bloodline began. The memory showed the 2 fighting side by side against a giant ogre. To Raelsa, Sarvana was incredibly strong, but more than that, she had the power to make everyone around her smile. In a hopeless life, she had been her light. Unfortunately, the day of tragedy arrived. Sarvana died, leaving behind only her son. Crying, Raelsa swore to take care of that child until he became a respectable martial artist. But since then, all she had witnessed was Vishen being humiliated, even by his own younger sister. She even considered whether it would be better to leave Adenka behind. Among those memories, there was even a scene where Wilson was spying on something. Raelsa, arriving at the wrong time, thought he was watching women, which caused even more confusion. Despite being frightened, Wilson tried to explain that it was nothing inappropriate. He was just surprised surprised to see that the young master had been recognized by the patriarch. At that moment, Raelsa began to realize that perhaps she could place her hopes on the boy. That was why he could not lose that fight in any way. When the Crimson Demon advanced to attack Vichin, something unexpected happened. Vichin called out to Revan, who appeared just in time to block the attack. Raelsa was shocked to see that Revan was helping Vichin, something she never imagined would happen. At that moment, Vichin sat down and began to meditate, as if completely ignoring the danger around him. Raelsa, confused, thought he had hit his head and lost his mind. Meanwhile, Revan faced the demon to buy time for the boy. He tried to demoralize the enemy, saying that he was weaker than he looked. However, the situation began to spiral out of control. Revan's sword was cracking, as the enemy's power was so great that even the Steelman's technique was having no effect. With a direct blow, the Crimson Demon shattered Revan's sword. Without his weapon, he had no way to defend himself, and fear consumed him, leaving him in despair. Still, when the final strike came, he used his bare hands to try to hold the blade, resisting with all his strength even though he could not withstand the pressure. It was at that critical moment that Vichin activated his swordsmanship skill. With a clean and precise movement, he cut through the Crimson Demon's core, easily defeating it. Raelsa, witnessing this, understood what Vichin's true fighting method was, and praised him, although she believed his father would not approve of the fact that he had received help. Vichin, in turn, knew Raelsa was temperamental, and that she herself had created a mana barrier around the area to prevent other monsters from invading. Since one of the monsters had already been defeated, the others would inevitably be drawn there. Determined, Vichin bit a miracle stone, and in that instant, his aura changed completely. He felt that he could only use his skill twice with that energy, so he needed focus and meditation. He mentally asked his body to withstand the pressure, for he knew that the Crimson Demon's core opened during its recovery. Facing an opponent with so many openings, he could easily find the weak point. With that, Vichin split the core of the second Crimson Demon, which left Raelsa relieved to see that he had succeeded. However, the effort had been extreme. The former warrior known as the One-Armed Man spat blood. He was exhausted, barely able to stand. He recognized that without the miracle stone and meditation, he would not have won. To him, the true victor was the one who remained standing until the end of the battle, which was why he refused to fall. But he had barely finished this thought when a gigantic summoning circle appeared on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Raelsa was alarmed, as there was no record of that kind of magic. The surrounding stones came together and formed a massive artifact guardian. Raelsa suspected that the creature had been created, along with the ancient temple where they were. She tried to communicate and asked the guardian to show respect for the Adenka family, but the creature only roared in her direction. Realizing it was an extremely ancient entity and that it could not be controlled, Raelsa ordered everyone to step back immediately. She then activated her 7th degree swordsmanship skill and, with the powerful strike called Northern Breath, managed to freeze the creature with surprising speed. Revan, extremely frightened, wondered if that was truly the power of someone with 7 stars. Vichin, exhausted and nearly fainting, launched an attack seemingly into thin air. Everyone found the action strange, but Raelsa noticed he was trying to strike a small creature, a fly that was holding the Guardian's stone. She then activated her blessing trait of the Milky Way Wanderer, and using the Snow Steps technique, sliced the fly in half. Even so, she was impressed. Vichin had detected something even she had failed to notice. Right after, Vichin noticed the Guardian was protecting a chest. When Raelsa opened the chest, she found inside a dragon bone, a relic that seemed to belong to the founder Aslan. Julian, observing the discovery, explained that the bone was a rare and invaluable ingredient. Vichin, reflecting on it, believed that it was precisely because of this treasure that Aslan had created the rite of passage at that location. Overcome with emotion, Raelsa knelt before Vichin. She said that among all members of the Adenka family, he was the one who found the relic, so the bone rightfully belonged to him. However, Vichin replied that this kind of spoils belonged to the family, and if anyone discovered it, Raelsa would be in serious trouble. Even so, she insisted it was something she could give him. With a gesture of solidarity, Vichin broke the dragon bone in half and gave one piece to Raelsa, saying he had only managed to obtain it thanks to her help. Raelsa was very happy and sincerely thanked Vichin. The scene then shifted to the burial site of the Adenka patriarchs, known as the Cemetery of Swords. There, Raelsa reported that Vichin had successfully completed the rite of passage. Khan stated that it should be reported to the presbytery, but Raelsa explained that what she had to say was even more important, so she went directly to him. She told them that Revan Adenka had risked his own life to block the Crimson Demon's attack, thus protecting young Vichin, who later managed to subdue the demon. Canton commented that the demon was too strong, and that Vichin had only won by using a trick, but Raelsa clarified that he had later defeated another Crimson Demon entirely on his own. That revelation visibly shocked Khan. She continued, saying that Vichin had also discovered a dragon exoskeleton left by the founder Aslan, and that he had shared half of that relic with her. Owen, surprised, asked if that was true, and Raelsa confirmed it. Then the patriarch asked her to break the dragon bone right there. Raelsa tried, striking the bone with her sword, but nothing happened. She then activated her skill known as Northern Breath, but still couldn't make a single scratch. Khan commented that only a first-class blacksmith could break a dragon skeleton. He then looked at his father's grave and thought that his time was approaching. He asked Ryelsa to take care of Vichin, as the boy showed extraordinary talent. The scene shifted to Wilson, who was crying. He said the young master needed to rest and asked if it was really necessary to go to the Crimson Fortress, as the place was full of terrifying monsters and even more fearsome martial artists. Sari, in a mocking tone, questioned if the famous back-alley gangster was scared. Meanwhile, Vichin commented to Julian that he hadn't yet noticed the mana flowing through Sari's body, and Julian admitted he didn't sense anything from her. Vichin then revealed that he had seen a flow of mana in her body, similar to the one from 500 years ago. Curious, he asked what Sari's surname was, and she answered Hisley, from a ruined family. Vichin said he already suspected as much, since she had a magical body. Quickly, the former one-armed warrior, who was no fool, began to show interest in Sari's special body. Julian commented that he had never heard of anything like a magical body, and Vichin explained that the Hisley family had deeply studied mana and the physical body. They were responsible for the discovery of the celestial exoskeleton, and all members of the family possessed a rare ability known as a magical body, very similar to the celestial exoskeleton. Vichin believed that if these abilities still existed, they could prevent the death of the celestial exoskeleton. He then asked Sari if any elder from her family was still alive. Sadly, she replied that her grandmother had passed away, and that she was the only remaining member she knew of. Julian couldn't understand how such a powerful family had been ruined, and Vichin suggested that it might have been the work of the Samian family. Julian remarked that if someone wanted to hide the secrets of the celestial exoskeleton, they would also need to silence the manufacturers, in other words, the Hisley family. However, Sari revealed that she had known one more member of the family, Vichin's mother, Sarvana, who was also a Hisley. This revelation left Julian very impressed, as it was the first time he had heard of it. Vichin was also surprised, as he didn't know about that family connection. Sari explained that Sarvana's name was probably forbidden from being mentioned, since Khan always showed sadness when it was brought up. They reflected on how Sarvana had helped many people, including Ryelsa, who only managed to enter the Adenka residence thanks to her direct support. Everyone there began to recognize that Vichin's mother was an incredible woman. At that moment, Ryelsa appeared, saying that Revan wanted to speak with him. Outside, Revan was saying his goodbyes. He said that since they had defeated the Crimson Demon, there was no longer a reason for him to remain there. However, Vichin, always bold, asked for one last favor, that Revan investigate the Hisley family from 500 years ago, as he believed the records had been manipulated. Revan accepted the task and promised that they would meet again. As they said goodbye, Revan said he would grow stronger so as not to embarrass Vichin the next time they met. Later, Vichin spoke with Ryelsa and said he had heard his mother was very kind. So, before entering the Crimson Fortress, he asked her to train him. Ryelsa wondered whether the loyalty she had felt towards Sarvana could now be transferred to Vichin, but unfortunately, she was not able to hear Sarvana's answer. Ryelsa then told Vichin that she wouldn't be gentle with him, to which he replied that he was counting on that. The scene then shifted to the training session. There, Ryelsa explained that he could learn a trait even without mastering the imaginary. But to do so, it was necessary to have a mana circuit with a special characteristic. She then picked up a sword, and Vichin commented that she hadn't used that sword during the rite of passage. However, Ryelsa explained that Vichin would only face the Black Moon when he was worthy. He had only 5 months to enter the Crimson Fortress, and if he could wound her at least once, she would grant him a trait. Vichin asked if she hadn't seen his fight with Revan, and warned that she might lose an arm too. But Ryelsa asked if he really thought she was like Revan, and that intense look in her eyes scared Vichin so much that he reflexively launched an attack. Ryelsa, however, stated that she also knew the way of the sword, so it wouldn't be easy to hit her like that. Her expression was terrifying, as if she was about to kill someone. Elaine commented that since Vichin was a friend of Father Dulan, they could count on his help if needed. The scene moved to 1 week later. Even after days of training, Vichin continued to be humiliated by Ryelsa, unable to respond to her attacks. She decided to end the training that day, noticing he was exhausted. She saw that her sword was about to break again, and had already lost count of how many swords she had changed that week. Grumbling, she said she would have to complain to the blacksmith. She went to the family's arsenal and said it would be a problem if bad swords continued being supplied to the Adenka house. There, the family's blacksmith, named Hansen, appeared. Mocking her, he asked if the famous shadow of Sarvana had lost her patience in the middle of the night. Ryelsa, without patience, dumped a sack full of broken swords in front of him, and explained that they were all from the past week. Hansen, confused, asked if she had been fighting monsters with sharp teeth or some 9-star martial artist. She replied that it was none of that. The only thing she had done was train with the Crimson Lotus of young Master Vichin. That surprised Hansen, as he couldn't understand how someone as weak as Vichin could have such a weapon. The scene then shifted to Ryelsa and Hansen going to speak with Vichin. She said the blacksmith really wanted to see the Crimson Lotus, and he himself asked if there was any reason not to show it, since he was the one who had forged it. Julian explained to Vishen that Hansen was a very famous blacksmith, a friend of his father and a former master affiliated with the Adenka family. In the past, he had stopped forging swords and dedicated himself to high-quality inventions, but ended up being scorned by the forges for being obsessed with money, which caused him to lose his honor and his place in the Adenka house. Even so, Vishen said he found that admirable, as Hansen had prioritized others over his own reputation. He introduced himself with respect, saying it was a pleasure to meet Master Hansen. Upon being called Master, Hansen began to laugh, thinking Vishen was mocking him. However, Vishen explained it wasn't mockery. He truly respected the decision the blacksmith had made, and reminded him that even the patriarch had once said something similar to him. Hansen reflected, realizing that perhaps the family's blood really did run through the boy's veins. He then said he always heard people calling Vishen weak, but it seemed the rumors were wrong. Curious, Hansen asked to see the Crimson Lotus, questioning whether he had truly defeated the Crimson Demon and trained with Sarvana's shadow using that blade. Vishen confirmed it. The blacksmith was amazed to see the blade undamaged. It was as if Vishen was cutting solely with his strength, not the sword. He then wanted to know what kind of swordsmanship Vishen used, and asked for a demonstration. Julian tried to intervene, saying Vishen had already used that technique twice and was very tired. But Vishen, determined, said he couldn't waste an opportunity like that. That's when Sari appeared, scolding Hansen for making so much noise in the middle of the night. Raelsa explained that the blacksmith used to donate swords to poor children, and Sari was one of them. That's why the two had a bond, almost like father and daughter, and Hansen, embarrassed, apologized. Vishen said he would visit the forges the next day and go with Sari. He said goodbye and left, asking them to bring Sari with him. The scene then shifted to the next day, when Vishen went to the forges and began testing his technique. Hansen, observing, thought the skill looked very strange, as it resembled too much the technique of the Hero King from the Legend of the Great Demon. He realized that the Crimson Lotus hadn't been handed to Vishen for nothing. Hansen then said he was truly impressed, almost enough to want to forge a new sword for Vishen. However, something was missing. He revealed that he had long imagined a sword, but needed a very rare ingredient to make it. Vishen, excited, said he would buy whatever was needed, but Hansen explained the item was so precious that no amount of money could buy it. It was a dragon bone. To the blacksmith's surprise, Vishen showed he already had a dragon bone, which left Hansen completely shocked. Vishen, seriously, asked for silence, reminding him that only his father and Raelsa knew of the bone's existence until then. Hansen said it seemed like destiny, so he decided to forge a sword for Vishen. However, Vishen asked if he could just add the dragon bone to the Crimson Lotus, since that sword symbolized the beginning of his father's career, and he was deeply attached to it. Hansen replied that he would try and asked him to return in 3 weeks. The scene then shifted to 3 weeks later, but the setting was alarming. Hansen's house was on fire. Vishen immediately ran in, saying they needed to rescue the master. He slashed the door and entered through the flames. Julian managed to locate Hansen, who was unconscious on the ground. That's when they noticed the Crimson Lotus overflowing with mana, and Vishen concluded that the dragon bone was much stronger than Hansen had expected. As they tried to get Hansen out, the entrance was blocked. Julian asked if Vishen had any defensive technique, as the dragon bone didn't seem like it would hold for long. Vishen replied that he had only one defensive move, and decided to take the risk. He used the swordsmanship of Samian, Chapter 1, the famous soft steel breaker, a skill that allowed him to strike the flow of approaching flames. His blade moved silently like death. Julian was impressed and wondered who the old master was that had taught him that technique. After great effort, the fire finally went out, but Vishen's body was already at its limit. When Hansen woke up, he asked how Vishen was using the swordsmanship of Samian, but quickly changed the subject to say the sword was complete. He said he had never hammered Dragonbone before, and didn't imagine the mana would overflow that way, even releasing flames. Upon touching the new sword, Vishen saw a bright glow, and felt as if the blade resonated inside him. Julian, however, found it strange. If all of that had been left by Patriarch Arslan, he surely would have left a warning about the Dragonbone's behavior. Vishen then asked Hansen to forge another sword for him. The blacksmith, jokingly, said the spoiled brat didn't like the first one, but Vishen explained that he did like it, and believed the next one would be even better. Hansen commented that he didn't even have another Dragonbone and might not still be alive when one showed up again. However, the scene shifted again, and Raelsa appeared, handing him another Dragonbone, which almost gave the old man a heart attack. Excited, Hansen declared that although he didn't know how long it would take, he would forge the most perfect Dragonbone sword the world had ever seen. As she left, Raelsa revealed that she had considered giving up halfway, but now she was very interested. Vishen, in turn, apologized to her. He said he wanted to share the bone with her, but ended up needing to take it back, and asked how she wanted to be repaid. Raelsa replied replied that she had already been fully paid 14 years ago, when Vichen was born, and began proving himself a talented martial artist. For her, there was no greater reward. Even so, Vichen drew his sword, saying she would be even happier with what he had in mind. He believed he had thought of a way to defeat her. The sword now had a symbol, and Raelsa once again stated she would not hold back against him. The scene shifted to the training field. The battle between the two began, and once again Raelsa overwhelmed Vichen. However, for the first time, he managed to block one of her attacks. She had used an amount of mana equivalent to a 4-star artist, but both swords remained intact. When Vichen launched an attack in her direction, Raelsa realized the flow of mana and his strength were completely different from what she was used to. Vichen thought his sword would not break, thanks to the Dwarf King's trait, and the Crimson Lotus was absorbing all the impact. Raelsa acknowledged that the sword had become much stronger and decided to go even harder on him. She began moving at high speed around Vichen, who couldn't even see her. Even so, he trusted he wouldn't be fooled by her speed. He tried to strike her but missed, and she appeared behind him. However, that was all part of Vichen's plan. He managed to grab Raelsa's sword with his hand and launched a powerful blow at her. She dodged, but lost her weapon. To her surprise, Vichen returned the sword, saying he wanted a fair victory against an armed opponent. Raelsa remarked that this was an arrogant attitude, as monsters and real enemies would show him no such courtesy. She then activated her aura, and the power she released left Vichen in awe. She warned him to be careful with her next attack. However, just as she was about to strike, she tripped and fell into Vichen's lap. He then flicked her forehead to humiliate her and win the challenge. She didn't understand how he managed to do that, but Vichen explained that he couldn't defeat her using dual blade sit, had to be by cutting off the mana around her. Raelsa realized, surprised, that Vichen had cut the mana surrounding her to block her trait, something she didn't even think was possible. Vichen then said he would like to receive what was promised. Raelsa stood up and said she would tell him everything about her blessing, which was the mana flow of the Galactic Wanderer. The scene changed, showing Vichen already meditating, trying to learn that trait. Meanwhile, Julian just hoped the room wouldn't be destroyed again. In the middle of the meditation, a small blue-tinged female spirit appeared and blew a cold wind on Vichen's back, then vanished. The narrative then shifted to the Crimson Fortress, where the rector, Vargan Pagoda, was asking the director why she hadn't touched any of the documents he had left. The director, named Herka Quibel, replied that she was a powerful martial artist and felt wasted holding a pen instead of a sword. When she picked up one of the papers, Herka was surprised to see the name Vichen Adenka, recognizing that he belonged to the main family. Vargan, on the other hand, thought he was just the 7th failed son of the Adenka family, and if he really was as useless as people said, he might tarnish the name of Crimson Fortress. Therefore, before accepting him as a student, he would have to complete a task cut, a Danny herb, before it bloomed. Meanwhile, Vichen remained focused in his meditation. The blue female spirit appeared once more, blew a cold breeze, and vanished again. Raelsa then explained that the blessing trait of the Galactic Wanderer consisted of a single step that left no trace, not even in snow, known as Frozen Walk. Later on, Vichen was studying while Julian commented that the Crimson Fortress was more of a military stronghold than a training academy. He explained that it was located in the mountains on the Samian border, and that in the past, when followers of the Archdemon invaded the region, Arslan and other heroes of that era were responsible for defending the territory, later becoming the academy's leaders. Vichen said he was sure he would find Arslan's testament there and maybe even another dragon bone. Julian, however, said that a dragon bone was unlikely, but there was another legend involving the fortress, the celestial fruit, considered the most powerful medicine in the world. It was said that the tree of the celestial fruit could even revive the dead, and that the Crimson Fortress served as a magical vessel to protect it. According to Julian, if they could find this fruit, they might be able to cure the decaying celestial exoskeleton and escape death, since both of them had only 9 years left to live. Vichen reflected that, with the intense training they were going through, they might have even less time. The two concluded they needed to uncover the secrets of the celestial fruit as soon as possible. After some time studying, Vichen shared something he had discovered. Within the Crimson Fortress, students had to support themselves without financial help from their families. So, he asked how they could earn money there. Julian explained that he had invested in an institution called the Sixth Magic Tower. While the Adenka and Samian families were famous for their swordsmanship, the Sixth Tower was known for its advanced magic courses. There, mages received sponsorships for their research, and in return, sponsors received financial returns. The mage he had invested in was named Varnelli. She had just become co-owner of the tower, and her full name was Varnelli Pagoda, revealing that she was the sister of Rector Vargan Pagoda. Julian remarked that the only risk was if Varnelli died, and, unfortunately for him, that's exactly what happened. Without warning, a mysterious man appeared and killed Varnelli. Desperate upon reading the news, Julian shouted that he had lost all his money and that now both of them would starve in the Crimson Fortress. In her will, Varnelli left all her belongings and research to her only younger brother, Vargan Pagoda. Meanwhile, at the top of the fortress tower, Vargan reflected on his sister's brilliance, acknowledging that he had never even come close to her talent. When Vichin heard this, he said that now he needed to keep his eyes on Vargan, as only 4 months remained for them. He believed they had to gather as much knowledge and grow as strong as possible by then. The scene shifted to 4 months later, in the mountains surrounding Crimson Fortress. For safety, Raelsa suggested they proceed on foot. She explained that if Vichin chose the right path, director Herca Quibel would appear to guide him. Vichin said he didn't know how to express his gratitude and sincerely thanked her for everything. He also commented that his mother would surely think the same about Raelsa, which visibly moved her. With a smile, she asked him to take care. Meanwhile, at Crimson Fortress, director Herca Quibel was completely worn out, plunged into a state of depression. She complained that being formal and having to guide people was extremely boring. Rector Vargan Pagoda reminded her that this was her job. At that moment, the communication crystal began to glow, informing them that monsters were invading nearby houses. Excited at the chance for action, Herca stood up immediately, saying that this was the real duty of a director. Without waiting for any explanation, she jumped out the window, saying she would leave Vichin in Vargan's care. Annoyed, the rector grumbled that he would have to go in place of that idiot. Vargan arrived at the soldier's post and asked where Vichin was. Using his binoculars, he was startled to see Raelsa nearby. This made him furious, since he had heard the boy was useless, yet someone so powerful was protecting him. Determined, he stated that he would not lower the test's difficulty and would personally test Vichin himself. He intended to eliminate him before he even had the chance to enroll. The first exam would be the subjugation of an illusionary monster. While walking the trail with Wilson and Sari, Vichin saw a bright light in the distance coming from Crimson Fortress. Smiling, he said the test had begun. He could already feel many creatures watching them, and knew it was finally time to show everything he had learned over the last 4 months of training with Raelsa. At that moment, a blue-eyed tiger appeared before them. It was the strongest predator of the snowy mountains. Vichin ordered Wilson and Sari to run as fast as they could, and began provoking the tiger to draw its attention. If it was the tiger, he remembered, it would respond to the fastest moving object. However, something seemed off. The tiger didn't seem alive, but even so, Vichin knew he had to defeat it quickly. As he prepared to fight, another tiger appeared. Using body enhancement, Vichin escaped by jumping up into a tree. From there, Julian, visibly worried, said there were 18 tigers surrounding them, and it would be impossible to defeat them with only 2 uses of the absolute sword left. Even so, Vichin said something was wrong. Blue-eyed white tigers didn't hunt in packs. Though carnivorous, they didn't have a keen sense of smell for blood. Julian then suggested they might be illusions created by magic. Vargan, watching from a distance, noticed that Vichin had picked up on the detail, but thought it wouldn't change anything. The magic of summoning illusionary monsters was advanced, and the difference between them and real ones was nearly imperceptible. He wanted to see what the 7th son of the so-called useless family would do. Vichin concluded that if magic was involved, then the mana source would eventually run out, but Julian disagreed, saying they were probably using the copy element, a magical method that allowed multiple illusions to be summoned from a single base spell with efficiency and low mana cost. Instead of casting multiple different spells, the caster copied a single model, making the process lighter on the magic circuit. Vichin then said all he needed to do was find the real one among them. Julian asked how he planned to do that, and Vichin thought that if a human was behind the illusions, they wouldn't be on the front line. A real monster would be at the front, but a human controller would protect the key, point the copy element. The one standing still at the top of the hill was the real target. Activating his frozen walk, the trait of the galactic wanderer, Vichin charged toward the target. This impressed Vargan, since only Raelsa had mastered that trait, and Vichin reached the central point in seconds. Furious, Vargan ordered all the tigers to attack at once. Vichin, however, activated the sense variation of his absolute sword, and sliced the copy element in half, causing all the illusions to vanish at once. Vargan was shocked to realize that Vichin had not only destroyed the copies, but had also completely disabled the mana circuit sustaining the magic. He questioned who that bastard named Vichin Adenka truly was. One of the soldiers asked how they should record the test result. With no other choice, Vargan admitted that his magic had been completely defeated. He ordered the fortress gates to be opened to receive the young master. As they passed through the fortress gate, all the soldiers and Vargan were already waiting for them. The moment he saw them, Vargan looked visibly pleased and welcomed Vichin to Crimson Fortress. Vichin, in turn, kept his ambitious posture, responded politely, and showed interest in getting to know the place. Inside the carriage, Julian took the opportunity to explain that there was a sponsorship system within the fortress. Talented cadets could receive financial support, and that was exactly what they needed to pursue in order to recover all the money Julian had invested. During the trip, Vargan mentioned that Vichin would share the dormitory with other cadets and, from that moment on, would lose any status he once had. But that didn't matter to Vichin, who no longer cared about such things. As he looked out the window, he became fascinated by 2 girls walking by. It wasn't romantic interest, but rather he thought their uniforms looked nice. He imagined that Vichen would also look good wearing something like that. Curious, Vichen asked Vargon about his current rank. Vargon explained that all cadets started at rank 9. At the end of each semester, there was a promotion exam, and the ranks went from 9 to 1. After reaching the first rank, the cadet was considered an innovative martial artist and would graduate as a true warrior of the Karmazin fortress. Upon hearing that, Vichen thought it would take many years to graduate and realized he needed to find the celestial fruit as soon as possible. Still curious about the previous test, Vargon asked if Vichen had focused on the magic center. When Vichen confirmed, Vargon became excited. It was surprising that someone from a martial artist family had knowledge of magic. But Vichen explained that because he was bad at martial arts, he ended up learning magic on his own. That left Vargon intrigued, as it was hard to understand how someone so young and uniquely skilled could be considered useless. Vichen was definitely someone special. Then Vichen remembered an important question and asked how he could obtain the celestial fruit. The question surprised Vargon, but he understood that, being just a child, it was normal for him to believe in legends. Even so, he replied that it was said the celestial fruit could choose its own master. Vichen quickly realized that getting information about it would be difficult. Shortly after, they arrived at the dormitory for rank 9 cadets. Vargon explained that the servants stayed on the first floor and that Vichen would be in room number 5 on the 3rd floor. He gave Vichen the sun emblem, a symbol of beginner cadets, and taught him the traditional greeting of the Karmazin fortress. The scene then shifted to Vichen's arrival at the room. As soon as he entered, he noticed other people standing at attention, as if expecting something. The atmosphere felt tense, and he quickly realized something was wrong. A boy named Marlone Adenka called him useless, and Julian explained that he was the eldest brother of the Adenka family, the 6th son, and the one who bullied him the most. According to Julian, that same boy had once forced him to eat trash. Just hearing that gave Vichen a bad feeling, and he could almost taste the garbage in his mouth. He realized that Marlone was still oppressing others in that dormitory. Even so, Vichen tried to stay calm and said he was happy to see him, but Marlone coldly replied that they weren't close enough to talk. With little patience for provocation, Vichen commented that it had been a long time since he left the main house. Yet Marlone was still only rank 9. Enraged, Marlone called a boy named Sizun and slapped him hard across the face. He ordered Sizun to properly discipline the newcomers and threatened to beat anyone who said anything stupid. At that moment, Vichen saw Kajin's silhouette reflected in Marlone's behavior and immediately knew who would be the next to end up without an arm in this story. With determination and without hesitation, Vichen punched Marlone straight in the face, leaving everyone in the dormitory stunned. But deep down, many approved of the gesture. Marlone, furious, rushed at Vichen. But Vichen remained calm and remembered an important lesson. Bullies almost never knew how to fight for real, so he delivered a precise blow and threw Marlone to the ground in a humiliating and satisfying way. He took the opportunity to encourage everyone there to overcome their fears, because that was the only way to take the first step as true martial artists. However, Marlone didn't give up and quickly stood up, pulling out a sword and trying to attack Vichen from behind. But Vichen, always alert, dodged easily. The scene then shifted to a village near the Karmazin fortress. The director was very excited after defeating several monsters. One of the local villagers, happy with her presence, invited her to drink with them. She hesitated, saying she couldn't drink while on duty, but she also didn't want to refuse such warm hospitality. Shortly after, Vargon appeared behind her, saying he also needed a drink, because his superior kept stressing him out too much. While at the bar, Vargon told her everything that had happened with Vichen. The director was surprised to learn he had taken down a copy element, even though she didn't really understand what that meant, since she wasn't a mage. The headmaster commented that what Vichen had defeated was something so terrifying that not even a 7-star martial artist like Sari would be able to face it. He asked if she understood how impressive that was, but Sari, unimpressed, replied that she had already seen another direct descendant destroy an entire mountain, and compared to that, Vichen seemed rather cowardly. At that moment, the communication crystal lit up, summoning the headmaster back to the fortress. Sari then informed him that something had happened involving Marlone and Vichen, both of the same rank, and that they had officially requested the presence of a judge to register a duel. The scene shifted again, showing the two young men already standing face to face. A rank 9 man named Braun, who was also a dormitory instructor, recognized the duel as valid between two direct descendants and accepted Vichen's request. The headmaster authorized the combat, explaining that from that point on, everything related to Cadet Vichen had to be reported, and asked both fighters to fight with honor. When Vichen drew his sword, Marlone was surprised. The weapon in his hand was the famous Crimson Lotus, and he sarcastically asked if it was a replica made in honor of Vichen's father, even saying he'd bet his own right wrist that the sword was fake. However, the psychotic look in Vichen's eyes made it clear those words would not be ignored. Marlone then activated his blessing trait, known as Daughter of Fear, and unleashed a technique called coercion, filling the environment with an oppressive energy that made everyone around feel an overwhelming fear. But even in the face of that terror, Vichen remained calm. His mind was steady and determined. As an experienced swordsman, he knew that overcoming that kind of pressure was just a matter of self-control. While the others watched in disbelief, Marlone began to panic. panic. He didn't understand why his opponent wasn't affected, so he charged at Vichin without hesitation. However, when he tried to strike, he realized too late that Vichin had already vanished from in front of him. With a swift move, Vichin delivered a powerful kick that sent Marlon flying. The fight continued, but it quickly became clear that there was no balance between them. In just a few seconds, Marlon was lying on the ground, completely defeated. Vargon, who had been watching, knew that Marlon was a despicable person, but he also acknowledged that he had overwhelming power, unlike others of the same rank. Even so, Vichin was threatening his position with ease. A girl named Selbera arrived and asked what everyone was doing there. Sizin replied that the new guy named Vichin was unbelievable. He reflected that the only real fear a martial artist should have was respect, and wondered how he could ever become like him. Selbera, however, warned that the battle wasn't over yet. She explained that coercion was only an isolated trait, but Marlon's true blessing was something else. Vichin then sensed something strange. Even after disarming Marlon, the headmaster hadn't stopped the fight. It was then that Seri revealed that Marlon possessed the power of one of the greatest gods associated with electricity, known as the Blessing of the Cerebral Giant. The shock of that revelation was followed by a direct attack. Vichin was struck in the arm, almost losing the limb completely. Julian, observing the situation, was concerned to see Vichin's arm charred. He had believed that Marlon's only trait was coercion, knowing about his childhood traumas and the constant bullying he endured. Marlon, however, stated that he had only mastered that power after entering the fortress, and had never revealed it because it seemed like too much work. He claimed that with coercion alone, he was already invincible among youths his age, and saw no reason to train like the others. According to him, it was enough to wait and be recognized as a direct descendant, with no effort or sacrifice. But Vichin, already irritated, interrupted those words. He said that many people fight their entire lives and never come close to that kind of power, and that Marlon was ignoring the responsibility that came with it. He was disrespecting the efforts of others and trampling on everyone who had fought with dignity. To Vichin, Marlon was not worthy of carrying the Adenka name. Marlon, mocking the situation, said that Vichin talked too much for someone with a destroyed right arm. Little did he know that Vichin's specialty was precisely fighting, even without one arm. He launched another powerful attack, but Vichin firmly replied that he would wager his own wrist on the authenticity of the Crimson Lotus. And then, as promised, he declared that he would take Marlon's right wrist, just as he had bet. Marlon began launching a series of furious attacks at Vichin, but the boy dodged all of them with agility. Watching this, Vargon commented that Marlon seemed intoxicated by his own mana, as he couldn't properly control his powers. One of his reckless attacks ended up hitting the ceiling of the structure, causing large chunks of stone to collapse, falling directly towards Seri. Vargon quickly moved to protect her, and asked Braun to immediately evacuate all the cadets in the area. When he tried to teleport Seri, Vargon was shocked to realize that her body was completely filled with mana, which could cause a collapse if moved recklessly. Meanwhile, Vichin analyzed Marlon's blessing trait, recognizing that despite being powerful, it had many openings he could exploit. Trying to activate his skill called Frozen Walk, Vichin collapsed to the ground, admitting to himself that he still couldn't sustain that technique for as long as Ryelsa could. Recognizing his failure, Vargon took responsibility for not having erected a mana barrier earlier, and immediately created one around the battlefield. But Vichin realized that the barrier limited his movements, and drastically reduced the space for combat, which made using the absolute sword more difficult. Marloni, in turn, mocked him, insinuating that the rector was favoring him. Aware of the imposed limitations, Vichin listened to Julian, who suggested a new strategy involving cutting another structure with the absolute sword technique. Trusting him, Vichin prepared to act. He jumped high, drawing Marlon's attention, who then launched a powerful attack toward the sky. However, that was exactly what Vichin wanted. He used the momentum to cut through the barrier with a single strike, causing Marlon's attack to explode against the ceiling. Stones violently rained down on the opponent, and Vichin, using one of the fallen rocks, firmly stepped on it as it landed on Marlon's chest, completely defeating him. Proudly, he stated that he would use the sword given by his father to defend the honor of the Adenka family, and since a promise is a promise, he left Marlon without the use of his right arm, just as he himself had lived in another life. Vargon was impressed. His mana barrier was of the highest level, but Vichin had managed to cut through it with a single blow, something unthinkable even for more experienced martial artists. Without hesitation, he declared Vichin Adenka the winner of the battle. At that moment, Wilson arrived with the priest Vichin had previously requested. It was a 5th-class priest named Shevin who, upon seeing the 2nd-class sacred symbol in Vichin's possession, was confused. Vichin stated that the symbol belonged to him, and therefore he should be treated as its rightful owner. Shevin, realizing he was in no position to question it, immediately began healing Vichin's charred arm. Defeated and furious, Marlon accused Vichin of having planned the whole thing and demanded that his arm be healed as well. Vichin, however, asked if he really wanted that, reminding him that he had bet his right hand in an official duel. Healing the arm would mean destroying his own honor. Others nearby started to gather, curious about what had happened, and Vichin insisted that Marlon decide quickly, as soon it would no longer be possible to recover the injured limb. Wounded in his pride, Marlon hesitated but eventually gave in. He said he hadn't heard properly and, embarrassed, had to humble himself to ask for his arm to be healed. The priest granted the request, restoring Marlone's arm. Sizun, observing everything, commented that defeating Marlone had been a great achievement. Selbira, looking closely at Vichin, said he wasn't even that ugly, showing some enchantment toward the new hero. Sizun, moved, shouted, asking if one day he could be like Vichin, and the boy replied that if he overcame his own fear, he could become even greater. The answer left Sizun deeply embarrassed. Still unsettled, Marlone picked up a stone and asked Vichin to try putting himself in his place. But before he could do anything, Vargon stepped on his hand firmly. He explained that he was only being tolerant because Marlone's arm had just been healed, and that he was already losing patience with the absence of his superior, who wasn't fulfilling her duties. He warned Marlone not to cause any more trouble. The warning was clear, and Marlone was left in shock, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The scene shifted to a week later, in the office of Rector Vargon Pagoda. He explained that Vichin had been invited by his sister, but was now there to offer condolences. He himself was 4 months late. He said he recognized Vichin as a direct descendant of the Adenka family, but admitted that his origin as a mercenary made their relationship a bit strange. Vargon also commented that Vichin had known his name from the beginning, and asked if he had investigated him and his sister, questioning what the true purpose behind their approach was. He also asked if Vichin wanted back the money that had been invested in him. Vichin replied sincerely that at first, that was the plan. But after learning about Vargon's life, he reconsidered everything. He discovered that the rector had been a talentless child who was constantly suppressed by his own past. And upon hearing that story, the only thing he wanted was simply to talk with him. Vargon explained that he had run away from his own family, who lived in the magical tower of Samian, and had since survived as a mercenary. Only now was he serving on the front lines of Adenka, and he said he felt no attachment to his family, much less to his sister. However, Vichin, curious, asked why he still carried the name Pagoda if it didn't make sense. That question left Vargon in silence, unable to answer. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Marlone's dormitory, who had just returned from the humiliation of the fight. Some cadets were laughing at him, openly mocking his defeat. Enraged, Marlone said to himself that he would kill his brother. At that moment, a dark spirit appeared before him and, in a provoking tone, asked if he really wanted to kill Vichin. Back in the office, Vichin continued talking with Vargon. He stated that the Pagoda family was extremely renowned and had led the magical tower for many generations. He also said that if Vargon had truly lived as a mere mercenary, the Pagoda name would have been a burden in his path. But before he could continue, Vargon, already irritated, told him to be quiet, saying he was just a boy who knew nothing. He added that no one could imagine what he had gone through and firmly stated that if the Sion and Adenka families went to war, he himself would have destroyed the magical tower that had ruined his entire life. Vichin calmly replied that he understood Vargon because he had been the same. He said he was just like him, but in the end, he didn't seek revenge. What he truly desired was acceptance and love. He affirmed that the fact Vargon still carried his family's name showed that deep down, he was still attached to it. The words touched Vargon, who sat down, reflecting with sadness. He thought about his sister, who had always been brilliant and very talented, and confessed that he felt deep respect and admiration for her. However, at the same time, that brilliance caused him constant pain, because he wondered why he couldn't accomplish even half of what Varnelli did. The pressure became unbearable, and that was why he ran away, leaving everything behind. He looked at Vichin, and said he never imagined he would one day receive advice from someone like him. Vargon, now calmer, said he could finally be honest with himself. He stated that if he truly invested in the magical tower, then maybe it had not been in vain. He said that from that moment on, he would be Vichin's official sponsor, and he would no longer need to worry about any expenses at the fortress. This news made both Vichin and Julian very happy. Julian, with his playful manner, commented that Vichin was really good with words, having won over Revan, Master Hansen, and now even Rector Vargon. But Vichin said that what he had said was completely genuine. He truly believed in everything he had told them. At that moment, Sari and Sizun appeared in front of Vichin, saying that gaining the rector's sponsorship was something very impressive. Sari then introduced herself firmly. She said she was the second representative of the rank 9 cadets, Selbira, and explained that since the girls used separate dormitories, they hadn't had the opportunity to meet. She also said she was responsible for reporting everything that happened to the instructors. But something unexpected happened. Vichin felt a strange sensation when she approached. It was the same sensation as the mana trait of his own mother. Selbira, in turn, noticed something unusual when using her discernment trait. With it, she could evaluate the power and hidden potential of others. But when looking directly at Vichin, she realized he didn't possess an imaginary. Furthermore, his aura was crimson, which meant it was impossible to assess his hidden potential. Vichin, uncomfortable with the way she had analyzed him, said he didn't like the way he was greeted. This surprised Selbira, as he had detected her method so quickly. She tried to cover it up by saying it was forbidden to walk alone at night within the fortress. But Vichin responded with light irony that he could end up getting lost in the cold. Selbira replied that he could also end up encountering the evil spirit of Davin, which immediately caught Vichin's attention, as he showed interest in knowing more about this spirit. When he grabbed her arm, Selbira was visibly embarrassed. Sizun then took the opportunity eagerly to share what he knew. He said that after losing to the Hero King, the spirit of the archdemon Daven began to spread throughout the world, appearing in mysterious places and leaving traces of evil energy. However, the martial artists who had made contracts with evil spirits were becoming increasingly powerful. Vichen started to believe that the archdemon Daven really did exist. Selbira, on the other hand, didn't believe in those stories and thought it was impossible for a 500-year-old evil spirit to still exist. But at that very moment, the spirit was standing before Marlon, asking if he wanted to make a contract. Marlon, astonished, realized it was indeed the spirit of Daven, who claimed to be the king of that place, and said he needed to reclaim his throne. Meanwhile, Vichen returned to the dormitory and noticed that everyone was asleep, except for Marlon, whose bed was empty. The scene then shifted to Sizen, who was patrolling that night. In the middle of the darkness, he felt a dense and ominous aura, and tried to figure out who was there, but suddenly had his arm ripped off. Amid that evil aura, Marlon appeared, now corrupted. Sizen realized that Marlon had made a pact with the demon, but even wounded, he stood up with his sword, saying he wasn't afraid of Marlonia Denka. However, Marlon grabbed him by the neck and threw him brutally to the ground. Just as he was about to kill him, the instructor Brond appeared and saved Sizen's life, saying Marlon had lost his honor as a warrior. Marlon, indifferent, replied that he only cared about his own power. Sensing the danger, Brond ordered Sizen to blow the emergency trumpet. As the sound echoed throughout the fortress, all the cadets woke up. Vichen also heard it and ran outside, finding Selbira along the way. He asked what was going on, but she didn't know either. However, Vichen smelled blood in the air and ordered them to call for reinforcements using the emergency crystal, instructing everyone to follow him to the exit. He knew they had to defend themselves immediately and could not lower their guard, since they didn't know who had won that fight. The mana in the air had dropped drastically. Selbira then mentioned that she knew a powerful technique, one of Adenka's 7 core defenses, called the Triangle of Defense. It was such advanced magic that it could only be invoked by martial artists of rank 5 or higher, making it practically impossible for them at that moment. But Vichen believed that maybe Brond could do it. When they reached the exit, they saw the ground covered in blood, and Brond himself unconscious. At that moment, Marlon appeared, saying he had finally found the coward Vichen, and that all traitors would die because of him. Everyone was in shock. Even Sari acknowledged that the evil spirit truly existed. Vichen, however, was paralyzed, unable to comprehend that he would have to fight against himself, literally. Marlon then released a powerful aura of fear that struck everyone around, but Vichen reacted, shouting that no one should be afraid. If they were still standing, then they had to raise their swords. Marlon responded, saying Vichen was trying to steal his place again. Vichen remembered he had already defeated a rank 5 opponent with his bare hands, but now, alone, he had no chance against Marlon. The reinforcements called by Sari had not arrived yet, so he had to buy time and keep the rank 9 cadets, who had no combat experience, alive until then. Vichen asked Selbira if she knew how to perform the Triangle of Defense spell. She said she knew the formula by heart, but was frightened when Vichen proposed forming the seal together. He knew that only C rank or higher mages could invoke that seal, and that he himself did not have 5 stars nor an imaginary, but still, he wanted to be the center of the triangle. He said she was now the cadet representative and had to make a decision to protect them. Selbira then gathered the cadets and asked everyone to form the seal with Vichen at the center. As they all surrounded him, Vichen taunted Marlon, saying that if he lost to rank 9 cadets, it would be even more humiliating, especially after making a pact with a dark spirit. Marlon arrogantly said he would wait for the seal to be completed just to humiliate them all. The cadets invoked the Triangle of Defense around Vichen. He felt as if mana were exploding inside his body, but he knew he had to endure it. Marlon then began attacking violently, but his strikes had no effect. He couldn't understand how Vichen was able to withstand them. Enraged, he kept attacking non-stop, and Vichen realized just how absurd Marlon's power had become. The other cadets, seeing the presence of Daven's spirit, began to feel fear, but Vichen shouted that no one should give in to panic. He said the only fear a martial artist should have was respect. Selbira watched everything, and realized that Vichen was trying to lift everyone's morale while bearing the weight of the seal alone. She wondered if that boy was really only 14 years old. Faced with the situation, she decided not to stand still, and ordered everyone to charge their mana to the maximum. However, Marlon interrupted, saying it was useless and that they should all give up. But the dark spirit appeared again before Marlon, asking if he didn't want to kill them all at once. With that, Marlon's hatred intensified, making him even more powerful. He declared that he would give up his own life to kill Vichen. He then launched an attack so powerful that the ground shook violently. The impact was so strong that it cracked the ground, and one of the stones hit the cadets, breaking the Triangle of Defense seal. Marlon, already prepared, charged at Vichen. Just as the blow was about to hit him, the seal was restored by Sizen, who took the place of the unconscious cadet. Surprised, Marlon asked how that bastard was still alive, but Sizen firmly replied that he still wasn't afraid of him. This enraged Marlon even more, and he began attacking again with violence. Vichin knew the seal was at its limit, and that Sizun wouldn't hold on for much longer. But that was when he managed to see the path of the black sword in Marlon's hands, specifically in his right hand. Even so, Vichin hesitated, knowing that the priority was to wait for reinforcements. But the seal began to crack before his eyes, and he realized he had no choice. With no time to waste, he activated his absolute sword technique in its alternative form, using Chapter 2 of the Galactic Wanderer. With that, he began cutting Marlon, but noticed that the strikes were not having the desired effect. Marlon then launched a devastating counterattack that completely destroyed Vichin's clothing, and also his left hand, preventing him from holding the sword properly. Even injured, Vichin did not give up. He tried to strike Marlon again, but was restrained and threatened with death. Without thinking, Marlon scorched Vichin's arm, but with his other hand, Vichin managed to grab the Crimson Lotus and cut off Marlon's arm. Marlon's body collapsed and exploded. However, even surrounded by smoke, he was still standing. That was when Vichin realized the evil spirit had vanished. Perhaps, by using the unknown path of the black sword, he had managed to sever the connection between the spirit and Marlon. Still, Marlon remained consumed by hatred and charged forward to attack once more. Suddenly, Vichin's body stopped moving. When Marlon approached to land the final blow, a voice echoed, ordering Marloni Adenka to stop playing around, and he was immediately restrained. The one who appeared at that moment was Rector Vargon, and the one who had immobilized Marlon with a whip was the director. Marlon's body began to crystallize rapidly. The director explained that this was called Crystal Prison, a technique whose only flaw was the preparation time. But once activated, it made it impossible for any martial artist with mana to escape. Marlon was then completely imprisoned. The director approached and commented that this must be the famous Vichin Adenka that Vargon talks so much about. Vichin was in such a critical state that he could no longer speak. His body gave out, and he fell to his knees. The director acknowledged that his mindset was extraordinary and declared that the boy had saved many lives that day. Now, the adults would take over. While his body remained motionless, Vichin found himself in a completely white place, surrounded by floating mirrors. There, Julian appeared and asked why he was overstraining his body so much. Vichin, still dazed, questioned whether he was really the true Julian. The scene then shifted to the director, who was greeting Lord Adenka. Khan asked her not to be so formal and wanted to know exactly what had happened. The director replied that it would not be an easy story to hear. She explained that 15 rank 9 cadets were injured, but fortunately, none of them had died. However, among the instructors, one had died, the 5-star martial artist named Brond. She also informed that Cadet Sizun had managed to survive a long battle against Marlon. Khan declared his deepest respect for the late instructor Brond and his family, and ordered financial support to be given to all those affected by the incident. The director felt guilty for not arriving earlier to help. However, Khan replied that dark spirits always involved countless variables, and her decision to stop Marlon once and for all had not been wrong. Still, he wondered how Marlon was still alive after accepting a contract, as contractors usually received great power in exchange for their own lives. Herka Quebel explained that the mages from Crimson Fortress had analyzed the case, but found no clear reason. According to eyewitnesses, Marlon had broken free from the dark spirit after being struck by Vichin, and Khan began to suspect that this could be linked to the unusual swordsmanship Vichin had used at the assembly of the true swords. In light of everything that had happened, Khan decided to impose a definitive punishment on Marlon, stating that he had crossed all limits by contracting with a dark spirit. Therefore, Marlon would be imprisoned for life. In addition, his imaginary would be completely sealed, and the tendons in all his limbs would be cut so that he could never wield a sword again. Next, Khan said it was necessary to reward Vichin, and asked where he was. Herka informed him that several days had passed, but Vichin still had not awakened from the coma. Meanwhile, in the strange dimension where he found himself, Vichin looked around, seeing everything white with floating mirrors. Confused, he asked Julian what place this was. Julian said he wasn't sure either, but believed they were inside Marlon's memories. This frightened Vichin even more, as such a thing had never happened, not even in his past life. He began to wonder what kind of connection tied everything together. At that moment, he saw one of Marlon's memories, where the boy questioned why he had to train the control of the cerebral giant, since he was already the strongest among the rank 9 cadets. Vargon appeared in the memory, demanding that he stop acting naive, and said that if he wanted to stay alive, he better show control over that technique. Marlon, realizing he had no choice, began to meditate, and both Vichin and Julian were shocked to recognize the mana flow of the cerebral giant. But then everything around Vichin darkened and Julian disappeared. In the middle of the darkness, the image of Vichin's stepmother appeared, telling him not to die. Shortly after, Vichin began to see a sequence of memories that left him even more confused. He saw Master Nidia, Falcon, and Arslan, and begged them not to abandon him. He wanted to know what had happened after his death 500 years ago, but before he could understand, a sword pierced his body. It was Kajin, who had reappeared, and Vichin was once again chained in the prison of Samian. Someone said he had done nothing wrong, for power could not hide the truth. That person was Arslan, crying and vowing to fight for his brother's honor. At that moment, Arslan, who had once been just a child, began to grow before Vichin's eyes. Vichin no longer recognized that mature and strong figure. Then Arslan revealed that, in truth, he was Julian. But Vichin could not quite understand and said he could barely hear. Even so, Arslan declared that they would meet again after 500 years. No matter what. Terrified, Vishen woke from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he began to wonder what kind of memory that had been. It felt as though Arslan had visited him before dying. Soon after, Wilson and Sari saw that Vichin had awakened and ran to embrace him. They were relieved to finally see the young master awake. Vishen, who had never received so much affection, thanked them emotionally for caring about him. But the moment was interrupted by the arrival of the director, who said she had something important to discuss with him. First, she officially introduced herself, saying her name was Herka Quabel. Vichin responded with a formal greeting, but she found it exaggerated and asked him to just call her sister, explaining that she was there to report the incident to his father. She also mentioned that she had left poor Vargon to handle all the paperwork. Next, she revealed that she had a special request. She wanted to know if Vichin would be willing to duel with the young master of the Samian family. The proposal visibly startled Vichin. Herka explained that it was a friendly exchange match, a traditional event where members of the Samian and Adenka families competed against each other. It was a grand occasion, with the participation of both patriarchs, and that year it would be held at the Karmazin fortress itself. That meant the young master of the Samian family and the patriarch himself would be present at Karmazin fortress. Originally, Marlon would represent the Adenka family at the event, but given everything that had happened, Vichin was now the only direct descendant available. The director explained that Vichin's opponent would be the sixth son of the Samian family, a genius with great chances of becoming the next patriarch. No one, not even Marlon, had ever considered defeating him. In fact, only Dea had ever achieved victory in that type of duel. Even so, Vichin stated that entering a duel against the Samian family with the intent to lose would be a disrespect to the will of the Adenka family. Herka praised Vichin's firm thinking, but at that moment, Khan entered the room and asked if he was truly ready to take responsibility for his words. Vichin replied that he had already shown responsibility during the assembly of true swords, but Khan warned that the pressure now would be much greater. Still, Vichin promised to return victorious. Smiling, Khan said he was looking forward to seeing that, and explained that Vichin's internal injury was severe, directly affecting his mana, so it was important for him to rest. Before leaving, Khan mentioned that Vichin had yet to be rewarded, and suggested that his name be engraved on the Karmazin monument. This idea startled Herka, since the names there were only of Adenka heroes, and no one besides Dea had ever received that honor while still ranked. Khan, smiling, said goodbye, saying they would see each other again in 9 days. Meanwhile, Vichin reflected on how the will of the Adenka family was to surpass the Samian family, and he saw the duel as the perfect chance to discover that clan's current level. He asked Julian if there was any information about the sixth son of the Samian family, but Julian replied that he had never thought about it. Vichin then asked what his chances of victory were against someone like that. Knowing nothing about him, Julian said it would be practically impossible. Even replacing the imaginary theory, Vichin had reached at most 3 stars, and his opponent probably had 3 or more. Julian said he needed to rest because of the mana injury, but Vichin insisted that he was fine and didn't need to worry. The scene changed to Vichin training his swordsmanship. He felt that the emotions tied to that fight were the same as in his past life. Suddenly, Revan appeared, saying it reminded him of the old days. The scene changed again. Now the two were having tea together. Revan said he heard about Vichin's serious injury, but was happy to see him well. He said he had investigated what Vichin had asked about and discovered something very interesting. Vichin, excited, wanted to know what it was. Raven explained that, besides him, no one in his family showed special talent for martial arts. The family's property and finances were average compared to the other collateral descendants. That was strange because his father was neither talented nor wealthy. Still, he could attend the assembly of true swords as a spectator every year. After much insistence, his father finally revealed the reason. He showed Revan a secret passage, saying that not even the Adenka patriarch could enter there without his permission. Inside were the hidden archives, containing the true history of Adenka, unknown to the world. These documents recorded everything about the first Adenka, and about the history of light and darkness. Revan's family had been responsible for protecting those records for generations. However, even after 500 years, if any file were revealed, it would be their family that would suffer the consequences. During the reading, Revan found a book with the name Wisley, and Vichin was very happy to know that his family's records still existed. Perhaps there was some proof of his innocence in there. However, Revan explained that he would need to take his father's place to show Vichin more things, and that would take some time. Even so, Vichin thanked him for the help, and asked if he was comfortable with everything. Revan replied that he owed his life to Vichin, so it was no big deal. Before saying goodbye, Revan said he had almost forgotten something, and handed Vichin a magic crystal. When he went to repair repair his broken sword, Hansen had given him that crystal. When activated, a hologram of Hansen appeared, explaining that he had discovered something important about the sword made from dragon bone. He said it was impossible to forge a perfect sword twice using that kind of material. The unique structure of a dragon skeleton could only be used once in its ideal form. Furthermore, Hansen revealed he had discovered the true cause of the fire in the workshop. Through the hologram, Hansen explained that when he began hammering the Crimson Lotus after transplanting the dragon bone, an uncontrollable flame was ignited. Since the dragon skeleton absorbed the user's mana and still possessed a blessing called the unshakable flame of a great god, the sword likely absorbed all the power and caused the explosion in the workshop. According to him, forging something of that nature was practically impossible. He believed it would be unfeasible to create a sword superior to the Crimson Lotus, but perhaps it would be possible to forge a hammer using the same material. He also discovered that the power absorbed by the dragon bone did not affect the other parts of the skeleton. If it had, there would be nothing left to use. With that, the recorded message ended. Vichen was deep in thought, believing that if he had more dragon bone material, he could try creating a perfect sword. He decided he would return to the workshop and said they could call him if they needed anything. He asked Revan to tell Hansen to forge the hammer from dragon bone, while he himself would try to find another skeleton to forge a new weapon. With that, the two said goodbye. The scene then shifted to Julian, who said that up to that moment, all they had were pieces of information with no practical use. But Vichen disagreed, saying that all possibilities were still open, and that the most important thing now was to find a way to become stronger and defeat the sixth son of the Samian family. Vichen asked if Julian had any strategy, but he replied that they hadn't even managed to defeat Marlon, let alone someone even stronger. However, maybe if they had the blessing of the cerebral giant, they'd have a chance. Vichen thought that was impossible, but Julian reminded him that they had seen the mana flow in Marlon's memories. Even so, Vichen argued that it wasn't possible to activate mana based only on a memory. Julian then explained that this was true for a normal human, but that divine mana worked differently. When Vichen asked if he had memorized it, Julian replied yes, perfectly and without flaws. Vichen, impatient, asked why he was still standing still, since they needed that blessing. Julian replied that it was exactly because of that. He asked if Vichen really wanted to receive a blessing with his body in that condition. Cerebral-type mana was the most destructive of all elements, and the cerebral giant was the strongest among mental gods. If they tried to use it now, Vichen's body would certainly be destroyed. Julian then asked Vichen to return to the fortress and recover as much as possible before any attempt. The scene changed, showing that 3 days had already passed. Inside a carriage on the way to Karmazin Fortress, Vichen commented that it seemed there were other carriages nearby. Herka Quebel explained that he would participate in the engraving ceremony, which caught Vichen by surprise. The scene then moved to the ceremony itself. There was Hannah Adenka, representative of the rank 1 cadets, direct descendant and third daughter of the Adenka family. Also present were Abel Adenka, fourth direct son and representative of rank 5, and Damien Adenka, fifth son and representative of rank 8 cadets. Vichen reflected that, aside from Marlon, it was the first time he had seen the other direct descendants. They all seemed amazing, especially little Hannah, who, even so young, radiated a strength that gave him chills. Next appeared the representative of rank 9 cadets, Selbyra. Then the patriarch of the Adenka family arrived and announced that he would call Vichen Adenka to the front. He took Vichen's sword and declared that from that moment on, he would engrave his name on the Crimson Monument. As he released his mana, an overwhelming power filled the place, frightening everyone present. Many couldn't even look directly at him. With a firm strike, the patriarch engraved the name Vichen Adenka into the stone and ordered him never to forget who he was. The final scene showed the rank 9 cadets in great excitement. One of their companions had become someone extraordinary, and now Vichen's name was engraved among the heroes of Adenka. Sari appeared asking if anyone had seen Vichen, but no one knew where he was. Meanwhile, Vichen was isolated, deeply meditating to try to reproduce the flow of the cerebral giant's blessing. With Julian's guidance, he finally began to concentrate, but during the process, Julian couldn't hold back his tears. He was still moved by the fact that Vichen's name had been engraved on the sacred stone. To him, it was proof that their father had finally recognized Vichen as his son. Vichen, however, said that was just the beginning, as there was still much more to achieve. He asked Julian to stop crying because they would have to work hard for what was coming. After some time, Vichen managed to complete the mana circle of the cerebral giant. At that moment, a god appeared before Julian, but Vichen's body couldn't handle it, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Lightning began to erupt violently from his body, and he said the energy was overflowing. The god observed everything with curiosity, saying it was rare to see a human acquire such divinity on their own. According to him, from time to time, such bastards were born. When Julian asked who he was, the spirit responded that he had been summoned when the blessing was activated, and that was why he had granted his power as requested. Worried, Julian said, Vichen shouldn't be in that state, and begged for him to be saved. But the god explained there was a problem. Vichen's physical skeleton was inadequate for that kind of energy. His body absorbed mana like a sponge, and had received far more power than it could handle. According to the god, the only solution was to stop the mana flow. However, if he did that now, he would never grant the blessing again. So Vichin had to choose, die, trying, or survive with the blessing. Julian, outraged, said that made no sense at all. The god, irritated, replied that this was the price for receiving more than one could endure. He said that Vichin, even in that state, knew that if he stopped now, he would never receive anything again. Julian then decided to act. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Even with his divine power being weak, he tried to protect Vichin's heart, creating a barrier to prevent it from being destroyed from within. But the lightning intensified, and Vichin's body was being overwhelmed. Julian himself reached his limit and began to fade, saying he couldn't last much longer. At that moment, the barrier he had placed on Vichin's heart exploded, and the boy collapsed unconscious. At the same moment, Priest Shevin appeared. Julian noticed that Vichin hadn't given up yet, so he wouldn't either. He tried to communicate with the priest, hoping that, as a divine being, he might hear his voice. To his surprise, Shevin heard and asked who was speaking. Julian explained that he was a god close to Vichin, and that he needed healing urgently. But Shevin said he couldn't get close because of the lightning. Julian insisted, saying they needed to block the lightning first. So the two joined forces to try to contain all that chaotic energy. Once they succeeded, Shevin began to activate his healing power. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Sari, who had gone to speak with Vargan. He asked if she was ready, and she confidently said yes. She asked him to teach her sorcery. Vargan then recalled the fight between Marloni and Vichin, and said that at that moment, he had sensed a very strong mana coming from her body. According to him, that energy was far beyond what current magical studies could understand. But he also warned that it wouldn't be easy, as he had never been a kind teacher. Sari, determined, said she wanted to be strong so she could help Vichin. She knew he was improving fast, but all she had been able to do so far was heal him. She wanted to go beyond that, to stand beside him as a true warrior. Vargan then explained that since she was a maid, she needed Vichin's permission to begin training. But before they could continue the conversation, everything around them was engulfed by a blinding light of lightning. Alarmed, Vargan wondered what was happening. When the two arrived at the place where Vichin was, they found the room completely destroyed. But Shevin, still by the boy's side, said that Vichin was fine. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but it seemed Vichin had been given a new chance. The scene then changed, and Vichin asked the girl if she really wanted to learn magic. Embarrassed, she confirmed that she did, but only with his permission. Julian was excited by the idea, saying that having a maid with powers would be a valuable opportunity. However, Vichin noticed something strange in his behavior, though Julian said he would return to normal after some rest. Since Vichin had given his permission, he told her she could train a lot and asked Vargan to take good care of her. Vargan, in turn, noticed that Vichin now possessed the power of the cerebral giant. In an instant, he blinked and realized Vichin had become much stronger. After that, Vichin realized something important. He still didn't have a teacher, while even his maid already had one. He hadn't learned any sword style left by Arslan, the former master. Vichin mentioned to Vargan that the friendly exchange between fortresses was approaching quickly, so he needed to train. He asked who would be the teacher responsible for training him at the fortress. But Vargan explained that it was up to him to find a teacher, since, after all, it was still a military fortress. The elders of each family usually sponsored a child with potential to become a successor and, with that, provided a teacher. Some martial artists could also volunteer. Vargan couldn't believe Vichin still had no sponsor, and began to wonder if he had made the right decision in choosing to trust him. Julian then stated that no elder was on their side, and asked who would want to volunteer to sponsor someone considered useless like Vichin. Faced with that, Vichin concluded that, in that case, there was only one option in a single place. The scene changed and showed Wilson handing a letter to Raelsa, explaining that it was addressed to the patriarch of young Master Vichin. Raelsa asked why he hadn't delivered it directly to the patriarch. He replied that he would never have the courage to be alone with that man, as he was truly terrifying. When the patriarch read the letter, he realized that Vichin needed a teacher. Raelsa then realized that she had been so distracted by Vichin's enrollment in the fortress that she had completely forgotten about that need. Khan, who was beside her, commented that he knew Vichin had acquired the cerebral giant, but didn't understand why the letter had been sent directly to him. Raelsa suggested that maybe it was just a son asking his own father for help. Khan then recalled that Raelsa had instructed Vichin before and asked if she couldn't train him again. However, Raelsa refused, explaining that she had used her own family's swordsmanship, which was already in ruins, and not the swordsmanship of the Adenka family. If she continued like that, it would only harm Vichin. Still, she said she knew someone who would be very suitable for the task. He was someone the patriarch knew well, a powerful man, a master of Adenka swordsmanship, and a former bearer of the cerebral giantones, known as the Colossal Thunder. She believed he would be the ideal teacher for Vichin. Since he was her friend, she promised to convince him. That man was the vice captain of the White Sword Unit, named Merlin. While walking through the training field, Merlin remembered Vichin and wondered how the boy was doing. At that moment, Raelsa appeared before him, saying she needed to talk. The scene then shifted to his room, where Raelsa explained that there was a new position available for Merlin at a training institution within the Yellow Dragon unit. However, he quickly refused refused the offer. Raelsa then said there was someone she really wanted him to train. She revealed it was the young master Vichin, known by many as a failure. Merlin already knew him and said the chances of him becoming a patriarch were very low, especially without sponsors. Even so, he said he couldn't accept. But the moment Raelsa mentioned that Vichin had acquired the blessing of the electric giant, Merlin was surprised. Although he showed interest, he explained that there were reasons why he couldn't accept the request. He said he was hated by all the elders and that none of them trusted him. And yet, they were asking him to train a boy who hadn't even been chosen by one of them. Raelsa, however, proposed a bet. She said Vichin would soon have a duel against the master of Samian. If Vichin won that battle, Merlin would have to accept becoming his teacher. The scene then jumped a few days ahead. Vichin was still training, but continued to struggle to control the lightning from the blessing he had received. He could feel the power filling his whole body, but it wasn't easy to master such unstable energy. Julian was observing the training and commented that the performance level was still very low, especially compared to the massive effort they were putting in. Vichin asked if Julian remembered Raelsa's response when she said she couldn't find a teacher for him before the friendly exchange meeting. The first reason was because the most qualified person was refusing. The second was the influence of the elders, who didn't want anyone interfering with the structure of the descendants they had formed. These elders made up an association created to keep the patriarch's forces away, and not even the patriarch himself could impose his will against them. Raelsa wanted to help Vichin, but knew, unfortunately, that she couldn't do anything in that situation. Meanwhile, Julian explained that there was another method they could use, the swordsmanship of Samian. He reminded Vichin that he used to be a Samian and had already used that sword style in Hansen's workshop. But Vichin reflected that if he used that technique in public, the two of them would be dragged back by their mother. Even so, he wondered if he could fully use those skills in his current body. The scene then shifted to the Samian archipelago, in the main castle of the Samian family. A blonde boy stood facing a white tiger with blue eyes. At that moment, one of the family elders appeared. His name was Julian Samian. He informed the blonde boy that his opponent would be Vichin Adenka, the seventh son, once called useless, but who had recently been showing strange and unexpected developments. Julian Samian explained that for the Samian family, the friendly exchange was an event that brought more problems than benefits. If they won, nothing would change, but if they lost, they would suffer great humiliation. He then invoked his blessing of the sword god and, with a single strike, cut the white tiger into several pieces. The name of that boy was Kagon Samian, the sixth direct descendant of the family. Meanwhile, Sari wondered if Vichin would like the gift she had prepared with such care. But the moment she approached him, she was startled. A powerful purple aura filled the surroundings as Vichin transformed the Crimson Lotus into a massive sword enveloped in energy. The power radiating from him was almost suffocating. Even so, she tried to stay composed. Embarrassed, she still managed to hand over the gift. She said that what was inside the crystal was what really mattered, as it contained the training footage of Kagon, the sixth son of the Samian family. Vichin was very happy with the gift and thanked her sincerely. But Sari, still visibly embarrassed, asked him to be careful with the final part, as it could be very cruel. When Vichin started watching the boy's training video, something deeply shocked him. All of Kagon's movements were exactly the same as Kajin's. Not only the attacks and techniques, but also the way he continued, even after the opponent surrendered. Even his facial expression was identical to Kajin's at that time. Having a similar appearance could be a coincidence, but the tiniest details, gestures, posture, habits, and core techniques all made Vichin question who this boy called Kagon really was. It sparked a deep curiosity in him. He wanted to meet him in person. The name might sound odd, even funny, but the contents of that crystal were far too real to be ignored. The scene then shifted to a new location. A mage named Alberto, captain of the magic division, welcomed the gathered mages to the start of the friendly exchange, a traditional event consisting of 3 stages. The first was a treasure hunt, where they had to find the chest of the enchanted dungeon. The second was the subjugation of a captured beast, and the third would be the duel, considered the highlight of the event. Everyone present would be responsible for the first stage, and the mages were asked to decide what magical creature they would create using their spells. Vargon, one of the representatives of Crimson Fortress, suggested creating level 8 reptiles or demons, judging them sufficient to challenge 3-star martial artists. However, the mages from the 6th Magic Tower raised their hands with another proposal. They suggested using the level 8 giant beast, known as Fractor. Vargon was distressed by the idea. That creature was extremely powerful, and, according to him, suitable only for 4 or 5-star warriors. He considered it a provocation. Even so, one of the mages from the 6th Tower tried to reassure him, saying that a battle at that level would excite the crowd and make the event more thrilling. Vargon, irritated, replied that using that giant beast would only serve to make the 6th young master seem even more extraordinary. The mage then fired back, saying that if he kept making excuses, he might as well give up on the Crimson Fortress. In response, Vargon hinted that the Samian family had gained some very loyal allies, to which the other mage sarcastically replied that those accusations were sad to hear. That was when Alberto lost his patience and told everyone to be quiet. He said that the ones fighting would be the young masters, not them. To settle the matter of the summoned creature, he proposed a vote. Everyone around Vargon raised their hands in favor of the giant beast, including Alberto himself, which caused Vargon, overwhelmed with anger, to call them all dogs of the Samian family. The scene changed again, now showing Herka, who was frustrated and going through a pile of papers. Irritated, she asked Vargon where the guest list of the Samian family was. He calmly pointed to its location, which only made her more frustrated. She wondered why she had ever agreed to become the fortress director. Then she asked how preparations for the first stage of the event were going, and whether he would be responsible for the magical illusions. But Vargon explained that all the mages who didn't belong to Crimson Fortress, including Captain Alberto, had been bought by the Samian family. Since the 6th magic tower was located within their territory, there was nothing more to be done. Even so, Vargon said that as long as Vichin won the remaining stages, everything would be fine. Herka asked if he truly believed Vichin could win that match. Vargon, visibly embarrassed, answered hesitantly, admitting he hoped so. Herka, however, was blunt. She said the probability of victory was under 10%, and at that moment, seemed to realize that Vargon was in love with Vichin. Teasing him, she leaned over and said she was going to put an end to his jealousy. Embarrassed, Vargon immediately teleported away, telling her to get back to work since the event was the next day. On the day of the friendly exchange, many people had gathered and were surprised to find out that this was Vichin Adenka. He was there as a substitute for Malone Adenka, who could not attend. There were rumors that the Adenka were already at a disadvantage, but with Malone's absence, the situation had gotten even worse. However, Vichin wasn't concerned about that. He could only think about how much Kagon resembled Kajin, as if he were living a deja vu. That was when the two finally stood face to face. Kagon politely greeted him, saying it was a pleasure to meet someone from Crimson Fortress. The two shook hands, which caused a stir around them. Everyone was taking pictures, surprised by the meeting. Kagon remarked that it was nice to make friends with someone his own age, and Vichin agreed, although a strange feeling bothered him. Kagon's smile felt fake. Something about it made Vichin uncomfortable. It was as if behind that friendly face, something dark lurked, something difficult to explain. Kagon said he hoped Vichin would be able to prove his worth in the challenge, but Vichin, alert and confident, replied that he hoped the same from him. He wanted to see with his own eyes the talent everyone claimed Kagon had. That surprised Vargon, who was impressed by Vichin's boldness in provoking his opponent from the very beginning. Even Herka silently wondered if he truly believed he could win that confrontation. With that, it was officially announced that the friendly exchange event had begun. Then the scene shifted to Herka, who gave the ceremonial announcement of the first stage, the treasure hunt. The two main participants would enter an enchanted space and had to find a chest identical to the one she held in her hands. Within that space, several monsters created through magic would be scattered, and a giant creature called Fractor would guard the chest. Each participant was allowed to choose 2 level 9 cadets to accompany them during the mission. As the last to be defeated in the previous exchange, the Adenka were given the right to make the first selection. Discreetly, Herka whispered in Vichin's ear, suggesting that he choose Sari, who was the second highest ranked cadet. However, to everyone's surprise, Vichin chose Sizin and Harmon, names completely unfamiliar to the organizers. Upon checking, they found that both were among the lowest ranked level 9 cadets. Even the cadets themselves were confused, unable to believe they had been chosen. 8, one of the spectators, commented that maybe Vichin was just trying to create an excuse for his future loss. But Vichin made it clear that this was not the case. He had chosen those two specifically so no one could make excuses. He wanted to show that it was possible to face Kagon without the best support. Beyond that, there was a deeper reason. Even if distant, Sizin and Harmon carried the blood of the Adenka, and it was important to defeat the Samian family with direct heirs of Patriarch Arslan. Vichin had mentioned this to Sari before, but even so, she felt sad for not being chosen. She felt ignored. Realizing the misunderstanding, Vichin explained that he trusted her deeply. He said he had only managed to defeat Malone thanks to Sari's leadership on that previous occasion. He asked her to do her best during the event. However, she didn't quite understand what he meant, since he had opted not to choose her. That was when Vichin explained that it was all part of his provocation against Kagon. At that very moment, Kagon began to smile, and announced that he would choose both his representative and his deputy, declaring he would show Vichin just how arrogant he was being. Upon seeing this, Vargon understood that he needed to trust Vichin's choices, no matter how strange they seemed. The portal for the treasure hunt opened, marking the beginning of the first stage of the friendly exchange. Inside the enchanted space, Vichin's group began to organize. One of the cadets asked if they could use a lantern, while Sari, still upset, watched from afar, frustrated at being completely ignored. Meanwhile, Kagon's group seemed to advance effortlessly. Some spectators even commented that the first stage was boring, but everything would change when the giants appeared. Along the way, Harmon asked Vichin if he truly believed they could be useful. Vichin replied that he did. He saw both as great martial artists, capable of overcoming their own fears. However, he had barely finished speaking when they were suddenly attacked by a giant. Sizin, panicked, said the monster was much bigger than he had imagined. Everyone wondered if Vichin had been hit, but he was already on top of the creature, landing precise strikes. Right after, Vichin signaled for Harmon and Sizin to carry out the plan. They began banging on metal pots, creating loud noises. That was because the fractors, despite their size, had limited vision and reacted automatically to loud sounds like drums or metallic banging. While the monster was distracted by the noise, Vichin moved toward the chest. However, Vargan, watching from outside, commented that this was not the true essence of the trial. The most important thing was to demonstrate martial skill during the mission. This made some spectators laugh at Vichin's plan, thinking he was just running away from the fight. Despite that, Vichin managed to find the chest, but as he approached, he was struck violently in the face. A second giant appeared before him, changing the situation entirely. With two fractors now on the field, his plan was compromised. He realized he would have to save at least one of his special techniques, the absolute sword, in order to escape. However, that was becoming increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Vargan was also confused. He didn't understand why there were two fractors in that space. One of the mages responsible tried to justify it, saying he may have made a small mistake. Furious, Vargan charged at the mage, but Herka stopped him, reminding him that too many eyes were watching. Even so, before walking away, she threatened the mage with harsh words, saying that if this was sabotage, he would pay dearly for it. The scene then shifted to Kagon's group, which was eliminating monsters with extreme ease. Using his special ability, he defeated two giants with impressive speed, leaving even Sari speechless, as she admitted he was truly powerful. Kagon, smiling confidently, declared that there was still much more to show in that trial. Meanwhile, Vichin was running desperately to escape the giants. His ally Julian, confused, asked if they couldn't just bring the two together and strike them with a single blow. But Vichin replied that it wouldn't be easy, as the creatures were too large and reacted unpredictably. He needed to find a new target to complete his plan. That was when he looked at Julian and got an idea. At that moment, she appeared before the cadets and announced that the plans had changed. Vichin, followed by the two giants that had been chasing him, appeared right behind, causing panic among the others. Some thought they were about to be killed right then and there, but Vichin remained calm and signaled for Julian to prepare for what was coming next. Vichin realized that, as he had expected, he couldn't clearly see the path of his sword because of the size of his opponents. To resolve that, he needed something to stand between him and the two giants. That something ended up being Julian's presence. Taking advantage of this, Vichin unleashed his powerful alternative absolute sword attack, slicing both giants in half as if they were made of paper. The scene was so impressive that it left all the spectators shocked. No one could believe such overwhelming power came from him. Julian, on the other hand, was furious, since he had almost been hit by the attack. Unfazed, Vichin replied that it was impossible to cut through a god. Sinzin and Harmon, confused, asked who Vichin was talking to. Embarrassed, he answered that it was nothing, and asked them to leave the dungeon quickly. He said the last thing he would cut with his sword was the entrance itself, since the entire space had been forged with magic. As soon as he did so, the group returned to the arena. Malone commented that the spell seemed to have been broken and asked for confirmation. But Vargan said there was no need, since Vichin's sword was capable of cutting through even magic. Even as he said this calmly, he seemed impressed by Vichin's swordsmanship. Captain Alberto, furious, demanded Vichin's disqualification for destroying one of the stages of the exam. However, Herka pointed out that there was no rule prohibiting that kind of action. Still, the expression on the face of the Magic Association's captain, who was supposed to remain neutral, made it clear that he was bothered by the outcome. Another mage commented that the first stage was precisely meant to showcase strength, and it didn't matter who finished first. He added that if Kagon continued to demonstrate his martial arts, he would most likely win. Vichin, calm, said that Kagon would soon finish his part. Then he asked whether they had used a copying element to create the dungeon. Vargenton explained that in order to make both environments identical, a hidden copy element had been used. Thus, two identical dungeons were created, and Vichin had entered one of them. Since he destroyed his dungeon, the mana flow that had been divided between the two spilled entirely into Kagon's side. Meanwhile, Kagon was still fighting the giants, completely confused about what was happening. The giant continued attacking him, showing that its intelligence was the same as always. Kagon, confident, tried cutting the monster's hand, but nothing happened. That terrified him. He then assumed something strange must have occurred outside, because it made no sense for the monster to be that strong. At that moment, Sue began banging on a pan to distract the giant, which immediately started chasing her. She thought she would never help someone like Kagon if it weren't for Vichin. However, the giant slammed the ground hard, throwing Sue far away and leaving her defenseless in front of two giants. That's when Kagon appeared, furious that his presentation had been ruined. He then activated his technique called Scarlet Music, Final Chapter, opening a massive hole in the chest of both enemies. Despite the victory, Kagon was frustrated, as his plan had been completely ruined. As he exited the trial, he muttered that Vichin had surely done much worse than he had. However, upon leaving the arena, he found Vichin waiting for him. With a provoking smile, Vichin said that judging by Kagon's expression, it seemed like he enjoyed the gift he had left behind. He remarked that he had the help of a talented friend in sorcery, and that thanks to that, he managed to make the mana from his dungeon overflow. Kagon, outraged, asked if he had been tricked from the start, but soon his expression changed. He admitted that he had been completely defeated and declared that from that moment on, everything would be different. He now saw Vichin as a true friend. Vichin, with a threatening look, replied that he was also looking forward to it. Soon after, Herka announced that the winner of the first stage was Vichin Adenka, and informed everyone that the next stage would take place in 3 days. The scene shifted to Sari, who showed relief that Vichin had won. At that moment, Kagon appeared in front of her and extended his hand in gratitude. Sari, however, had a strange feeling, as if she shouldn't shake that hand. Kagon, smiling, commented that his hand was starting to feel heavy, and she, a bit awkwardly, apologized and greeted him. As they said goodbye, he said she would have a big surprise soon. Meanwhile, in the frozen mountains, Sari was training alone, focusing only on magic. Wilson came to her, bringing clothes and food. Alarmed, Sari asked what had happened at the friendly exchange event. Wilson replied that he served the most absurd guy in the world and that, obviously, Vichin had won. Sari confessed that she couldn't concentrate because of the young master. The headmaster had said it would be better for her to train there, as the place made it easier to communicate with the spirits of the snowy mountain. She needed to find a spirit to form a contract with as soon as possible. At her current level, she could only make a pact with one, but she liked them all. Suddenly, Sari heard a voice calling for help. Wilson, however, didn't say a single word. Meanwhile, Sari and the other cadets were celebrating Vichin's victory, but he mentioned that he had won by only 1 point. Sari commented that 1 point, in the history of the Adenka family, was monumental. She reminded herself that she shouldn't be celebrating, since she was Kagon's partner, but Vichin explained that she had been crucial to his victory. Since Vichin and Kagon were at the same level as martial artists, her support had caused a decisive disadvantage for Kagon. Impressed by his cunning, Sari promised that next time she would help him even more. However, when Vichin touched Sari's hand, he was startled. He grabbed her arm and, upon looking at her hand, noticed something disturbing. She was carrying the seal of the Samian chain. Alarmed, Vichin asked what had happened to her, and whether she had made any physical contact with someone from the Samian family. Sari explained that the only thing she had done was shake Kagon's hand after the battle. That revelation made Vichin even more furious, as it was enough for him to understand the origin of the problem. Julian, curious, asked what it meant. Vichin, in a serious tone, replied that it was a very powerful curse. The chain seal was a dark ability, capable of gradually suppressing the victim's mana, leading to a slow and painful death. He couldn't believe Kagon had stooped to such a level. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Vichin explained that the method to undo the seal depended on the specific type of curse. Since there was no time to waste, he asked Selbera to train with him every day at dawn. The girl, not understanding the seriousness of the situation, became so embarrassed that she even thought it might be a romantic date. However, when they arrived in the icy mountains, Vichin was already waiting with a serious look in his eyes. He reflected that, although the chain seal had been erased from most historical records, it could not be treated as something ordinary. Like other forgotten techniques, that technique was the result of dark magic. And worse, it had been used against someone who wasn't even directly participating in the competition. That, to him, was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Sari arrived at the location but was not wearing combat clothes. She had interpreted the training request as a date, and her outfit reflected that expectation. However, the first thing Vichin asked was why she was dressed like that for training. Without realizing it, he was wasting yet another opportunity that life had given him. Even Julian, observing the scene, asked whether Vichin had been a virgin in his past life. It was clear to everyone that Sari liked him, but Vichin found it strange. To him, Sari was very young, since in his past life he had been 29 years old, and that had been more than 500 years ago. Despite that, the training continued. They were holding hands, but only for technical reasons, as Vichin was guiding Sari to circulate mana through her body. He noticed the flow was so impaired that she couldn't even feel it. Frustrated, Vichin realized the seal was stronger than he had imagined. He concluded that an offering would be necessary to undo it. Normally, the living heart of an animal, spirit, or human was used in this type of magic. The offering, he thought, had probably been hidden somewhere in the snowy mountain. If they didn't find it in time, Selbera would die. Julian, trying to remain calm, reminded them that the friendly exchange event would take place in just 3 days. But Vichin interrupted him, saying that certain moments required more important decisions. Pursuing goals alone could mean losing those around you. He admitted that, if he still had the friends he lost to Sion in his past life, he might not have spent the rest of his days in a prison. Tired, Sari had to end the training. As they returned home, Julian asked why Vichin knew so much about curses. He explained that, when he was imprisoned, his mana had been sealed, and he was told that the heart of a death row prisoner had been used for it. Julian was shocked and asked what crime he had committed to be imprisoned for 10 years. Vichin replied that it was because of the battle against Kajin. But before he could say more, Sari suddenly fainted. They rushed to take her to the treatment room. The priest suggested sending her directly to the Temple of Gaia, but Vichin believed she wouldn't survive the trip. He then asked Priest Shevin to take good care of Selbera, Selbira while he searched for the seal's offering. He had made up his mind. He would not lose anyone else because of dirty tricks. Meanwhile, Sari, still unconscious, seemed to wander in a dream. Inside, she heard the same voice that had previously asked for help. Then, when she opened her eyes in that internal world, she saw Vishen in front of her. He asked what exactly she was doing there. After exchanging a few words, Sari wanted to know what was normally used as an offering. Vishen explained that it could be something small, like a creature or a spirit, hidden in the forest. Sari was frightened, but said she might be able to help him. Meanwhile, in the real world, the curse on Selbira was worsening rapidly. Vishen, now carrying Sari in his arms, heard her say that the voice came from that direction, near the ravine. They descended together, searching for any trace of the hidden spirit. As time was short, Vishen decided he would destroy the place if necessary to find it. Before he could attack, Sari found the spirit, but when she saw it, she was horrified, saying it was too cruel. The spirit was sealed in suffering. Vishen acknowledged that there was no hope of saving it. Given that, he decided the best option was to release it peacefully. Sari began to cry, saying there was another way. Then, unexpectedly, she started a ritual that startled both Vishen and Julian. They both realized she was making a contract with the spirit. It was at that moment that the curse was finally broken, freeing the spirit that had been sealed. Vishen was deeply impressed. He admitted to himself that Sari was truly amazing. But suddenly, a powerful attack was launched in her direction. Vishen reacted immediately, shielding Sari with his own body and blocking the strike. He looked toward the attacker and asked what the hell he was doing there. It was Kagan, who accused Vishen of interrupting a traditional ceremony of the Samian family, claiming he should have a good explanation for it. That accusation only increased Vishen's fury. Kagan, keeping an arrogant tone, said that Vishen had initiated a diplomatic dispute against Samian, and suggested he walk away and leave everything behind. That way, the incident could be covered up. But Vishen, enraged, shouted, asking how he could call that a tradition when he had clearly tried to kill Selbira. Kagan merely laughed with contempt, saying that there was a class into which he was born, and that both he and Vishen were different from others. They had been born to bear that heavy burden. He stated that anyone who dared to cross his path deserved to be punished in the cruelest possible way. Without hesitation, Vishen pressed his sword to Kagan's neck, stating that nothing had changed in 500 years, and that the right Kagan so firmly defended was, to him, completely wrong. Kagan, in turn, commented that Vishen's eyes were too wide, and for that reason, they could never be good friends. He said they would settle the dispute at the end of the friendly exchange event. The scene then returned to Selbira, who at that moment was finally waking up. The curse was leaving her hand. Vishen ran to her, asking how she was. Priest Shevan, greatly relieved, explained that she had awakened and was fine. When he took her hand, Vishen confirmed that the curse had indeed been lifted. Shevan reminded him that only 2 days remained until the next stage of the competition, and that they needed to prepare. Vishen agreed, saying he would not lose to Kagan under any circumstances, but he knew that this time, they would be facing a true monster. The scene then shifted to the main castle of the Adenka family, where a man named Iagol Adenka, one of the 4 great elders, was reading the news attentively. He asked if what he was reading was true. Elder Fidanelli confirmed that it was. The elders commented that, in the past, they thought that boy was useless, but now they saw that he had matured greatly. One of them, Delbek Adenka, showed irritation. He stated that the elders had always been the source of power that sustained authority over the Adenka family for the past 500 years, except for the last 25. Ever since Khan Adenka had taken over as patriarch, he had shown disdain for the elders since his youth. Now, little by little, he was centralizing all the power in himself. Fidanelli revealed that she was sponsoring Khan's 2 children as potential successors. The first, Carmen, overflowed with ambition. The second, Dia, showed no interest in martial arts whatsoever. The plan was to make them patriarch and matriarch respectively, while manipulating them like puppets. But Delbek questioned whether they had considered what would happen if Vishen defeated Sami. After all, he was the son of Sarvana Hisley, a woman with no powerful family to back him. That meant they were on the verge of losing control. In addition, Khan had engraved Vishen's name onto the family's lineage stone. The sword he used was the Crimson Lotus, the same one Khan wielded when he was young. This raised suspicions that the patriarch was using Vishen to challenge the elders. They decided they could no longer allow Vishen to continue accumulating accomplishments. The other elders asked what they could do. That was when the 4th elder, Tilavan Adenka, stated that he had a plan. The second stage of the examination was under the direct responsibility of the Adenka family. 2 days later, the second stage of the test began. Herka announced that the trial would consist of subjugating a giant creature. The only clear rule was to pulverize the monster in front of everyone in the shortest time possible. The monster to be faced was a lizardman, a creature known for forging long spears out of animal skeletons. Kagan's battle was shown first. He quickly defeated the lizard, slicing it in half almost instantly. Vargon reported that Kagan had scored 14 points, completing the trial in 86 seconds, a new record for the friendly exchange, surpassing the previous record of 106 seconds. Kagan, full of arrogance, declared that the next thing he would cut in half would be Vishen. Then it was time for Vishen to face his own monster. He was preparing while Herka began the countdown. Backstage, Fidanelli confronted Tilavan, asking what he had done with the test. chest. He claimed he had done absolutely nothing, but she insisted, saying she knew he had interfered in the second stage. In the end, he admitted that the only thing he had done was not feed Vichen's monster for the past 2 days. That had turned the creature into a starving, extremely aggressive beast, enough to prevent Vichen from winning in just a few seconds. Julian, noticing the monster's condition, panicked and suggested that maybe the test should be stopped, but it was already too late. As soon as the trial began, the monster charged at Vichen with full fury. Vichen quickly thought that if he only dodged the attack, he wouldn't be able to beat Kagon's time. In front of everyone, Vichen spread his arms without hesitation. The gesture stunned the entire arena. The lizardman didn't hesitate and pierced his spear straight through Vichen's chest, but with a disturbing smile on his face, Vichen declared that now he would no longer hold back. He activated his electric giant trait, letting his energy explode like thunder. Herka, smiling curiously, asked Vargon to check Vichen's time. She wondered why he was going so far. Perhaps, she thought, he had been possessed by some spirit that died trying to defeat a member of the Samian family. When the timer was revealed, the result shocked everyone. 5.39 seconds. Once again, Vichen Adenka emerged victorious. However, the priests were in a panic. The wound from the spear was too deep. While they tried to remove it from his chest, Kagon watched the scene in silence, completely in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Vichen would choose such a brutal method, but the protagonist simply looked at him, smiled, and said he had won. It was then announced that the third stage would take place in 3 days. Inside a nearby carriage, a woman listened attentively to everything. She murmured that that child really was Sarvana Hisley's son, and she couldn't wait to meet him. The scene shifted to the Crimson Fortress. There, Shevin remarked that the place had been much quieter before Vichen's arrival. Vichen thanked him for the treatment, but Shevin explained that it was impossible to provide proper care for that mysterious plaque he carried. The previous treatment Vichen received had come from someone who gave him that plaque, someone with miraculous healing powers. Shevin confessed that, not being on the same level as that priest, he couldn't fully heal him. Vichen's heart was still damaged, and if he kept pushing himself like that, he might never be able to use mana again. At that moment, Herka appeared excited, saying it was time for the meal. In a hurry, she informed them that the patriarch and matriarch of the Adenka and Samian families had arrived. They were being called for a family dinner. As they walked to the hall, Vichen wondered what those families were plotting. Soon, the matriarch of Samian, Valkia Salmon, appeared, saying it had been a long time since she last saw Khan. During dinner, Vichen was surprised to be in the presence of Samian's most important figure. Valkia commented that ever since Khan grew up, he had become much more stingy, to the point of hiding such a promising talent within his own family. She then secretly unleashed a powerful wave of mana toward Vichen. He immediately stood up, taking a defensive stance. The reaction impressed Valkia, who wondered if he had sensed her mana, despite how subtle it had been. Vichen, sweating cold, realized how powerful she was. Her presence was so sharp that he felt he could be split in half just by her aura. She was, without a doubt, a martial artist of the highest level. Valkia praised his instinct, saying he had a good sense of perception. Khan, curious, asked why he was smiling so much. Vichen replied that it was because she was very strong. When Khan asked if he had sensed her mana, Vichen confirmed that he had. Khan then tried to do the same with Kagon, but the young man didn't feel a thing. Valkia calmly told her son not to worry about it. Julian discreetly commented that even during dinner, it felt like a battle of K, which was quite frightening. Outside, Valkia said that Khan's son, whom she once considered useless, had matured a lot. Khan admitted that his prodigy had disappointed him, but Valkia said someone was plotting against them. Khan asked if she meant the Samian elders, and she confirmed. She suspected that the first stage had been sabotaged by her elders, but the second one had definitely involved his. According to her, it was clear that the target was Vichen, a variable the elders wanted to eliminate as soon as possible. She then asked what Khan thought about it and whether he believed his son, who had Sarvana's personality, would win the third stage. Khan, with a somber look, said the Adenka would certainly surpass Sion. Valkia, provocative, asked if he was referring to that ancient testament, and if he still hadn't managed to fulfill it after the past 500 years. She suggested maybe it was time to give up. She also questioned how he planned to deal with the elders' interference. Khan replied with conviction that there was no one on that continent who remained alive after betraying his trust. Valkia, intrigued, said he seemed absolutely certain that Vichen would defeat Kagon, but he responded that he trusted his son because he had promised to come out victorious. The scene finally shifted to the battlefield of the third stage of the friendly exchange encounter. Khan and Valkia were watching side by side. Kagon and Vichen stood face to face, their swords ready. Tension filled the air, and the battle was about to begin. Vichen knew that with his damaged heart, he could only use one strike of the absolute sword. Because of that, he needed to find a decisive opening. He began the fight by testing Kagon with the power of the electric giant, searching for the perfect moment for the final blow. With surprising ease, Kagon nullified Vichen's attack, displaying a level of confidence that bordered on disdain. His aura felt strange, and Vichen quickly realized it. Kagon's mana burned with a dark crimson tone, a characteristic of a forbidden technique, the hidden mana of the Samian clan, known as the Crimson Emperor's power. This technique used one's own life force as fuel, and it was the same one that had caused his defeat in the past. Realizing that Vichin recognized the technique, Kagon immediately launched forward. Vichin activated body enhancement with the Crimson Lotus, but even that wasn't enough to stop his arm from being cut. Shocked by the enemy's speed, Vichin understood that the Crimson Emperor's power did not directly increase physical attributes. That could only mean the realization of that young man had already surpassed the abilities of Kajin himself. Kagon kept attacking from all directions, mocking Vichin and asking where all that arrogance he had shown had gone. After a powerful clash between their blows, Vichin reflected on the weakness of the Crimson Emperor in prolonged battles. If he could time it right, perhaps he would find an opening. That was when Kagon unleashed a devastating move called New Moon Strike and smiled maniacally as he watched the destruction left in its wake. However, when the dust settled, he was completely shocked. In front of him, Vichin had activated a new technique from Amalun Swordsmanship, Chapter 3, which he used to block the attack. The scene shifted back to the past, revealing a defining moment in the life of Davin, a martial artist who continued to fight even after losing his right arm. At that time, Kajin was publicly humiliating an opponent, claiming that a man with 2 arms was even more useless than a loser with none. The words were cruel, and many knew they were indirectly aimed at Davin, who stood silently, carrying the weight of his past and his loss. That was when a familiar figure appeared before him. It was Falco Amaluni, a young martial artist from the Samian family, respected for his refined technique and unwavering determination. As soon as he saw him, Davin recognized the face. He remembered him from the Samian clan's battlefields, where both had been treated merely as tools to elevate Kajin's reputation. That shared injustice created a quiet bond between them. That day, Falco asked if Davin still dreamed of defeating Kajin, even knowing that the warrior's fame was built on lies. With a sad smile, Davin said yes. Even without an arm, even if it seemed like a foolish dream to others, it was the only thing that still gave meaning to his life. Falco never mocked Davin's dream. On the contrary, he supported him like a true friend. He grew strong quickly and drew the attention of the elders within his own family. But that strength came at a price. They betrayed him, setting a cruel trap, and Falco lost his life before reaching his full potential. Before dying, however, he entrusted Davin with his final technique. He left not just a fighting style, but a legacy of strength, pain, and hope. That's why the new swordsmanship Davin began to use was named Amalun Swordsmanship, a silent tribute to the one who believed in him until the end. Back in the present, Kagon, still shaken, tried to understand what kind of swordsmanship that was. Vishen explained that it was the justice of the Samian clan, a technique inherited from someone who had been sacrificed by it. Kagon, unimpressed, called it useless and tried to break Vishen's sword with a kick. When he attempted another attack, he realized too late that Vishen had disappeared. At the moment of the strike, Vishen had dodged with precision, leaving Kagon completely surprised. Vishen understood that, due to Kagon's arrogant personality, he liked to attack from above, and now he was certain that Kagon used the same techniques as Kajin. No one in this world knew Kajin's swordsmanship better than Vichin himself. Kagon had even inherited his master's flaws. Vichin activated his great twin-blade strike technique and unleashed an attack so powerful that Kagon's sword shattered into pieces. The entire audience screamed, believing that Vichin had already won. Even he felt relieved. He was exhausted, and his heart felt like it was about to give out. But then, Kagon's aura changed. He declared that it wasn't over yet. Although Vichin was drained, Kagon still had one trump card left. He activated his secret trait, the blessing of the sword god, Kesak, known as the Soul Blade. The patriarchs were stunned, and even the Valkyrie had no idea Kagon possessed that trait. The blessing granted great swordsmanship talent, and upon reaching its peak, it transformed the user's sword into a new element of the imaginary. At that moment, Kagon had reached the peak of the 4-star level. He charged once more at Vishen, who was surprised to see that his opponent still had so much strength. The shockwave between their powers was so intense that the spectators in the arena could no longer follow the fight. Kagon, consumed by rage, accused Vishen of having risked his life in the second stage just to mock him with a smile. The moment came when Vishen would have to risk everything he had to continue in that battle. On the other side, Kagon also refused to lose. He declared he was willing to put his own life on the line, just like his opponent. But at the decisive instant, Vichen's swordsmanship finally shattered. Without wasting time, he lunged forward with a powerful punch and struck Kagon directly, showing that he still had strength left in his body even at the limit. Both had already surpassed their physical limits, their muscles exhausted and their bodies about to collapse. Even so, they prepared for the final blows. Vishen, gathering his last reserve of energy, used his ultimate technique, the Absolute Sword, combined with the power of the Electric Giant. At the same time, Kagon activated the power of the Blood-Red Full Moon. When the two techniques collided, a massive explosion erupted at the center of the arena. Amid the dust and debris of the collision, Vichin rushed forward and delivered a powerful strike to Kagon's arm, thus sealing the third stage of the competition with yet another victory for Cadet Vichin Adenka. The crowd exploded in celebration, shouting his name with excitement. The young man was then overcome by a flashback of his his own life, and felt that he had finally seized his destiny with his own hands. Meanwhile, the elders watched in silence, consumed by fury. The result led Merlin to tell Raelsa that he had lost the bet. Elsewhere, in the snow-covered mountains, two figures talked about the friendly exchange encounter, saying that this year's edition had been extremely entertaining, and that both masters had shown incredible skill in battle. A long-haired boy asked a man named Sirkon if he believed he could defeat the two warriors who had fought. Sirkon replied that the young master Raven was very strong. It was then revealed that the boy's name was Raven Vartikan, a member of the renowned family of Lancers, considered a rival in prestige to the Adenka and Samian families. Raven wished to train alongside Vichin, and knowing he was at the Crimson Fortress, asked that his father be informed of his decision to enroll there. Meanwhile, Vichin awoke in a strange place that resembled his memories. Confused, he began walking through that world until he was surrounded by several warriors. Without difficulty, he defeated them one by one. He felt that those spirits resembled fragments of something evil, as if they were manifestations of the dark spirit of the archdemon Davin. It was then that Kajin appeared before him, mocking him and saying he had finally found the stump. Kajin charged at him, but Vichin realized he couldn't move. Before he was struck, Kajin was cut in half by a sudden blow. The one who delivered the strike was none other than Arslan, but immediately after, a gigantic creature appeared before them, interrupting any reaction. Vichin, frightened, tried to understand what was happening. Arslan explained that the creature was the true archdemon, the one responsible for all the chaos. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Arslan said there was no more time and urged Vichin to recover as quickly as possible. He also said that Vichin needed to surpass the Samian and face the truth he had left behind. From that moment on, everything would depend solely on Vichin. The young man woke up gasping, as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. He thought he had finally overcome Xion, but he still felt that the truth had not yet been revealed. If there was a hidden reason behind his possible disqualification from the Adenka Willblood lineage, he still needed to uncover it. At that moment, the arrival of Patriarch Khan surprised all the cadets present. Khan approached Vichin, saying he had fulfilled his promise once again and, for that, deserved a reward. He asked him to say what he wished for. Vichin firmly declared that he was not yet a true Adenka, and that he needed a master who could teach him the family's true swordsmanship. Khan then asked if he was aware that the elders did not favor him, but Vichin, without hesitation, said that he had defeated a Samian, and if the elders opposed the granting of a master, he himself would stop supporting them in the future. His words surprised even his own father, who smiled and said he agreed with him. Khan then asked Vichin to follow him. Along the way, Vichin met Rielsa again, who commented that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Beside her stood Merlin, who was surprised that Vichin still remembered his name. Merlin introduced himself as an 8-star martial artist, master of the electric giant, and declared that he had personally recommended Vichin to receive a master. He also revealed that he was the vice captain of the White Sword unit, currently assigned to the Yellow Dragon unit, and said his full name was Merlin Falker. The surname surprised Vichin, as it was the same original name as Arslan. The scene then shifted to the main Samian castle, where Valkia was scolding her son. She accused him of having lost emotional control during the battle, which resulted in a humiliating defeat and left a shameful scar on his arm. The son apologized, but Valkia stated that a defeat could teach a lot, as long as the mistake was not repeated. If he made the same error again, she promised she would personally sever every muscle in his body. At that moment, the evil spirit of the archdemon manifested in Kagon's body. The creature, now possessing the warrior, spoke in a distorted voice and said it had finally found Dave, the one without an arm. The scene returned to Vichin, still puzzled by the fact that Merlin had the same surname as Arslan. It made him uneasy. Merlin, noticing the doubtful expression on the young man's face, asked if he had a problem with the name Falker, but Vichin replied no. He was just imagining that Merlin might be someone with even greater authority than he had realized. Raelsa then explained that the Falkers were one of the oldest martial families that once served the Adenka. Upon hearing this, Vichin internally wondered what had happened for the Falkers to change their name to Adenka, and why there was still someone with the name Falker. The woman then announced that Merlin would serve as Vichin's master starting the next day. Merlin, in turn, said that the next time they met, he would treat Vichin as a true student. Beside him, Khan said he expected the young man to dedicate himself even more to his training, since it was no longer possible to predict how the elders would react from then on. Meanwhile, the elders were meeting in secret, visibly disturbed by the recent events. They were outraged because there was no longer a way to stop Vichin, who was now considered the hero responsible for defeating a Samian. Tilavin acknowledged that the young man had surpassed all their expectations, but the other elders began to blame him for the situation. They pressured him, trying to avoid any responsibility, but Tilavin replied that he would find a solution to the impasse. Elsewhere, in the castle's underground, the bodies of the mage captain and the corrupt mages lay lifeless. The one responsible for it had been Valkia herself, who now confronted Elder Hollyman, demanding to know why he had hired such men. He responded that he wanted to ensure a complete victory for the Samian clan, but Valkia struck him with a violent kick to the face, asking if he had achieved the result he expected. She made her disdain for politics and trickery clear, stating that such things were not part of true martial arts. She added that this was the reason she had never been able to fight equally with that damned Khan. Khan. She declared that from now on, she would use her own methods, and with irony, suggested that Hollyman go tend a garden and leave the important matters to her. Shocked, the elder agreed and said he would leave everything in her hands. Shortly after, he went to the communication crystal and demanded to know what had happened during the stages of the tournament, asking whether Tilavan had any intention of interfering in the second and third phases. Tilavan explained that once Khan and Valkia appeared, nothing more could be done. Vichin's abilities had surpassed all predictions. Hollyman, realizing that chaos was spreading, stated they needed a new plan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Vichin was lying in bed, trying to rest, when someone attempted to stab him in his sleep. He reacted immediately, ready to strike, but then recognized who it was. The one responsible for the attempt was none other than Merlin himself, who explained that it was already past midnight, and from that moment on, he should be treated as a master. Merlin noted that although Vichin's senses were good, his observational skills left much to be desired. He then asked if Vichin had noticed anything strange. Vichin realized it was the same magical dungeon created by that headmaster during the first stage. Merlin declared that if Vichin could pass his training, he would allow him to leave. Until then, he was forbidden from leaving or even using that strange sword path he had relied on. He then stated that Vichin's electric giant trait was completely wrong and needed to be dismantled and rebuilt from scratch. He showed a special necklace, a pendant enchanted with magic, that would shatter the moment another person's electricity touched it. He said Vichin needed to destroy the pendant, or he would never learn the true swordsmanship of the Adenka. Determined, Vichin declared that he would destroy it, no matter what it took. With that, he charged at Merlin with speed, but was violently thrown back. As he got up, he saw before him the silhouette of a divine-looking being, with an imposing presence, resembling Zeus. Merlin explained that this was the true form of the electric giant. Outside, Julian watched in awe, realizing how different that spirit was from all the others they had seen. Merlin then attacked Vichin with an extremely powerful strike. The young man, confused, tried to understand the nature of those blue lightning bolts surrounding him. But before he could react, he heard his master say he was sorry. He wasn't a good teacher. The only way he knew how to teach someone was by beating them until they learned. Until Vichin mastered the true electric giant, Merlin made it clear that the teaching method would be just one punches to the face, without mercy. Meanwhile, Sari's spirit, worried about the young warrior, roamed the land searching for answers. She traveled through various places until finally finding Tilavan in a dark alley, about a week after Vichin's training had begun. After gathering all the information, the spirit returned to Sari, who grew more anxious about what was to come, fearing the dangers of that training. During the sessions, Vichin tried to combine Amalun's swordsmanship with the power of his electric giant, but Merlin, already expecting something like that, easily neutralized his techniques. Surprised, Vichin tried to react, but was distracted when he noticed the medallion on his master's body. In a quick movement, Merlin dodged and landed a precise, powerful blow to Vichin's ribs, causing him to faint instantly. Upon waking, Vichin felt his body heavy and his mind foggy. He reflected on the blue lightning he couldn't control. Just as there were two forms of the electric giant, there were also different natures between them. He stood up with difficulty and, while drinking water from a bottle, noticed how slowly the liquid poured out. In that moment, he had a realization. Perhaps he was trying to control the energy too much, like a cap holding back the water, limiting the flow of power. He finally understood that he didn't need to repress the lightning, he just needed to let it flow. With that realization, Vichin finally managed to unleash the blue lightning, the true form of the electric giant. Merlin, however, insisted that it didn't change the fact that the pendant still needed to be destroyed. A new battle began, now more balanced. Vichin attempted to use the techniques he had learned from Raelsa, but Merlin, a longtime friend of hers, already knew all of those moves. He dismantled the attacks with ease. During the clash, Vichin noticed an old scar on Merlin's body, deep and still marked by pain. He understood that it had been caused by a defeat, so humiliating that it had left no room for recovery. And for a martial artist, fear, shame, and failure were lethal wounds. Aiming at that weak spot, Vichin launched a decisive strike toward the scar and, in a moment of precision, managed to tear off and destroy the medallion. Merlin, surprised, acknowledged the boy's cunning. He said that for a 14-year-old, Vichin was already incredibly experienced. With that, he declared that Vichin had passed the test and was now officially allowed to learn the swordsmanship of the Adenka. But he warned him the true training would be far harsher and more agonizing. A few days passed. While Vichin was talking with Selbira and Sizun, Sari appeared, saying she had something important to give him. It was a mission intended for rank 9 cadets. The fact that it had been directly addressed to Vichin was unusual, since this type of mission was generally reserved for rank 7 cadets. Julian, examining the content, realized that the request had been made by the elders of the Adenka family, which immediately raised suspicions. Concerned, Vichin sought out the headmaster and Merlin to discuss the mission. Vargon, the headmaster, warned that since it was his first official mission, acting alone would be too risky. But Vichin replied that was precisely why he wanted to face it alone, believing it to be a hidden test from the elders themselves. Merlin warned that everything about it seemed like a trap, a direct attempt to eliminate someone who was interfering with the plans of the higher-ups. Vargon ended up agreeing with Merlin, saying that the situation was extremely dangerous. But Vichin reaffirmed that this was his personal war. If it was a trap, then his victory would be surviving it. If he didn't make it, he would accept his fate as a true Adenka. With such conviction, Vargon authorized the mission, and the young man thanked him for the trust. The scene shifted to the rooftop of one of the fortress buildings. Herka was speaking with Vargon, saying the mission given to Vichin was cruel, and asking if he already knew who was behind all of it. Vargon replied that although the documents only mentioned elders, he strongly suspected Tilovan. But before they could continue the conversation, they received an urgent call. The Crimson Fortress was under attack by an unknown martial artist demanding to see Vichin immediately. The attacker was Raven, who advanced relentlessly against the fortress guards, insisting on finding the cadet. At that moment, the director appeared and immobilized him with a single blow. At the same time, Vargon neutralized Raven's partner. The atmosphere turned tense. A perimeter closed in around the two intruders. Then the woman identified herself. Her name was Herka, director of the Crimson Fortress, and everyone understood that the situation was about to grow even more complicated. At that moment, Raven let go of her own whip, which visibly surprised her. Suddenly, an overly excited boy appeared and asked to be accepted into the fortress, which left everyone even more shocked by the unexpected situation. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the city of Tornique. There, Julian questioned whether the mission didn't seem a bit too easy. Vichin replied that, despite its initial appearance, the real objective was to subdue a very specific goblin. Julian believed the goblin was just bait for them to fall into a trap, but Vichin insisted that he stay on guard. He explained that goblins live in groups, and although they may seem weak alone, they are extremely intelligent creatures, capable of using their numbers to hunt. However, that particular one was wandering alone, which indicated it might have become strong enough not to need group protection, or perhaps had even devoured its own companions. Vichin then asked the carriage driver to drop him off right there and leave the forest as quickly as possible. In the blink of an eye, Vichin had already disappeared into the woods, ready to begin the hunt. As he moved through the dense vegetation, he activated his new electric giant ability, telling himself that although the blue lightning wasn't very powerful, it could spread easily throughout the forest, becoming a tactical advantage. Shortly after, he sensed something moving in the shadows and wondered if he had finally found that damned goblin. When he spotted the creature, Vichin was surprised. The monster was too big to be a common goblin, and its body was covered in strange marks, as if it had undergone mutations. Julian, watching from a distance, suggested it might be a chimera created by dark magic. At that moment, something fell directly into one of the electric traps. Vichin began to suspect that it might be an assassin sent by the elders. Suddenly, a spear was thrown beside his face. The one responsible was Raven, who presented himself for the first time and said he was excited to finally face Vichin. With enthusiasm in his eyes, he said it was a pleasure to meet him. Vichin then noticed that he wore the badge of a rank 9 cadet but could not recognize the boy at all. It was impossible for someone of that rank to have gone unnoticed. Soon after, the goblins sensed their presence and, in a sudden attack, destroyed a nearby tree. Vichin warned Raven to be careful, explaining that the monster was a chimera, corrupted by dark magic. The creature charged at Raven, who quickly recovered his spear and confidently took it down, promising to beat the hell out of that damn thing. Elsewhere, Herrick was reporting to Vargon that she had approved Raven's entry procedure and had sent him quickly to support Vichin. Vargon, observing the boy's behavior, commented that if he was that interested in the cadet, he might become an important safe harbor for him. Meanwhile, Raven was humiliating the goblin with extreme ease, leaving Vichin surprised and confused, trying to figure out who that ridiculously strong guy was. He had no doubt that the boy was on the same level as Kagon. Then, Raven activated his spear trait, known as the spear that pierces all, and with a single strike, tore off the goblin's arm as if it were nothing. However, the enemy quickly regenerated the lost limb, taking on the appearance of a true demon. As it prepared to attack Raven from behind, it was suddenly immobilized by Surkon, who tried to restrain its movements. However, the monster easily broke the magical binding. Surkon then stated that the goblin was definitely not an ordinary creature. To everyone's surprise, the goblin summoned a magical seal. No one could understand how a creature like that could use magic. Before they could react, it simply vanished before their eyes. On top of a nearby mountain, a mysterious figure observed everything and informed an elder that a major problem had occurred. With the creature's disappearance, Vichin asked who those two were who had appeared. Surkon explained that the young man at his side was the master of the Vardican family. His name was Raven Vardican, and that Surkon was his personal butler. Raven added that he had become a cadet of the Crimson Fortress that very day, and had been sent to find Vichin by direct order of the headmistress. Curious, Vichin asked Julian if he knew that Vardican family. Julian immediately responded that he did. He said that, along with the Adenkas and the Samians, the Vardican were one of the most renowned families in martial arts. Moreover, that boy wasn't just a direct descendant of the lineage, but the only heir and future patriarch matriarch of the legendary family specializing in spear techniques. Julian then commented that it might be a good idea to stick with the boy for now, since no one would dare lay a finger on the sole descendant of the Vartican family, and he could serve as an excellent shield against the elders. However, Serkan demanded a convincing explanation about the suspicious goblin, and questioned why a direct descendant like Raven was participating alone in such a dangerous mission. He also said he would not allow his master to get involved in an internal war within the Adenka family. Depending on the answer, they would leave the place immediately. But Raven ignored his butler's strictness and asked them not to take his words too seriously. He then turned to Vichin and made a direct request. He wanted to duel him. He said he had watched Vichen's fight against Kagon and was impressed, feeling his heart burn with excitement. Originally, his plan was to defeat Kagon himself, but since things had changed, now he wanted to face Vichin. Observing him, Vichin concluded that Raven was an extremely competitive and honest boy. He thought they might get along in the future, but firmly refused the duel. He said his mission was more important at that moment, and that he needed to defeat the goblin. Raven, frustrated, called Vichin a coward, but Vichin didn't care about the provocation. He reaffirmed that he would only fight him after completing his mission. Raven insisted and asked if he could fight him after defeating the goblin. Vichin sarcastically said he might accept and would think about it. Meanwhile, Serkan reflected to himself, realizing that this time Vichin Adenka had completely outmaneuvered them. The scene then changed to the main street of Tornik. They were gathered in a restaurant, sitting and talking. Serkan commented that, regarding the elders of the Adenka family, he had a feeling they had gotten involved in something extremely dangerous. Vichin added that the goblin seemed to have been created by someone, like an artificial chimera made with dark magic. Serkan fully agreed with that conclusion. At that moment, Vichin stood up abruptly. He said he was sensing a very familiar smell, a damp and unpleasant odor that reminded him of the Samian prison. He realized the scent was coming from a man drooling in a corner of the hall. When the man looked directly at Vichin, he immediately recognized him, called him Vichin Adenka, and fell down the stairs in shock. Vichin quickly approached and tried to question him, asking who had sent him there. However, before the man could respond, his body began to change. Red markings appeared all over his skin, and Vichin noticed it was the power of the Crimson Emperor. The man's mana flow was completely out of control, and Vichin shouted a warning that he would explode at any moment. Neither Raven nor Serkan noticed the danger in time, and then, as predicted, the man exploded. Serkan reacted quickly and protected Raven with his own body, while the boys screamed for them to run and save Vichin. But Serkan believed it was already too late. To everyone's surprise, Vichin managed to cut through the explosion at the last second, and then collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Serkan, astonished, commented that he couldn't understand how he had survived such a violent blast. He said the explosion seemed to have been neutralized by a strange sword movement, something unusual and mysterious. Raven ran to help Vichin, while Serkan captured the body of the man who had transformed. Lying on the ground, Vichin thought to himself that he had nearly died. Julian, observing his condition, remembered that Vichin had already used the absolute sword 3 times that day. With that, Vichin was lucky his heart hadn't completely burst, but now his mana circuits were totally unstable. Vichin then said he needed to meditate for a while, and asked the two to stand guard. He explained that if his suspicions were correct, Serkan was a martial artist of at least 7 stars. If he wanted to kill him, his condition wouldn't make any difference whether he was meditating or not. Serkan then created a cocoon to protect Vichin during his meditation. Meanwhile, Raven asked Serkan if he had any idea how Vichin had survived. Serkan replied that he didn't know the exact details, but he was sure Vichin had cut through the explosion with his sword. The man's body, although supposedly destroyed, was in surprisingly good condition. It was as if nothing had happened to it. Later, at night, Vichin emerged from the cocoon, saying he had taken longer than expected. Julian, curious, asked about the mana he had sensed earlier. Vichin confirmed without hesitation. That was indeed the power of the Crimson Emperor. He believed the man was a prisoner from the Samian family, sent there after being forced to absorb artificial mana. At that moment, Serkan approached with a serious expression and said he had a question. He wanted to know if Vichin had known that the man would explode. He also remarked that it seemed like Vichin had a skill that would allow him to escape the explosion, and asked why he hadn't simply run away. Vichin answered that he didn't escape because there were too many people in the cafeteria, including a woman carrying a baby. If he had run, they all would have died. He then asked if Raven would have ignored those people to save himself, to which Serkan responded that of course he wouldn't. Serkan then acknowledged Vichin's value and stated that he possessed the most righteous sword among all the Adenkas. Out of respect for his conduct, Serkan declared that he would withdraw from the subjugation mission. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man held that giant goblin tightly and muttered that he would soon let the monster devour Vichin Adenka. As dessert, he could even offer the only heir of the Vartican family. The next morning, Raven and Vichin were in search of the goblin. Vichin found it odd that Serkan was not following them, since the night before he had stated that his only role there was to ensure Raven's safety. If something had gone wrong earlier, Serkan would have killed the goblin, but that would have interfered with Vichin's personal achievement. For that reason, he chose not to intervene, and wanted to see how far Vichin's so-called righteous sword could go. He even promised not to touch a single single scale of that creature. After walking for a long time, Riven, who was accompanying them, turned to the two and asked where they were going, revealing that he had no idea of their destination until then. Vichin and Julian noticed that he had simply been walking without direction. Vichin explained that they were heading toward the goblin's base and suspected it had been sent there using the same summoning method as before. Riven remarked that if Vichin had no special tracking ability, it would be impossible to locate the creature. But Vichin assured him that because the goblin was much larger than the forest ecosystem, it must have left tracks, footprints, droppings, or marking signs he had learned to follow through years of monster hunting in his past life. After following several trails, Raven commented that he had learned a lot from Vichin that day. But Vichin started to grow suspicious, as the tracks were far too perfect, extremely uniform. It was as if someone was leading them directly somewhere. At that very moment, they stepped into a trap that exploded shortly after. Vichin used his lightning storm, but his attack was blocked by a hooded figure. The man revealed that he had been expecting them and praised their intelligence for noticing the trap. He then revealed his name, Carval. Vichin asked if he had been hired by the Adenka elders, and Carval confirmed. He said he had been promised 100 million eludum to kill Vichin. Right behind them, the goblin was approaching. Vichin and Raven charged at the creature with everything they had, but it dodged all their attacks. To make things worse, Carval began attacking them as well. Vichin's body was no longer responding like before. He dropped to his knees, still suffering from the side effects of his absolute sword technique. Carval, confident, said they would both die right there. But Vichin smiled and said the goblin was his. Suddenly, Surkan emerged from the shadows, attacked Carval with his threads, and finished him off quickly. He explained that he had been hiding his presence the entire time, but even so, Vichin had noticed he was nearby. Vichin replied that he knew Surkan would never leave Raven alone. However, Carval appeared again, as if nothing had happened. He recognized Surkan's name and called him the famous assassin of the Vartican bloodline, known as the King of Assassins or the Bloodthirsty Demon King. Surkan said that his name was still well known, but even so, he would not run from that fight. While Vichin and Raven faced the goblin, Surkan fought against Carval. During the battle, Carval admitted that his specialty was assassination, not direct combat, but Surkan mocked him, saying that not even as a tamer did he show any talent. Suddenly, Carval managed to manipulate the goblin and used it to attack Surkan, but he dodged with a simple movement of his arm. Raven, watching more closely, noticed something shocking. There was no doubt, Carval's body was covered in dragon scales. Vichin was alarmed, as that meant Carval belonged to an extinct class. The dragon class consisted of humans who appeared normal, but when activating their abilities, their bodies were covered in scales, highly resistant to mana, like those of legendary dragons. Even so, Surkan was not intimidated. He began kicking the goblin's head, calling it useless. The creature, in turn, started to glare at him with a threatening look, but Carval was unconcerned, knowing that the monster would never escape its collar. If it lost control again, it would be killed. That was when the three realized that the collar was actually a trait of Carval, who used it to control the goblin. Analyzing the situation, Vichin said he had a plan. Surkan and Raven charged at the creature, distracting it completely. Taking advantage of the opening, Vichin focused and found the path of his sword, striking Carval directly. The attack was precise, but Carval only sneered with contempt, saying it was nothing more than a scratch. When Carval tried to issue a new command to the goblin, he realized the creature no longer obeyed him. Vichin, in a calm tone, explained that his goal from the beginning was to strike the trait that controlled the monster. With no more control over the goblin, Carval was brutally attacked by the creature, which charged with all its strength and tore his body into several pieces. Watching the scene, Vichin remarked that such a wretch could never be called a tamer. A true tamer shares joys and sorrows with the beast that accompanies him. There is a real bond between them, and through this bond, emotions are exchanged and understood. That man, however, was nothing but an oppressor who kept the goblin under control only through his trait. Suddenly, the goblin's scales began to melt. Surkan explained that the power of the dragon species could not be stably sustained in just any chimera. It was as if he had glued those scales on with fragile magic. Vichin then declared that he would end that once and for all. That creature was being corrupted and deserved rest. Since his mission was to subdue the goblin, he would also bring it peace. After finishing the monster, the group began their return. Vichin commented that the task had been imposed by the elders themselves, and that now he would respond to them with the true power of the Adenka family. Furthermore, he had in his hands a valuable piece of evidence he was bringing with him. Surkan wanted to know what evidence that was. Vichin replied that it was the King of Assassins himself, as the marks left by the threads on Carval's head proved that he had been defeated by Surkan's abilities, the so-called bloodthirsty king. Then, Headmistress Herka appeared, praising their performance and saying she was impressed. Even though her butler was clearly wounded after the battle, she ironically remarked that it was quite a coincidence to find them during her day off. Calmly descending from a tree, she stated that Vichin's mission had been a success and asked to see what he was carrying. Vichin showed the heads he had brought as proof and asked if she recognized them. Herka replied that she had never seen those people before, but that was exactly the kind of thing the power of the family could uncover. She then mentioned that there was an elder who had helped Kagon during the friendly exchange gathering. His name was Hollyman Samyan, and he was responsible for the cheating on Samyan's side. The true mastermind behind everything was Elder Tilavan, who was an old and close friend of Hollyman. She then sarcastically commented that it was quite an interesting coincidence. While speaking, Herka revealed that she had already sent a letter to Vargon, officially recognizing Vichan's mission as successful. Furthermore, she informed them that she had left Vichin at Vargon's residence, recommending that he work hard. That made Vargon even more irritated with her. Shortly after, a soldier rushed into the dean's office. The dean, annoyed, shouted that he was busy, but the soldier insisted, saying he brought the report on Cadet Vichin's mission. As soon as the dean took the report in hand, his face showed surprise. The details of the incident were extremely well organized, with all the information clearly recorded. That would allow him to completely disregard the headmistress's report. But when he examined the contents, he was stunned to see that the document reported an explosive attack, a chimera, the involvement of the king of assassins, and even the appearance of a high-level mage, all of this in a mission assigned to a mere rank 9 cadet. The dean, confused, began to wonder what the hell was happening within Adenka itself. Meanwhile, Khan himself was also reading the same report. He asked Vichin what exactly he meant by all that. Vichin replied that he had two suspicions. The first was that the mission had actually been a carefully prepared trap aimed directly at him. Khan responded coldly, saying that if Vichin considered something like that a problem, he would be disappointed. But Vichin replied that, obviously, it was not a problem for him. The real issue was the involvement of the Samyan family in that mission. It would be acceptable for an Adenka elder to test a successor using the family's own power, but involving the power of the Samyans crossed all boundaries. Furthermore, Tilavan, the responsible elder, was a close friend of Hollyman, and that only reinforced his suspicions. Khan then asked what Vichin's second suspicion was. Vichin replied that the elders, besides being incompetent, were completely unaware of their own actions. They were incapable of noticing what was happening right under their noses. Kanthan, upon hearing that, reflected that if the elders admitted such assumptions, they would be considered cowards. On the other hand, if they denied them, they would reveal to the world that they were absolutely useless. Khan commented that it was very interesting, and asked Vichin which possibility he considered more likely. Vichin, in turn, said he preferred to believe they were merely useless, not cowards. At that moment, however, Versa appeared suddenly, informing the patriarch that there was an emergency. With a serious expression, she announced that Tilavan Adenka had taken his own life. According to her report, he had stabbed his own heart and died instantly in his room. Additionally, he had left a letter stating that he took full responsibility for the consequences related to Vichin's mission. Despite the explanation, Vichin completely rejected that version of events. To him, it was all a lie. If Tilavan truly understood responsibility, then he never would have caused that disaster in the first place. He suggested that either there were forces behind everything manipulating the situation, or it was Tilavan himself who orchestrated it all. However, considering they were within the Adenka territory, Vichin found it unlikely that external forces had assassinated an elder so openly. Therefore, he concluded that the death was part of a grand performance, a carefully staged play. Versa, surprised by her son's clarity of reasoning, commented that he was able to see things her own eyes could not. She then asked the patriarch for permission to stay with Vichin for a while. Khan calmly replied to his beautiful wife that she could do whatever she wanted. They then went to the place where Tilavan's body was. After analyzing it, Vichin noticed something odd. The blade was far too clean and had pierced the chest in a single strike. Versa pondered that, since Tilavan was a martial artist, it might be possible, but Vichin disagreed. He explained that there was more to it. The death was too clean, without pain or hesitation, as if it had been staged. Because of that, he began to suspect that the body was fake. Versa was shocked and asked where the real body might be. Vichin then turned to Julian and asked him directly. Julian, clearly nervous, replied that he thought Vichin already knew, but Vichin retorted that he had no idea, and added that, if he were wrong, Julian would have interrupted him earlier. Julian's discomfort only grew, as he knew Vichin was right. He then commented irritably that it resembled a forbidden technique known as corpse ventriloquism. Vichin began explaining the concept to Versa, who listened carefully but still had doubts. She asked what exactly he was basing his claims on. Vichin returned the question, asking if she couldn't see for herself, but she replied that it was not possible to see the essence of things or know the full story of a case with one's eyes alone. Then, grabbing Vichin by the arm, determined, she asked where he was getting all this knowledge about dark arts. For her, whether the body was real or fake was less important than understanding where all that information came from. Meanwhile, in the Elders' Hall, Patriarch Khan personally went to them, maintaining an apparently cordial tone. He asked if they would like a cup of tea, and already pouring himself some, commented that it was Tilavan's favorite. The mention of the elder's name made everyone fall silent. After a moment, Fidanelli broke the tension and said that the deceased had already been expelled from the council. She then questioned why the Patriarch didn't go straight to the point. point, since he clearly wanted to talk about what had happened during Vichen's mission. She added that it seemed obvious the young man was his favorite, perhaps because he was the son of Sarvana Hisley. As soon as Sarvana's name was mentioned, Khan's expression changed. The elders began to mock him, saying that Versa would certainly be jealous if she found out. To them, there was no reason to care about that woman's son now, since he had only become strong by using her death as a stepping stone. At that moment, a flashback brought forth the memory of Sarvana and Khan. He insisted she use a certain artifact, as it could help her survive. But she, resolute, simply asked him to respect her choice and take care of their son, because that boy would fill the void she would leave behind. The impact of that memory was so great that Patriarch Khan stood up before the elders, exuding a threatening aura. Fidanelli, however, confronted him verbally. She said he thought no one had noticed, but after Sarvana's death, Khan had accomplished incredible feats and began to be seen as the next great name of the Adenka family. It was only natural to suspect that her death was directly linked to his newfound opportunities. Sarvana had been a brilliant woman, and everyone in the family had deeply mourned her loss, except for the one who had killed her with his own hands. Overcome by rage, the Patriarch pointed his sword at Fidanelli's face and launched a devastating attack, destroying everything in its path. The trail of destruction was immense, and it seemed Fidanelli would be completely consumed. However, it had all happened only in her mind. The elder collapsed to her knees, trembling and terrified, trying to understand whether it had just been a hallucination or something else. It was impossible to deny. Vichen's father was truly the most imposing figure in that story. Even Fidanelli, still in shock, thought that this was the highest level of cultivation a human could reach. He had attained the 9-star stage, and as if that weren't enough, he still humiliated her by saying she should never forget that Sarvana's name was Adenka. Meanwhile, Versa continued to insist on knowing where Vichen had acquired that information about dark magic. Vichen calmly replied that he had simply seen it, but Versa doubted he could perceive dark spells with his eyes alone. He then explained that he had received a revelation once more. When he observed attentively, through his own senses, something guided him, like a deep intuition, and that was how he discovered the dark arts. Versa, now more attentive, analyzed her son carefully. Then, she told him to never reveal that to anyone, because if others found out, the ability would lose its usefulness. She then asked whether the god who had revealed such things to him had informed him of Tilavan's location. Julian, upon hearing that, reflected that if not even their own mother had noticed anything, then they were truly dealing with a very high level of dark magic. Most likely, Tilavan had used a large portion of his life force to keep everything hidden. Vichen confirmed this theory, saying there was very little chance anyone was controlling Tilavan. To him, the elder had pushed himself beyond his physical limits, without external help, and based on that, he concluded that Tilavan was still hiding somewhere in that room. Angrily, Vichen made a request to his mother. He wanted to kill Tilavan with his own hands. Versa replied that he would be eliminated one way or another, so it made no difference. However, she reminded him that Tilavan was still an elder of Adenka, and asked if Vichen truly had the strength to do it. Vichen, determined, said that was exactly why he needed her help. The plan was simple. He would force Tilavan out of hiding, and when he attacked, Versa would stop him. So Vichen activated his skill, the Storm of the Electric Giant. In the next moment, Tilavan's evil spirit emerged and tried to attack him furiously, but Versa blocked the attack effortlessly with just 2 fingers. Observing that, she commented that Tilavan had truly become a dog of Samian, as he was even using the power of the Crimson Emperor. Tilavan grumbled that he would have escaped if not for her, but Versa replied that he could never escape the eyes of an Adenka. Seizing the moment, Vichen advanced with his sword and cut off Tilavan's head, declaring the end of that battle. Immediately after, Vichen collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Something strange was happening. His fingernails began to disappear, a sign that the destruction of the celestial exoskeleton had begun. This was inconsistent, as by all calculations, he was supposed to have years of use left, but so many battles and strain had pushed his body beyond its limit. Frustrated, Vichen was filled with anger, feeling as though he had failed once again in this life. Hearing that, Julian turned serious. He said it was unacceptable. If not for Vichen, he would never have been acknowledged by their father and mother. In an act of faith, Julian decided to use his divine powers to preserve the celestial exoskeleton. Vichen tried to stop him, knowing it could cost Julian his life, but Julian stated that he was already aware of that. He knew that, eventually, he would fade away. However, before losing his existence, he wanted Vichen to restore the exoskeleton, because he trusted his brother completely. Saying that, Julian dissolved into the air, turning into several golden butterflies. Deeply moved, Vichen promised he would find a way, no matter what. At that moment, Father Dulan suddenly appeared before him. The scene then shifted to Surkan, who was speaking with some people while Herka and Raven waited for him outside. Just then, Merlin appeared before them, saying he was very worried about Vichen after receiving the report. He asked how he was, but Herka tried to reassure him, saying everything was fine. Surkan then came out and commented that things had taken much longer than expected, but upon seeing Merlin, the mood changed completely. The tension was palpable. Herka sensed the heavy atmosphere and asked if they knew each other. Surkan, serious, replied that unfortunately, yes. He was the one who caused the scar on Merlin's face. In the next instant, both drew their weapons. Meanwhile, Dulan had already healed Vichen's body. Taking the opportunity, Vichen asked the priest if he knew anything about the celestial exoskeleton, but Dulan didn't even recognize the name. After a brief explanation, Dulan managed to understand partially what it was about. Vichen revealed that he didn't have much time, but somehow needed to restore the exoskeleton. However, Dulan lamented that it was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing, which left Vichen even more concerned. The situation seemed dire, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Despite this, Dulan said there was a way to protect the god dwelling within Vichen, and that he needed to learn to use divine power. Vichen asked if that meant he had to become a priest, but Dulan replied that it was only one of the paths, and certainly not the easiest. He then mentioned the existence of a place called the Tomb of the Celestial King, located in the Temple of Gaia. That celestial king was a legendary disciple who had founded the temple. An ancient record spoke of a sacred item kept there, the Holy Grail, a source of immense divine power. Vichen, excited, asked if he truly had to pursue a mythical object, but Dulan said it wasn't merely legend. According to accounts, a martial artist had once managed to access that power. Intrigued, Vichen wanted to know who this person was and where to find him, but Dulan revealed that, in all of history, only one martial artist had done it, and his name was Arslan Adenka. The narrative then shifted to Merlin and Serkan, who were staring each other down with tension. It was the first time they had met since the battle on the Great Plains of Shardal. Serkan was a mercenary from Tamerlan, while Merlin was a martial artist from Adenka. The two immediately clashed, but Herka quickly stepped in and beat both of them, forcing them to stop their childish fight. Meanwhile, Vichen was walking alongside Father Dulan, stating that he couldn't waste time and needed to go to the celestial tomb. Serkan, upon seeing them, commented that Vichen was seeking trouble again and said that next time it would be an honor to fight Merlin Falker. Merlin, with a slight smile, said he looked forward to it. Herka, curious, approached Merlin and asked if his surname was really Falker. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the tomb of the Celestial King. As Vichen was about to enter, Dulan warned him that no one had ever come out of that place alive. They didn't know how deep or complex the space was, nor what kinds of creatures lurked inside. Shinon, observing the situation, asked why Dulan had revealed the location of that place, since outside there were two guards who only allowed entry with the presence of a second-class priest. Dulan then asked Vichen if he knew the story of the Holy King Lainmagor. Vichen recalled that he had heard about him while studying with Julian. Lainmagor was the hero who founded the Gaia religion and died leading a campaign against the archdemon Davin. After his death, much of his story and deeds had been erased by his enemies. Dulan revealed that he himself was a priest who had received part of the Holy King's powers. For someone to inherit those powers, it was necessary to fulfill an ancient prophecy. Only the one who had experienced death and known God would be able to find the Holy Grail. Dulan admitted he didn't fully understand the prophecy's meaning, but said he felt in his spirit that Vichen was the chosen one. Despite the priest's concern, Vichen decided to go in. He said there was no reason to hesitate, as he was the chosen of the Holy King. Without a second thought, he descended the tomb stairs. After a long time going down, he realized he wasn't reaching anywhere. The path seemed endless, shrouded in darkness and silence. Vichen then wondered if he had missed something. He considered going back to check, but at that moment, he heard a voice warning him not to look back. If he did, he would lose all sense of direction and wander the tomb forever. Startled, Vichen demanded that the person reveal themselves. Soon, creatures made of shadows appeared before him. One of them introduced itself as Melanon, leader of the assassin shades of the Shadow Clan. He stated that they had been there for over 500 years, guarding that place and waiting for the one who sought the truth. Melanon said that if Vichen truly was that person, he would have to prove his worth. Only then could the Guardians be freed. Vichen grew excited upon realizing that Arslan's mission was still alive, and asked how he could prove himself worthy. Melanon replied that his mana would be enough proof, and all he needed to do was use his swordsmanship. With confidence, Vichen activated his technique, performing the first form of the Adenka sword style, known as the Crescent Slash. In a firm voice, he declared his full name, Vichen Adenka, direct descendant of Arslan Falker, present there to continue his mission. However, Melanon responded that this was not enough. The surrounding shadows began to distort and transform into monstrous creatures. They claimed that Vichen was not the chosen one, and that he had failed his trial. He had not yet convinced the Guardians that he sought the truth. Vichen once again activated his most powerful ability, the Storm of the Electric Giant, trying to break through the enemy's defenses. However, the shadows continued regenerating, advancing upon him with growing fury. They surrounded him, repeating in unison that he would wander that tomb forever. Melanon, the leader of the Dark Shades, seized an opening and struck Vichen from behind. He said that Vichen was not the chosen one of the prophecy. Immediately, a mass of shadows gathered around Vichen, enclosing him from all sides, as if trying to suffocate even his hope. Outside, Dulan prayed silently for his success, but could do nothing more. The temple guards were forbidding anyone from entering the sanctuary. The atmosphere was tense. Inside the tomb, Melanon declared that they were the absolute guardians of that sacred place, and that Vichen's inability to defeat them was proof that he was merely an intruder. He said that Vichen was neither the one who sought the truth, nor the one who experienced death and met God. At that moment, Vishen recalled the two ancient prophecies. One spoke of the seeker of truth, the other of the one who had died and returned. As Melanon prepared to strike the final blow, Vishen released a massive amount of mana from his body. The dark and dense energy that filled the chamber left no doubt it was the ancestral mana of the Samian bloodline, the same power used by Emperor Karmazin. Faced with that power, Melanon hesitated. Vishen then activated his highest form, the Scarlight Song final form. It was at that moment that Vishen realized he had made a mistake. He had tried to enter as Vishen Adenka, but that place recognized a different identity. Taking a deep breath, he firmly declared that his true name was Daven Samian, the one who had conquered death and walked that far. According to the prophecy, he was the one meant to be guided to the Holy Grail. The shadowy figures stopped immediately. Their forms began to dissipate, as if they had finally reached the end of a long vigil. One of them whispered with relief that after so many centuries, they were finally free. As they vanished completely, a colossal door appeared before Vishen, revealing the path ahead. He opened the door without hesitation. On the other side was an ancient tomb, silent and solemn. And right there, at the center of that sacred hall, appeared the spiritual apparition of the Holy King Lane Magor. The ethereal figure walked toward Vishen and said that his mission had been successfully completed. In recognition of his effort and sacrifice, he offered him the Holy Grail, explaining that the artifact would guide him to the celestial fruit, the core of divine power he so desperately needed. The spirit of the Holy King added that thanks to the young man's determination, the promise made to Arslan had finally been fulfilled. As the figure began to fade into light, Vishen offered a silent bow, showing respect and gratitude. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The walls of the tomb cracked, and the ceiling began to collapse. Before he could escape, Vishen felt a presence behind him. Turning around, he saw that the one who had emerged from the shadows was none other than Merlin. Outside the dungeon, the ones who had arrived at the site were Herka and Merlin. Observing the surroundings, Herka remarked to herself that whoever sought the truth about the Adenka would eventually descend into the tomb of the Celestial King. There, she knew, the descendant of Quibel would also be present. She wondered if Merlin would be alright, because if Vishen truly was the seeker of truth, it meant Merlin would likely not make it out of that place alive. Inside the dungeon, Vishen revealed that Felker was Arslan's original surname, which seemed contradictory, since he had abandoned that name. In response, Merlin explained that within one of the traditional martial arts families, there was a prophecy passed down from generation to generation. According to it, the descendant of Falker was destined to sacrifice himself in the tomb of the Celestial King, and that sacrifice would be for the good of Adenka, as long as someone remembered his name. As he said this, some stones fell on Vishen, but Merlin saved him at the last moment. He said there was only one way to escape that place: destroy the pillar that supported the ceiling above them. If they did that, the collapse would accelerate, but it would create an exit. Vishen offered to destroy the pillar with him, but Merlin refused, saying this was his fate. He shared that ever since he first met Vishen, he had promised himself he would make sure someone remembered the name Falker, and now his moment had finally come. For him, there was no greater honor than fulfilling his mission before death. However, when Merlin was about to strike the pillar, Vishen interrupted and questioned if the name Falker meant so little to him. He said Arslan would never sacrifice himself just to complete a mission. Merlin shouted, trying to convince him to leave before they both died. But Viken believed there was a way for both of them to survive. He claimed that if he were fast enough, he wouldn't even need to use all his strength. Determined, Vishen knelt down and began gathering all his power to perform a massive leap. He combined the blessings he had received, the Dwarf King, the Galactic Wanderer, and the Electric Giant. Then, he asked Merlin to strike the ceiling at that moment. Merlin launched a powerful blow, creating a hole above them, and Vishen jumped with all his might. However, the jump wasn't enough to reach the exit. That was when Merlin pushed him with all his strength, throwing him out of the tomb. He said that no matter what happened, he believed Vishen would uncover the whole truth. With that, he ended up sacrificing himself. Before the worst could happen, Herka appeared suddenly and used her whip to grab Merlin in time. She explained that the name Quibel had been mentioned on purpose, so that Falker could be saved. Sometime later, Vishen woke up and saw that Merlin was safe and sound. He also learned that they had managed to recover the Holy Grail left by the Holy King. Dulan, who was also there, could barely believe what he was seeing. As soon as Vishen touched the Holy Grail, all the divine power it held began to be absorbed. Suddenly, the chalice filled with water, and Vishen wondered if drinking it would allow him to gain divine powers. Herka, watching the scene, found it disgusting since the water had been there for 500 years. Even so, Vishen drank it, and his body began to overflow with energy. At that moment, Julian reappeared, excited, asking if Vishen had restored the celestial skeleton. Vishen, however, replied that he had found a way to restore his sacred power instead of recovering the old skeleton. Julian, looking around, was confused by all the destruction. Vishen explained that he had gone to the tomb of the Celestial King, and that after completing his objective, the structure collapsed completely. Meanwhile, the news about the collapse of the tomb spread, and everyone read in shock that the one responsible for the disaster was Lord Vishen. Versa, upon finding Vishen, expressed her outrage, saying she thought he was still bedridden. Vishen explained that he had recovered quickly thanks to Father Dulan's Dulan's care, but Versa became even more furious upon realizing he had caused such a huge mess. At the Temple of Gaia, at the main headquarters, Dulan defended Vichin, saying the young man had no reason to destroy such a sacred site. However, the first-class priest, Nelyuk, found Dulan's words too mild. To him, the most important point was that the heir of Adenka had destroyed a historical site of great value to Gaia. According to him, they had every right to demand compensation, since the alliance between Gaia and Adenka had lasted 500 years. Even if it were just a reasonable donation, it would be acceptable. Dulan, however, understood that Nelyuk wanted to use the money for his personal benefit. Soon after, Delbek appeared, agreeing with everything that had been said. He declared that Vichin should take responsibility for the catastrophe at the tomb, and asked if the others didn't think it fair to sacrifice Vichin's left arm as compensation. It was as if the curse followed him through every life. Later, Versa continued scolding Vichin, saying he had destroyed a grand historical site. She reminded him that the Temple of Gaia and the Adenka had maintained an alliance since the war against the Archdemon, and that if the pact were broken, the consequences would be far greater than they could imagine. She warned that the temple would send a protest delegation and demand unthinkable conditions to maintain the alliance. At that moment, Raelsa entered, carrying an object, and showed the Holy Grail. Vichin then revealed that it was what he had found in the tomb of the Celestial King. Despite the discovery, Versa questioned whether it was truly just a common chalice, and how it could have withstood the damage caused by Vichin. However, Vichin replied casually, saying that instead of causing confusion, people would end up thanking them. According to him, no one had any emotional attachment to the tomb of the Celestial King. The site was completely abandoned, lacked any preservation efforts, and had only 2 guards at the entrance. Additionally, entry was only possible when accompanied by a priest, meaning anyone could gain access as long as they brought a religious figure. For Vichin, this showed that the temple didn't truly value that heritage. If they had really cared, they would have investigated the tomb's interior on their own, even at great risk. That alone was a sufficient reason not to accept any blame for what had happened. Even so, Versa expressed her disappointment. She said that, even knowing the power of her eyes, Vichin continued lying shamelessly to her. Impatient, she demanded he stop stalling and reveal what he was hiding. Faced with this, Vichin admitted he could no longer lie to her, and asked her to look at something carefully. As soon as she saw what he was showing, Versa was startled. She quickly asked Raelsa if there was any chance the object had been forged, but Raelsa replied that, being so ancient, that would be impossible. Versa's expression changed immediately, for now she knew that with that in their hands, they could completely turn the situation around. A few days later, the protest delegation from the Temple of Gaia arrived. On that occasion, Dulan warned Nelyuk, saying he was making a huge mistake, but Nelyuk coldly replied that he was simply doing what he believed was right, even though deep down, he was trying to climb the ranks to become the high priest. During the preparations for the official meeting, Delbek asked if what Versa had said earlier was true. She confirmed it, adding that she appreciated the fact that he had allowed Vichin to take part in such an important event. However, she also declared that if he failed to prove his innocence, she would personally behead him. At the ceremony, Versa welcomed the delegation from the Temple of Gaia, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. The scene then shifted to the council in session. The temple's representatives asked the elders to formally declare what had happened. Meanwhile, Delbek thought about how the incident could be used to subdue the Council of Elders and strengthen the Temple of Gaia. However, Vichin kept a faint smile on his face, staring directly at his opponent. Irritated, Delbek stood up and asked what was so funny. Calmly, Vichin responded that he found it amazing how Sir Nelyuk had decided to exclude the Lady of Adenka from that discussion. Nelyuk, enraged, called Vichin ignorant and said that if he could not explain his actions, he should offer his life as payment. In response, Vichin formally introduced himself as the 7th son of the Adenka family and a 9th grade cadet of the Crimson Fortress. He then pulled out a communication crystal. At that moment, the image of the Holy King appeared before everyone. He thanked Vichin directly, saying that thanks to him, he had been able to fulfill the promise made to Arslan, and then disappeared. With a smile, Vichin asked if they could now truly begin the meeting. Meanwhile, the narrative briefly shifted to another location. A man arrived at a small workshop, asking if it was Hansen's atelier. A woman, irritated, replied that if he was there because of a sword, he had better leave. The man explained that he didn't want a weapon, as he was a journalist. He only wanted to confirm whether it was true that Hansen had forged the Crimson Lotus, the sword that defeated the young master of Samyeon. The woman became furious, saying they were always showing up with the same request, wanting to forge legendary swords and interfering with their work. Hansen, noticing the commotion, asked if she was arguing with a customer again. She apologized, but the journalist insisted on speaking to the blacksmith for just a moment. This surprised Hansen, for thanks to Vichin, he was was once again being called master. Even so, Vichin had never spoken to him again, not even through a communication crystal. Back at the meeting, everyone was shocked that Vichin had presented the image of the Holy King. Nelyuk tried to discredit the evidence, claiming it could be a trick or a fake projection created to conceal his sins. But the other members asserted that it would be impossible to manipulate a mana crystal of that kind. Then, Vichin asked everyone to look at the object he had brought with him. It was the gift left by the Celestial King, the legendary Holy Grail. Nelyuk scoffed, saying that Old Cup couldn't possibly be the Holy Grail. However, Vichin responded firmly that Merlin, from the Yellow Dragon unit, had sworn on his life that it was real. Dulan, present at the meeting, also declared himself a witness. He swore on his life, and on the power of the Holy King within him, that it was the authentic Holy Grail. This made Nelyuk even angrier. Versa, taking advantage of the moment, proposed a wager to Delbek. She said she would bet her right arm on the truth of Vichin's claim. Delbek, even though everything seemed suspicious, did not back down. He said he would bet his left arm that Vichin was lying. Vichin then declared that he had already put his own life on the line, but pointed out that Nelyuk had yet to wager anything. Nelyuk, trying to maintain his composure, stated that he too would bet his life, claiming that the cup was fake. Faced with this, everyone else present was influenced, and also bet their lives. With the bet sealed, Vichin called Father Dulan and asked him to touch the Holy Grail. As soon as Father Dulan touched the cup, the Holy Grail shone brightly, and the water inside it transformed into holy water before everyone's eyes. With a slight smile, Vichin asked if they now recognized that it was indeed the genuine Grail. One of Nelyuk's subordinates, however, stood up and said he did not accept it as true. But before he could finish speaking, his head was severed. Immediately afterward, Versa advanced with incredible speed, eliminating everyone who stood in her way. Even Delbek was struck, one of his arms violently torn off. In a firm and powerful stance, Versa declared her full name, Versa Helame, and stated that, as Lady of Adenka, she respected and honored the true courage of her son, Vichin. The intensity of her presence left everyone in the room paralyzed. Vichin, stunned, didn't even realize when she had cut off the heads of their opponents. Still, he approached his mother and asked her to spare the survivors. He said he didn't want to appear like a spoiled child protected by her strength, and wished to prove his own honor. Moreover, he emphasized that the Holy Grail belonged to the former Holy King, and that a high-ranking priest from the Temple of Gaia was present. If they acted quickly, they might still be able to save the lives of those lying on the ground. Versa, with a subtle smile, granted him permission to try. With that, the priests present joined forces and began using their powers to heal and revive the fallen. After everyone was treated, Dulan approached Delbek to heal his arm, but was stopped by Vichin, who said he would not allow it. According to him, Delbek was an honorable martial artist of the Adenka household, and had wagered his arm of his own free will. Restoring it now would completely devalue his honor. Even enraged, Delbek had no choice but to agree. With the tension eased, Versa turned to Nelyuk and said that everything was now resolved. Fearing for his life, he responded affirmatively, acknowledging that the situation between the Temple of Gaia and the people of Zenka had been normalized. Just as they were about to leave, Vichin asked everyone to wait, as there were still unresolved matters. He then replayed the words of the Holy King before everyone, reminding them that the Temple of Gaia had neglected the tomb of the Celestial King for 500 years, and had failed to fulfill the mission entrusted by Arslan. Meanwhile, Vichin had found the Holy Grail, and had personally received the king's gratitude. For that reason, he asked if they had nothing to say. In response, those present knelt before Vichin, solemnly declaring their deepest gratitude. They kissed the ground before him, as Julian explained that this was the highest sign of respect the priests of Gaia could offer. However, Nelyuk, though humiliated, secretly harbored the desire to take revenge on Vichin. At that moment, the door opened, revealing a group of journalists positioned outside. They all saw the priests kneeling before the seventh son of Adenka, and flashes began firing from every direction. Desperate, Delbek ordered the guards to be summoned immediately. He claimed that the contents of that meeting could not be made public, and asked Vichin if he truly intended to violate the regulations. But Vichin replied that he had forgotten the final clause of those regulations, which stated that, in situations not beneficial to the Adenka, extraordinary decisions could be made. In this case, transparency was necessary. Days later, the incident between Vichin and the Temple of Gaia had spread across the continent, becoming major news. As a result, Vichin decided to entrust the Holy Grail to Father Dulan. As the heir to the power of the Holy King, no one was more suitable to protect it, especially since Dulan would need divine power frequently. Dulan, surprised, asked if Vichin truly trusted him after everything he had witnessed at the temple. But Vichin simply said yes, reminding him that Dulan was the same priest who had once given him the miracle stone, and that he believed he would use the Holy Grail wisely. As they talked, Raelsa suddenly entered the room without knocking, leaving everyone awkward. She announced that Versa, the leader of the Diversa household, had invited Vichin to dinner that evening, leaving him visibly surprised. During the dinner, Versa asked if Vichin would be leaving for the Crimson Fortress the next day. He replied yes, as he was still a cadet of that fortress. Julian then commented that neither Versa's father nor Versa herself had ever invited anyone to dinner in such a manner before. Vichin, trying to remain calm, said there was no reason to be nervous. nervous. After all, they had found the relic of the Holy Grail and defeated 2 members of the Council of Elders. Versa, satisfied, said she wanted to give Vichin a gift for his achievements. As recognition, she asked him to choose something he desired. Vichin, after thinking for a moment, said he had already decided what he wanted. He wished for the opportunity to take the advancement exam as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress, a test that normally occurred twice a year and was highly competitive. Versa, surprised, commented that he was underestimating her influence. She could raise him to whatever rank she wanted without the need for any exam. However, Vichin replied that he was satisfied with his request. He stated that it was the correct path to follow. If he advanced using his mother's influence, he might take the place of someone who deserved it more. Vichin said he wanted to advance only by his own abilities. In response, Versa Helame commented that, in the past, she had the same ideals, but over time, with age and accumulated responsibilities, she sought only the quickest and most efficient paths. Still, recognizing her son's resolve, she declared that once he returned from the Crimson Fortress, he would receive a special mission. That mission would be considered his advancement exam for rank 8. Wishing him luck, she encouraged him, and Vichin thanked her for trusting him. Later, in another scene, Versa spoke with Raelsa, saying she would begin drafting Vichin's mission. The task would take place in the city of Maelturn, located on the southern coast, a region governed by the influential Vior family. According to her, that city overflowed with wealth, despite lacking any special products. The patriarch of the Adenka family had already expressed concern about that place, as rumors circulated that the Vior family was stealing from their own citizens. Vichin's mission would be to accompany a priest sent by the Temple of Gaia to investigate the events there. Raelsa, however, expressed concern. She reminded Versa that Vichin had recently humiliated the Temple of Gaia, and yet she wanted him to protect their members. She also mentioned that the Vior family patriarch was known for his greed and, if offered enough of a bribe, would probably not hesitate to attack Vichin. But Versa replied that this was exactly why the mission would be considered a true test. Meanwhile, back at the Crimson Fortress, Vichin was welcomed by Herka and Vargon. Herka mentioned that she had heard rumors that he had dealt with the arrogant Tilavan, saying she was relieved to be rid of that unwanted group. Noticing her sincerity, Vichin responded with curiosity, and Herka revealed that Tilavan had asked her to become his concubine, which deeply disturbed her. She then said that she hadn't called him there to talk about that, but rather to give him his mission. He would have only 3 days to prepare before departing. Vichin wanted to know where he would be going, and Vargon informed him that his destination was Maelturn, a city located at the far south of the continent. Soon after, Selbira appeared, and upon hearing about Vichin's destination, asked to accompany him. Then, Seri began explaining the situation of that city. She highlighted that Maelturn was governed by the Vior family and protected by a powerful barrier. Even though it bordered the Helame family's territory, there were no records of conflict or tribute payments, which drew attention. Upon hearing that, Vichin reflected that the Helame family was his maternal lineage and quickly realized that the mission was deeply tied to his mother's interests. Selbira continued, explaining that in that region, remnants of an ancient naval battle from 200 years ago still remained. This piqued Vichin's interest, as he noticed her enthusiasm for history. Embarrassed, Selbira revealed that her true dream was to become a historian, not a martial artist. However, since that dream was not profitable, she had joined the Crimson Fortress. Even so, Selbira again requested to join the mission, and shortly after, Sizun and Harmon also stepped forward, saying they wanted to accompany Vichin. He accepted everyone's help, recognizing the value of their company. However, he still wanted to bring one more person, and then invited Raven. He said that if Raven helped him with this mission, they would have a serious duel in the future, as a commitment between martial artists. Raven accepted without hesitation, considering it a perfect proposal. But Vichin knew that if Raven got involved, Serkan would appear as well. It was at that moment that Raven said he had remembered something important. Serkan wanted to speak with Vichin. Suddenly, Vichin was bound by ropes, caught in one of Serkan's typical traps. When Serkan appeared, he said he didn't mean to frighten him, just test his reflexes, and asked why Vichin hadn't drawn his sword. Vichin, calm, explained that he hadn't sensed any killing intent from Serkan, which made the other burst into laughter, saying he was truly fascinating. Vichin asked what kind of technique that was, and Serkan explained that it was a barrier capable of completely sealing off everything from the outside. Julian added that the space they were in was the territory of the Bloodthirsty King, a place from which few had survived. Serkan then stated that the technique was originally designed for assassinations, but also proved to be extremely effective for confidential conversations. He went on to say that, although Vichin had mentioned that no one had survived that technique, there was one exception. A single person had escaped unscathed. Her name was Merlin Falker, a young woman considered a true genius. Despite the age difference between them, Merlin had completely destroyed the territory of the Bloodthirsty King. To confront her, Serkan had spent years studying the application of mana, and it was through those studies that he managed to earn the scar he carried on his face. However, 15 years earlier, when he began serving as a butler for the Vartican family, he completely lost contact with Merlin. Both Vichin and Julian found this odd and began to wonder about Serkan's true age. He replied that, technically, he should be the same age as Vichin's father, although his youthful appearance didn't reflect that. It was at that moment they noticed that Serkan also had a scar over his eye. Julian commented that this was a sign of a reversal technique, and he recalled hearing stories that the bloodthirsty king had an ability capable of altering his own appearance. Vichin, however, didn't quite understand what he meant by that. Serkan explained that he had saved everyone during the explosion, and, for that reason, felt it was fair to share part of that knowledge. Moreover, he hoped that Vichin would be worthy of sharing the same dream as Master Raven. Then, a scene showed Raven training intensely, telling himself that he couldn't stop because he had been defeated twice. The first time was when Vichin saved everyone during the explosion. The second, when he devised the plan to defeat the Chimera. On both occasions, Raven merely watched, unable to do anything. Now he felt inspired. He asked Serkan if it wasn't amazing to have such a powerful rival like Vichin, and decided he would grow even stronger with Vichin as his goal. Serkan agreed, saying that if Vichin grew stronger, Raven too could grow and fulfill his purpose. However, he warned that if Vichin became useless, he would eliminate him without hesitation. He revealed that he had developed the reversal technique, specifically to create a body capable of withstanding the power of Merlin Falker's lightning. The technique didn't just alter physical appearance, it also relocated the mana circuit and artificially rebuilt bones and muscles. Serkan noted that Vichin was using a strange force to keep his body from being destroyed, and Vichin confirmed that he was right. Still, Serkan warned that if Vichin's body were destroyed, it would become a serious problem. He then asked if Vichin wanted to learn his reversal technique. Vichin stated that he definitely wanted to learn. Julian pointed out that if they could master that technique, they might be able to stabilize the celestial skeleton. However, Serkan imposed one condition. Vichin said he couldn't promise that he would remain Raven's target, but he was certain of one thing. One day, he would surpass all the Sams, and that much he could guarantee. Serkan considered that promise enough, and decided to teach him the reversal technique. The scene then advanced 3 days into the future. Vargan reported that he would omit the test results, which were being conducted at the request of second-class priest Dulan, approved by Versa Helame. The evaluation was being treated as a promotion exam, and the results would be released later. After that, they all departed from Mailturn. On the 4th day of the journey, they arrived at the 5th teleportation gate. There, Wilson was furious about the high cost, saying it was absurd that even cadets from the Crimson Fortress had to pay for that passage. Vichin, trying to stay composed, asked him to stop, as he was tarnishing the family's honor. Julian commented that it seemed impossible to enter that place, which made sense since the family's influence weakened in remote areas. On the 6th day of travel, Sari asked Vichin to observe the Mailturn barrier, a structure built after the naval battle that occurred 200 years earlier. Thanks to that barrier, the region had been protected against constant pirate attacks, and it was essential for the stability of the coastal territory. Sari commented that she had heard that group was still a problem nowadays. However, Vichin found something odd about that claim. Suspicious, he asked Julian to investigate the barrier, protecting the city more thoroughly. It was then explained that the coastal city was protected by a barrier built 2 centuries ago. Despite the existence of this protection, the city's security remained fragile due to frequent pirate attacks. Additionally, the famine spreading recently only worsened the suffering of the population. As they walked through the streets, the group realized the situation was even more serious than they had imagined. The hunger there was visibly more severe. Still, Vichin remained suspicious. The Hisleys were the only in-laws of the Adenka, and since that city bordered their territory, the Adenka name should have had more influence there than in other places they had passed through. That led Vichin to conclude they needed more information, and the next step would be to find the temple's priests. The scene then shifted to the Temple of Gaia, located in Mailturn, where a third-class priest named Lusain appeared. Vichin tried to explain the mission instructions to him, but the priest interrupted, saying that it wasn't necessary. Instead, he suggested that they simply take a stroll through the city and leave, claiming that this was the best decision for everyone. According to him, the place was peaceful and didn't need guards. The priest's attitude irritated Raven, but Serkan asked for patience. As they closed the door, Lusain asked what the next item on the agenda was. The hooded man replied that the next day, they should visit the solar camp for the homeless. Meanwhile, Vichin asked Julian if he had managed to reach the top of the barrier. Julian answered that he nearly did, but he was too far from Vichin, and his powers were weak as a result. When he finally made it, Vichin wanted to know the status of the barrier. Julian confirmed it was exactly as they had imagined. There wasn't even a scratch, not even a single active protection spell. That meant the stories about pirate attacks were, in fact, lies. At that moment, an explosion occurred at the top of the barrier. People began to run, shouting that it was a pirate attack. Vichin, surprised, questioned whether it was really an attack, but Julian stated that it was all fake. There wasn't a single sailboat on the horizon. Suddenly, Lewin appeared, calling everyone to take shelter in the temple. Vichin found it suspicious that he seemed to already know what would happen. He was almost certain that man knew all the attacks were staged. He also remembered that the priest had said he would go to the solar camp. At that moment, the scene shifted to Merlin, who was recovering. The rector noted the young man's rapid improvement, and Merlin said he planned to fulfill his duty in the tomb of the Holy King. However, young Master Vishen had completely changed his path, and now Merlin no longer knew what he would do after completing what he believed was his destiny. Vargan, in turn, commented that he too had been placed in a difficult position because of his family, and ended up being consoled by a child who hadn't even awakened yet. Both agreed that the boy was incredible, and that maybe Merlin could find answers through Vishen. The next day, at the solar camp for the homeless, the group was blocked from entering by some men who claimed that the place was owned by the Vyor family, and no one could enter without a valid reason. Vishen replied that his reason was on its way. At that moment, Lusain appeared, saying he had already stated that guards weren't needed. Vishen explained he was just following orders, but the priest, visibly irritated, told them all to leave as quickly as possible. Vishen realized that the token was from a second-class priest and decided he needed to investigate the place. However, Lusain slapped his hand, knocking the token to the ground. The gesture seemed far too suspicious, further reinforcing Vichen's belief that something was being hidden. While everyone was distracted, Rivan went inside and said there were many boxes in the area. As he tried to open one, a man grabbed his arm and said he wasn't allowed to touch that box. Serkan then intimidated the man into letting go of Raven. Vichen, however, asked that no one be hurt, as that could cause complications. He explained that everyone there was under the priest's authority, and if there were any objections, they could simply report the incident, stating that one of their friends had been injured in the Vyor family's facility. The man then turned to the priest and said everything was fine. He introduced himself as Edmund, the manager of the solar camp for the homeless, and asked the cadets to follow him, saying they should feel at ease. With a suspicious look, he commented that the place was very peaceful. Vichen then asked about the contents of the boxes, and Lusain replied that they were all boxes of magic stones. Edmund explained that the homeless received food, shelter, and clothing in exchange for helping refine those stones. Lusain added that the priests were responsible for tending to the wounded, since accidents were common there. But Seri found it all strange, since it didn't make sense for ordinary people to perform a task that only mages were capable of doing. Edmund replied that it was only possible thanks to a secret technique of the Vyor family. He then took the cadets to visit the work area, guiding them through all the facilities. Finally, he showed them the last location, the rooftop, which offered a beautiful sunset view. Vichen then pointed to some buildings ahead and asked what they were. Edmund replied that they were used for storage, as magic stones required extensive maintenance. However, Vichen found that excuse very weak. Lusain commented that since there were no injured people that day, everyone should rest. While the others slept, Vichen observed the moon, deep in thought. In the nearby forest, some people were walking along a dirt trail. One of the men said there were 10 prisoners and no one was to escape. If they kept moving that slowly, there would be serious consequences. This man was a martial artist from the Vyor family, named Helk. A blonde man began to beg, saying he wasn't homeless, and that he had a newborn daughter at home. He pleaded to be set free. Even so, Helk kneed him in the stomach and demanded to know where the daughter was, because he would take her too. The man fell to the ground, crying in despair. Helk reinforced the threat. If anyone tried to escape, all their relatives would be captured. At that moment, one of the prisoners was pulled into a bush. Shortly afterward, Helk announced that they had arrived at the place where the real work would begin. But when they counted the people, they realized there were only 9. As they were about to search for the missing one, a man appeared saying he had gotten lost. In truth, it was Vishen in disguise. The scene then jumped back to 2 hours before the infiltration. Seri commented that it was impossible to mine magic stones with regular pickaxes, which proved that something was being hidden. Harmon argued that they had already seen all the facilities, but Vichen disagreed, saying they still needed to inspect the warehouses in the mountains. He also noted that Edmund had incredibly sharp senses for someone claiming to be just a manager. His eyes resembled those of a professional assassin, like the one who had ambushed them some time ago. Vichen then declared that he would infiltrate that night, and asked Serkan if he could use the reversal technique to transform into a smaller human. To mislead everyone else, Serkan disguised himself as Vishen, while the cadets gathered at Lusain's church. Back in the present, the captured men were thrown into a cell. As soon as one of the guards left, the spirit of the series appeared in the area. Vichen commented that he had managed to get in without being noticed. The blonde man continued begging, saying he was from the main city of Mailturn, 12th Street, 3rd house. His house had a green roof, and his daughter was still there. He begged them, at least, to feed the child. At that moment, Helk appeared with a black pill, saying it was time to eat. He forced Vichen to take the substance, which greatly worried Julian. However, he soon realized that Vichen was using the reversal technique to avoid absorbing the pill. He then used his lightning to slowly analyze the item's composition. After some time, Vichen was startled to realize the pill was highly refined and charged with concentrated mana. Julian remarked that this was being given to ordinary citizens, not martial artists. artists. The mana accumulated in the heart would cause the organ to explode. Vichin then wondered why those people were being kidnapped. Julian explained that for someone who already knew how to store mana in the heart, it could even serve as a supplement. The scene shifted to a few days later. Vichin noticed a building he had never seen before. Helk ordered each person to enter one by one. When the blonde man entered, he was surrounded by several spirits and ended up possessed. Helk smiled in satisfaction, saying he knew at least one of them would work. Vichin remarked that it was impossible not to notice that it was a contract with the evil spirit of Davin, but he wondered how someone who wasn't even a martial artist had managed it. That was when he realized the secret lay in the black pills. The blonde man was chained by other guards, and Helk commented that manager Edmund would be very pleased. Then they pushed Vichin forward, saying he was next. But at that moment, Vichin was thrown into a completely dark place. There, he began to receive memories from his past life, including the voices of his parents saying he should die. He realized that from birth to death, his parents had never accepted him. Even so, he decided he would not be defeated by it. Filled with rage, he launched a powerful attack against those visions. Using the power of his electric giant, he completely destroyed that space, causing an explosion so intense that everyone in the city turned their eyes toward that direction. Vichin charged quickly at Helk, who managed to block the attack with his sword. However, since Vichin always instinctively targeted the arms of his opponents, he still managed to tear off Helk's arm. Coldly, Vichin declared that, as a martial artist and a human being, he could not turn a blind eye to such cruel crimes. All the men present tried to attack him at once, but Vichin defeated each one with precision. He then told Helk it would be best to call a priest immediately, or he would never be able to use his arm again. Overcome by fear, Helk screamed desperately for help. Vichin's plan had worked. Soon after, Vichin entered the building and destroyed everything in his path, using both his absolute sword technique and a powerful lightning storm. After defeating all the martial artists guarding the place, he realized he had used more mana than expected. At that moment, a sword struck the ground right beside his face. A figure dressed like a jester appeared, laughing, and said Vichin was a greedy little boy. Julian identified the figure as a masked man with a constant smile and clown-like attire. It was Vior Jester Lancerton, a 7-star martial artist. Jester commented that he was curious to see what kind of useless dance the Denka family's 7th video would show him. Julian grew serious and explained that this man was a monster, one of the 5 most powerful martial artists in the Vior family. Jester then asked Vichin if he could recognize the power gap between them. Vichin thought of the other 7 stars he knew, like Ryelsa and Surkan, and concluded that this man was nowhere near their level. With his sword in hand, he declared that Jester was weak compared to true 7 stars. Jester simply laughed and asked if he would still say that after being full of holes. He then threw several knives at Vichin, claiming that the difference in the number of imaginaries was absolute, and that no matter one's talent, no one could overcome that. However, Vichin was already behind him and remarked that, up close, his mask was even uglier. To Jester's surprise, there were 2 Vichins. The one on the ground was actually Surkan in disguise. He repeated that the clown was weak compared to real 7 stars and, with his threads, sliced off Jester's head with such incredible speed that the man had no time to react. Shortly after, Raven arrived at the battle site, saying he wanted to help too. But Vichin replied that now they needed to investigate what was truly happening in the shadows of Maelturn. He began interrogating the survivors. An old man explained that all of them had been kidnapped by Priest Lin and forced to produce magic stones. A dark doorway was used to impose contracts of darkness on people with even minimal mana potential. Most of them died, consumed by evil spirits, and the few survivors were used as catalysts to produce the stones. Vichin was overwhelmed with rage upon hearing that and wondered where justice was in the world. Surkan asked how the process worked. The man explained that everything was done with a device located on site, a tool powered by dark magic, capable of transferring mana directly into the magic stones. Vichin approached the sphere, touched it, and saw a black aura emerge. He thought that, since he had taken the mana pill and passed through the dark door like the others, he might be able to replicate the process. A magic stone then appeared in his hand. He asked Julian whether it could be used to record and store the information from the place. Julian answered yes, as it was irrefutable evidence, so Vichin began the recording. Meanwhile, on the surface, Lusain lamented the situation, saying it was disappointing to be humiliated by a boy, not even 15 years old. Then, Vichin appeared before him and slapped him across the face, saying it was shameful to use innocent lives for personal gain. He stated that the place would be completely shut down, and that everyone would be taken to Jeremiel's judgment tower. But suddenly, Edmund appeared. His body reeked of rot, and everyone stepped back. Then, from his mouth, 2 hands emerged. A man tore Edmund's body in half and emerged from within, revealing himself as the true Edmund, first-class strategist of the nightmare. Vichin, shocked, asked Julian if he knew anything about what was happening. But Julian replied that he had never heard of anything like that and believed it must be connected to some kind of secret organization. Vichin carefully observed the man who had exposed himself so recklessly. To him, anyone who did that could only intend to kill everyone there, and that was exactly what happened. The man summoned a giant serpent that immediately lunged forward and devoured toward all the nearby allies, including Priest Lucane himself. Surprised and enraged, Vichin tried to understand what was behind such an atrocity. But Edmund, with cold detachment, replied that it was all for a better world. Moments later, several skeletons began to rise from the ground, and he declared that they would all become his puppets. The battle began, with the group facing off against the undead army. In the middle of the fight, Herka suddenly appeared and asked if they needed a hand. She explained that the situation had already exceeded the mission parameters, so she had come. She then faced Edmund and questioned what he would do now that the corpses he was using had disappeared. But just then, people began fleeing in panic from the collapsing tower. Jester emerged from the debris, claiming he was still in possession of the body of a powerful 7-star martial artist. Even so, Herka said there was no need to be afraid, since most undead became useless once the necromancer controlling them was destroyed. With her whip, she managed to bind Edmund, but Julian soon noticed something more. He was a lich. Vichin realized it as well, and quickly warned the director. A lich is an immortal undead that can only be destroyed if its phylactery is annihilated. Even then, if the body is only broken apart, it becomes even more dangerous, increasing the range of its attacks. At that moment, the giant jester struck from behind, with Edmund appearing atop his head. He proudly declared that his collection would grow, as everyone there would become part of his nightmare troupe. Serkan remarked that when a martial artist is brought back to life by a necromancer, their power becomes even greater than before. With focus, he affirmed that his priority was to protect the son of his master. Upon hearing this, Herka thought he just wanted an excuse to run the moment he got the chance. Herka said he would leave Vichin in Serkan's care and suggested the two of them escape together. But Vichin, with a firm smile, declared that he would not run. They would face Edmund and leave with their heads held high. Urkatan, as always, used the opportunity to tease Vichin, saying that now he was Vargono because he was speaking strangely, like Vargon. At that moment, Edmund attacked everyone at once, but Vichin was the first to charge at him with his sword. He declared himself the 7th son of Adenka and demanded that his name be remembered, Vichin Adenka. Edmund, however, blocked his attack with ease and mocked him, saying Vichin was no match for him. But Vichin replied that this was exactly why he was not the one meant to face him. Then Serkan's magical barrier surrounded Edmund, immobilizing him for a moment, and Raven appeared with his spear, striking Edmund with all his strength. Even wounded, Edmund rose again and stated that all of them were now his opponents. He called them fools for judging him so arrogantly. Herka, on the other hand, remembered Vichin's words and decided to trust him. All the allies agreed to place their faith in what he had said. Edmund, in disbelief, muttered that Vichin Adenka was probably already dead, and then the giant jester launched a full-force attack, striking Vichin's arm with a devastating blow. Vichin tried to counter with his sword, but the attack didn't even leave a scratch on the enemy. Vichin began to think that at this rate, he would never be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, Raven saw an explosion behind him and wanted to help, but remembered that Vichin had said he would handle it alone. At that moment, he chose to trust. Jester then launched another powerful attack toward Vichin, but in a firm and imposing stance, he managed to block it. As Jester prepared his next attack, he suddenly lost his arm. Just one more armless character to add to the long list of stumps in this story. Julian revealed that he had channeled part of his divine power into Vichin's body, allowing him to create the chain art of Adenka, an attack that came to be known as the divine power of chains. Vichin remembered Merlin, who also used Adenka's swordsmanship. There were 7 styles: righteous, heavy, swift, illusory, explosive, sharp, and finally, the style of chains. The last one didn't draw much attention but allowed the user to fuse their physical strength directly with the sword, making it perfect for someone like Vichin, who had mastered various techniques. To him, it felt as if Arslan had left that style, especially for him. Jester thought it was all nonsense, but Vichin simply told him to feel honored, for he would be exercised by the power of the Celestial King. He then prepared his next move, combining Falker swordsmanship, known as Lightning Ascension, with the divine power of the chain art. The attack was devastating. The energy surged across the battlefield and struck Jester directly, causing his body to collapse and explode in a massive wave of power. Vichin's allies celebrated the victory, relieved and overjoyed. Edmund couldn't believe that the body of a 7-star martial artist had actually been defeated. At that moment, Vichin appeared and said it would be better for him to surrender than to keep resisting. But Edmund, consumed by rage, revealed that he had planned all of it and had researched for 20 years just to destroy them. He then unleashed all his power, making the entire city of Maelturn tremble. He declared that the city belonged to him and that he would destroy everything along with it. Then, a mysterious figure appeared, holding an object. Calling Edmund an idiot, he accused him of acting out of frustration and said that the title of strategist was far too heavy for him to bear. The man's presence made Edmund tremble in fear, unable to believe he was really there. Julian observed closely and commented that the object in the man's hand was a lich's core, most likely Edmund's own. Desperate, Edmund begged for another chance, but the man told him to shut up and mercilessly crushed the core. Edmund's body disintegrated instantly. Soon after, Akin asked Vargon II what he thought of the situation. Vichin replied that it was now clear Edmund was just a pawn in a larger game. Serkan, recognizing the mysterious mysterious man, asked why he was there. The man replied that it was good to see Sir Khan again, and was then identified as Daimar Hilaim, the next leader of the Hilaim family. At that moment, several soldiers quickly approached. Julian recognized them as martial artists from the Hisley family, but was surprised at how fast they had arrived, considering that territory belonged to the Vior family. Vichin then remembered the conversation he had with his mother and with Bira, and concluded that the true culprits behind everything were the Rin. Daimar was surprised to realize that Vichin had figured it out. He thought that this was exactly what his mother wanted him to reveal, the dark side of his own family. Daimar tried to question him, asking how he had reached that conclusion, and suggested that retreating would be more prudent. But Vichin recalled the moment when the father of a 2-year-old child was brought there, only to be sacrificed. He then asked his uncle if he truly thought that was reasonable. Daimar responded that if Vichin didn't want anyone to die, he should erase all memory of that day from those present. But Vichin, standing firm, said he had already achieved everything he needed as a cadet. Now, he was Vichin Adenka, and also his mother's son. He turned to her and asked if that wasn't true. It was then, in a striking moment, that Versa appeared, walking slowly among the soldiers. Her presence was so powerful that everyone around felt intimidated. Daimar, disturbed, asked why she was there and if she intended to stop him, claiming that this was a mistake. He tried to justify that the magical stones weren't easy to create, and would be the new source of power for the Hlins. Versa, resolute, asked if he truly thought it was right to justify gaining power through dark magic. Daimar, trying to shift the blame, claimed that it had all been Edmund's doing, who was now dead. But Versa, filled with rage, reminded him that he seemed to have forgotten the ability she possessed, and asked how he dared lie right in front of her. Her aura intensified so much that even Vichin and Julian were frightened. Overcome by fear, Daimar screamed that her eyes had always looked down on him, and that she was always one step ahead. In a fit of anger, he prepared to attack her, but before he could act, his arm was torn off by a powerful strike. From the look of shock, everyone understood that the one responsible was Khan. The blow was so devastating that it destroyed everything around them. Terrified, Daimar quickly began apologizing, saying he had lost control for a moment. Vichin, witnessing the scene, was impressed. The sky, previously dark, had cleared with a single strike. Khan was without a doubt the embodiment of the Adenka family's power. Khan then turned to his wife and asked what they should do. Versa, though strong, showed sadness as she looked at her brother. She said that seeing Daimar in that state hurt her, but that she wanted to correct the wrongs of the Hilaim bloodline, and that her brother should take responsibility for everything that had happened. At that moment, the Black Sword unit of the Adenka family and the Temple of Gaia arrived and arrested Daimar. Trying to justify himself, he asked his sister if she did not regret what their father had done. The question left her speechless for a moment, but she soon replied that their father would have to take on an even greater responsibility, and that even if it was late, she wanted to fulfill what she had always wished for in her life. As the culprits were taken away, Dulan was helping organize everything. That was when he saw Vichin and ran toward him, smiling, asking if he was pushing himself again like he always did. Vichin recognized that, given everything that had happened, there was nothing more he could do. So, he turned to the director and asked how his progress was. She answered cautiously, saying that, considering everything that had happened, it was hard to say whether the mission had been a success. But Dulan quickly intervened, telling her not to worry about that. He then called the priests of Myotumi and asked what they thought of the protection they received from Master Vichin. He asked if they weren't satisfied. Afraid of repercussions, the men stated that they were very satisfied, and that there was no one better to protect them. In light of this, Dulan concluded that everything was settled. He declared that Vichin Adenka had passed the Ascension exam for rank 8, pinned the insignia to his chest, and congratulated him for reaching the 8th position among the cadets. Meanwhile, Daimar still couldn't believe that Vichin had been sent on that mission. He thought that if only Versa had gone personally, he would have hidden everything much better. Overcome with rage, he managed to break free and ran toward Vichin, shouting that he would completely destroy Versa's plan. Everyone was caught by surprise, as they had let their guard down. The next scene showed Vichin in shock, with a lot of blood before him. But the blood wasn't his, it was Daimar's. Versa had stepped in front of her son and, without hesitation, decapitated her own brother. She said she still had hoped he wouldn't do something so reckless. The atmosphere turned silent and tense. Everyone was shocked to see Versa kill her own brother without hesitation. That was exactly why she was known as one of the greats. But when Vichin looked at his mother's hand, he noticed that it was trembling. He realized that what she was holding was a magical stone made from Daimar's life force, and that alone was clear evidence of the atrocities committed. Even so, Vichin believed that even the worst actions could leave behind valuable lessons. Versan, who had been watching everything, said he would analyze the crystal and return it later. But Vichin held his mother's hand and said no, that was a gift for her. He asked her to accept it, saying that maybe it wasn't equal to what she had lost that day, but it was something from the heart. For the first time in a long while, Versa managed to smile. The scene then shifted to that same night, at the main house of the Vior family. Khan had stormed the mansion, killing everyone who tried to stop him. He declared that he would eliminate anyone who stood in his way. He turned the place into a true sea of blood, until he finally reached the family's patriarch. Coldly, he informed him that he had been sentenced to immediate execution, but would still be given the chance to take his own life. The patriarch, desperate, ordered his men to attack, but Khan, in the blink of an eye, eliminated the two guards and finished the patriarch right after. After that, the scene returned to the carriage where Versa and Vishen were traveling together. Looking at her son, she said she had felt indescribable emotions, watching him defend his beliefs so firmly. She revealed that he had inspired her to stand up for what she believed was right, at least once in her life. Vishen, slightly concerned, asked if it was really okay for her to be seen as a traitor to the Hisley family, but she replied with a light smile, saying that, in truth, he was the one who had destroyed the magic stone factory, and yet he was more worried about her than about himself. Julian and Vishen exchanged glances and realized they were truly in trouble. Versa, smiling, said he was very much like his mother and mentioned she wanted to tell a story. It wasn't just about Sarvana Hisley, his biological mother, but also about the celestial fruit. Vishen was surprised and asked if his biological mother had any connection to the celestial fruit. Versa explained that Sarvana had been chosen to receive the fruit, and that it was a very long story that had taken place a long time ago. At that time, Khan was still just a rank 1 cadet about to graduate from the Karmazin fortress. Versa and Sarvana accompanied him on his graduation mission. Versa commented that Khan was a lucky man to have both of them by his side. To complete the graduation, he needed to fulfill a ritual, defeat a monster that lived near the Nile waterfall on the outskirts of the fortress. Sarvana was a strong and very beautiful woman, and her strength was comparable to Khan's. During the mission, she was captured by a giant oyster. Desperate, she began to beg not to be devoured, but then changed her expression, revealing that it was just a distraction. Versa then rushed forward and cut the monster's tongue, saving Sarvana. Khan took the opportunity to finish off the monster. Excited, Sarvana celebrated the attack and praised Khan's strength, but Versa warned that they weren't done yet. The mission would only end when they returned with the monster's pearl. She then asked why they wanted something so strange and disgusting in the first place. Khan commented that he didn't know the real reason for the mission either, only that hunting the mollusk from the waterfall was an old tradition passed down since the days of Arslan. Sarvana then noted that there was something strange about the task, as it didn't seem challenging enough for a rank 1 cadet. Furthermore, that waterfall had running water even in an extremely cold region, raising the question of where so much water came from. With her curious personality and sharp eyes, she began to suspect that the mission had another hidden purpose. Sarvana, known for being cheerful, intelligent, and unusually perceptive, suggested that there might be something behind the waterfall. Khan asked how they could get through it, and Sarvana replied that she had already thought of a way. During the climb up the mountain, the others joked that she was crazy, but she held firm in her conviction, saying her intuition never failed. Still, she ended up slipping and falling. Khan, without hesitation, jumped to help her, but when Sarvana opened her eyes, she was already inside a cave hidden behind the waterfall. Versa scolded her for taking such a risk, and said it was a miracle she was alive and unharmed. That was when a deep voice echoed within the cave, saying that it had not been a miracle he had saved her. Vishen, hearing that part of the story, was stunned and asked if someone had been inside the cave. Versa then said that the being who lived there was known as the Celestial Fruit, whose true identity was that of a gigantic dragon. The dragon revealed itself and then asked which of them was capable of seeing the truth. Versa asked if he was referring to the prophecy passed down through the Adenka family, but the dragon replied that all of them had arrived, knowing absolutely nothing. He also said they were unfortunate, for they would have to die, and he breathed fire at them. Sarvana, in despair, told her friends to run, but when they reached the cave's exit, the waterfall's flow had become even stronger, blocking any way out. The dragon then asked them to accept their fate. Vishen, listening to it all, could barely believe that such a powerful creature truly existed. Versa explained that the dragon bone had been the item added to the Crimson Lotus, and that the being was real. Vishen asked how they had survived that encounter. Versa replied that even she didn't know. The only one who might have the answers was Sarvana herself. They tried attacking the dragon with everything they had, but their efforts didn't even scratch it. The dragon, calmly, said there was a limit to how far humans could go. Suddenly, the mana of both women began to be suppressed. They both dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by the pressure. The dragon was surprised to see that Khan was still standing, enduring that immense force. It thought it was a shame to have to kill him, as it saw a bright future in him. Even so, Khan attempted to attack, but was slashed multiple times before he could get close. The dragon explained that human methods of controlling mana were all derived from imitating the dragon's techniques, and that Khan would need at least 100 years of training to have any chance against him. Then, the dragon took on the form of a woman, raised a sphere of fire, and said it was the end for Khan. A massive explosion lit up everything, but at the last moment, Sarvana stepped in front of him. Not even the dragon could believe she had survived that attack. It was at that moment that he realized that child must be the one. And then Versa, who had been witnessing it all, fainted. The last thing she heard before losing consciousness was the dragon saying that the Hisley family had been chosen by him. When Versa woke up, they were already outside the cave, and Sarvana held the celestial fruit in her hands. Vishen was shocked to learn that the fruit truly existed. Versa said that after that, Sarvana's health began to decline drastically. In the following years, she became so weak she struggled to live a normal life. Even so, she never ate the fruit. On the contrary, she wanted Khan to have it. But Khan couldn't accept something that had cost the health of the woman he loved, for Sarvana was the only love of his life. After her death, Khan ate the celestial fruit, according to her final wish, and kept Sarvana forever in his heart. Trying to understand the feelings of his adoptive mother, Vichin realized that Versa's expression carried a mixture of envy, longing, and regret. He asked what she really felt for Sarvana, and Versa replied that she cared deeply for her, but also felt envy. At that moment, the scene showed Sarvana hugging Versa lovingly, saying she was not a puppet. Soon after, Versa asked if Vichin would accept one more request from her. She asked him to destroy the Hisley family. The scene then shifted. Vichin had already reached the Nile River, standing before the same waterfall. He launched his most powerful attack at it, but didn't even leave a crack. He then thought that this wasn't the right way. Perhaps the dragon was still inside, waiting for the one who could see the truth. And deep down, Vichin knew that all of it had to be connected to Arslan. Vichin reflected that Sarvana had probably found another way into the waterfall, and it was precisely because of that she ended up dying. He concluded that the key to crossing that place must be hidden somewhere, still unknown. Meanwhile, Vargon was reading the detailed report of everything that had happened in Mailturn. Beside him, Herka commented that, overall, everything had ended well, except for the tragedy involving the brothers, which left a bitter feeling. Herka's words made Vargon remember his own sister. The scene then shifted to Dulan, who was running with the Holy Grail in his arms. Behind him came Nelyuk and his soldiers, demanding that he hand over the Grail to someone more suitable. One of the soldiers grabbed Dulan by the neck, ready to take it by force. But in that moment, a lightning bolt struck the heads of all the soldiers, disintegrating them. Amid the smoke and light, Merlin appeared and declared that from that moment on, he would protect the Holy Grail as the paladin of Priest Dulan. Back at the waterfall, Vishen was surprised by the arrival of a young woman who asked why he had summoned her to such a remote place. That woman was Hannah Adenka, the third direct descendant of the Adenka bloodline, and also a representative rank 1 cadet. She asked if that place wasn't his graduation mission, and Vishen confirmed. He said he needed to face a giant mollusk as part of the test, but Hannah mentioned that she still had extra points to complete for her own graduation mission, and that few tasks involved cadets of her level. Vichin then invited Hannah to join his mission. She noticed that the task had been requested in the name of her mother, which made her curious and thoughtful about its importance. When she asked what the true goal of the mission was, Vichin replied that the first step was to head to the Hilaim family's territory. Hannah warned that, with their uncle dead, it would be difficult to enter without raising suspicion, but Vichin explained that was exactly why he needed her. He wanted her to act as his personal guard. In return, she would earn the points she needed to graduate. Hannah wanted to know what else he wanted in exchange. Vichin replied that he wanted a portrait. The scene then shifted to a memory. Vichin, studying in his room, found a drawing of himself. He told his sister that the artwork was a bit outdated. Hannah, offended, activated her blessing and pointed her sword at him, asking if he was mocking her. But Vichin, calm, replied that he was being serious. He said that the drawing was a precious memory to him. Julian tried to downplay its importance, saying it was just a doodle, but Vichin insisted that a portrait that old wouldn't still be in such good condition unless Julian had used a preservation spell. He then asked Hannah directly if she was really going to refuse the request. She hesitated, pulled the sword away from his neck, and said she would think about it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man asked if Daimar was truly dead. The butler replied yes, with absolute certainty. The man then asked if all evidence of his involvement had been perfectly erased. That man was none other than Garfonzo Hilaim, the patriarch of the Hilaim family. The butler assured him that everything had been covered up, and that the blame had fallen entirely on Daimar, as if he had acted alone. Garfonzo, coldly, said that Versa had always questioned his methods, so he wasn't surprised by her rebellion. But now he wanted to know how far Versa and Vichin might go, especially now that they had access to the most dangerous secret, the blood of the dragon race. The scene then revealed that several bodies were hanging from the ceiling, and their blood was slowly dripping into a chalice in front of Garfonzo. He approached the cup and, staring at the red liquid, requested that the arms of his father be brought to him. Upon drinking, half of his face began to transform grotesquely as he pronounced Vichen's name, as if invoking the fate that was drawing near. The scene then changed completely. Vichin and Kagon were fighting again, but the battle was interrupted when Raven appeared, saying he wanted to join in. Kagon complained, asking him not to interfere, but Raven replied that Kagon was the one interfering in his fight with Vichin. Faced with that, Kagon said he would have to defeat Raven first, and Raven replied that he had wanted to face him for a long time. Meanwhile, the priest was shouting, trying to remind the three of them why they were really there. Julian watched the scene, confused, not understanding how things had reached that point. The three patriarchs observed the chaos in silence. The story then went back 2 weeks, to the events leading up to what happened at the Crimson Fortress. Herka had authorized Han and Vichin to carry out a mission. However, Hannah said her swordsmanship shouldn't be used just for escort duty. Arka, on the other hand, said he hated dealing with those kinds of issues, and that if Hannah was truly serious, she should accept the mission. He also said that her refusal was denied. Hainan wondered what Vichin's plan was and eventually agreed with his brother, saying he would give him a portrait. Shortly after, the scene showed Vargon speaking with Vichin, saying the mission was dangerous. Vichin reassured him, saying he was prepared. He would also be taking his sister, a rank 1 cadet, and Sari, a spirit mage. Wilson, a friend of theirs, commented that he would also be joining. At that moment, the rest of Vichin's friends showed up and asked him to wait. They gathered in front of him, greeting him with respect and wishing him good luck. Vichin smiled, returned the greeting, and promised he would come back alive. Meanwhile, Hana reflected that as a martial artist of the Adenka family, sacrifices had to be made to reach the top. When the journey began, Vargon asked Herka if all that wasn't a bit much, since Hannah was ignoring her own feelings just to carry out the mission. Because of that attitude, she had even earned the nickname Statue. Herka, however, said that both of them would do fine. After all, they were siblings. Despite that, in the carriage, the situation was quite different. With a sharp object, Hannah almost took off Vichin's head. When he asked what she was doing, she launched several attacks against him. After opening his eyes post-attack, Vichin had a new haircut, a haircut that, honestly, didn't look good at all. But aside from that, sometime later, Hannah finally handed him the portrait she had promised. When he saw the painting, Vichin praised her talent, saying she was amazing. Hannah just packed up her materials, saying her debt to him was now settled. Vichin, curious, asked Julian why she rarely did that, since she was so talented. Julian explained that maybe she had given up because carrying the name of an important family comes with responsibilities that don't always allow one to follow their own dreams. Hannah's biggest wish was to become a famous artist, but it was probably something she had to abandon. Vichin, unsatisfied, said that made no sense because a martial artist shouldn't give up on their dreams. If she had lost something because of the Adenka family, he wanted to help her get it back. Meanwhile, public demonstrations were demanding the removal of Garfonzo Helame from power. Vichin wondered how that could happen in a supposedly prosperous land. Hannah explained that it was only prosperous for the rich, since the Helame family had lost the people's support due to their tyranny. To overthrow the current patriarch, the Revolutionary Army was formed, which was now organizing protests and promoting war. Those who didn't want to participate were moving to Derzona. According to Hannah, all this unrest began after the former leader of the Revolutionary Army was executed. Even so, she reminded them that they needed to focus on their goal, and told her brother that she knew a shortcut. Wilson and Sari commented that Hannah seemed very familiar with the place and wondered if she had passed through there before. As she was about to respond, someone interrupted them, asking who was there. It was a group of martial artists from the Helame family, who immediately launched an attack against Vichin and his sister. Vichin knocked some of them down with his fists alone, but one of the enemies managed to hit him with a powerful attack. Wilson and Sari were worried, but Hana told them to calm down. Vichin then realized his body felt lighter, a result of the mana pill he had taken at camp. Even so, the group ended up surrounded by more soldiers. Faced with the situation, Hannah revealed a blue gem, a symbol of the Helame family, and introduced herself as Hannah Adenka of Crimson Fortress, saying she needed to reach Derzona. The soldiers were shocked to learn she was the granddaughter of the patriarch. Vichin, confused, wondered why she hadn't shown that earlier. At that moment, a smoke bomb was thrown at the group. Hannah recognized it as a bomb from the Revolutionary Army. Before she could react, she noticed that Vichin had vanished. Hannah ordered all the soldiers to find her brother as quickly as possible. She said they needed to hurry because Vichin might be in danger. Sari, however, found it hard to believe that he couldn't handle a group of untrained civilians. But Hannah explained that those people only started acting after hearing her name. Knowing that Vichin was related to her, the Revolutionary Army would definitely see him as an enemy, since she was the one who captured their leader and handed him over to the Helame family. Elsewhere, Vichin was thrown into a carriage by 3 people. They commented that they had stolen all the military supplies from the soldiers and that the tunnel led directly to the territory of Vartican. They believed the Helame family wouldn't be able to find them after crossing through it. One of the men then asked who the boy was, and the woman replied that he was Hana Denka's younger brother, making him the perfect hostage. The man was surprised they had captured a direct descendant of the Adenka, but the woman said she had set a trap and that it was actually easy. The man, suspicious, said that would only be possible if he had allowed himself to be captured. At that moment, Vichin struck him. Before the blonde man could understand what was happening, Vichin already had his sword pressed against his neck. He simply said they should follow the original path, because he wanted to meet the leader of the revolutionaries. When the man removed his mask, Vichin realized he already knew him. They had fought side by side in the sunburned fields. The man, distracted, ended up flipping the carriage. At that moment, another man appeared, saying he knew they would choose that path. He wore the blue bracelet of the Helame family. The girl called him a traitor and asked if he planned to sell them out to Garfonzo. The man replied that they were just rebels fighting visiting Garfonzo in Hilayam territory, and that he would show them what it meant to be a model citizen. He then swallowed a mana pill, which completely transformed his body, making him resemble a demon. He declared that the power was wonderful and tried to attack the girl, but her little pet protected her. The man was surprised to see the attack stopped with a single hand and asked who that boy was. Vichin replied that he should introduce himself first. The monster mocked Vichin, but was interrupted when a giant boulder fell on its head. Vichin remarked that he knew mana wouldn't work against a body with dragon's blood, and that's why he had planned to collapse the cave from the beginning. He was beginning to understand that everything was connected. The pills, the dragon blood used by Tilavan, everything led back to the Hilayam family. There was still much to uncover in that territory. The girl tried to attack Vichin, but he easily defended himself. She asked what he was after all. First, he let himself be captured, then saved the group, and now he seemed to be on Hana's side. At that moment, a man appeared and told Harmona to stop, saying she was no match for that boy. Vichin asked who he was, and the man introduced himself as Laurent Hilayam, leader of the Revolutionary Army, the same one who had supposedly been captured and killed. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the Hilayam forest. While Vichin talked with Laurent, Harmona commented that he didn't seem all that impressive and questioned what the leader was thinking by bringing them there. But his friend Cal said Vichin was the hero of Mailtume, and Subin stated that he had saved his daughter. If not for him, he would probably have died in that place. Vichin had sent Sari to search for and rescue the man's daughter. The old man told Harmona that he was certain Vichin was there to help them, and Cal agreed. But Harmona still had doubts, saying she didn't know when he would reveal his true intentions. Laurent then asked Vichin if he wasn't the one who saved the people of Mailtume, but Vichin replied that he had done very little, and that it was actually his parents. Laurent insisted, saying the survivors told a different story. Suddenly, a man appeared saying he needed to kill Vichin because he had discovered the hideout and knew that Laurent was alive. Laurent questioned whether they really had the strength to face him and asked Barum to calm down, saying everything was under control. Vichin realized that group was extremely cautious with outsiders, and he began to wonder what was really happening there. He then asked Laurent how he had survived. Laurent revealed that he had used dark magic and said that Barum had escaped from a homeless asylum. During his time there, he discovered he had a talent for dark magic. Barum asked if Vichin had ever heard of the corpse resurrection technique. That was how he created a fake body for Laurent, swapping it before the execution. This allowed him to fool everyone at that critical moment. Julian observed everything and commented that that was the kind of dark magic Tilavan used, but Laurent simply asked if Vichin could help them. Outside, he also asked if Vichin's sister had sent him. Vichin replied that she had sent him to bring down the Hilayams, believing it would bring great punishment to their own family. Vichin said he wanted to ask Laurent a question, and then asked why he had cut out his own eyes. The question caught him by surprise, as he didn't understand how Vichin knew that. Vichin explained that the scar was very well made, which indicated it wasn't done by an amateur. Furthermore, there were no signs of resistance, which led him to conclude that Laurent had done it to himself. Laurent confirmed it, saying he could no longer bear what he saw. The cities governed by his family were in ruins, and the citizens suffered before his eyes. It destroyed him inside, and he couldn't continue watching everything with his own eyes. Vichin then asked if there was any other reason for it. Laurent thought to himself that the boy had sharp perception, and, in that moment, understood why his sister had sent Vichin. Then Laurent asked if Vichin knew something called grace, a drug that granted monstrous power but was also extremely addictive. The Hilayam family had used this substance to divide the citizens. The more someone betrayed and cooperated with them, the higher their social status, and the more grace they received in return. As grace addicts began abandoning the battlefield, defenses grew weaker, and that was when Laurent decided to take away his own vision. Vichin said he deeply respected Laurent's decision, but at that moment, some people appeared claiming that the real Laurent was alive. Laurent was startled, as it was impossible for them to have discovered that path. Vichin then told him to hide as quickly as possible, and ran off to face the grace-addicted intruders. The fight quickly became difficult, as Vichin couldn't use mana. Julian warned that Laurent was in danger, and just as one of the monsters was about to attack him, Vichin jumped in the way and took the hit. His arm was burned in the process. Vichin thought they were completely ruined. He knew he wasn't an ordinary martial artist and that, if he fought seriously, he could win, but he also had to protect Laurent, who was blind. Facing two strong enemies in that state was impossible. When the monsters charged at Vichin, something unexpected happened. Their bodies were completely sliced to pieces. The one who had done it was Vichin's own sister, Hannah, who was also surprised to see that Laurent was still alive. Laurent immediately recognized her voice, but consumed by rage, Hannah lunged at him, asking why he was still alive. Vichin stepped between them and questioned what she was doing. He was confused because his sister usually didn't show emotions. Laurent then asked her if she still knew how to draw well. To Vichin's surprise, Hannah fell to the ground and began crying, saying he would never be able to see her drawings again. At that moment, Harmona appeared and asked if the leader was okay. When she saw who was sitting there, she realized it was Hannah Adenka, which made her furious. She approached, slapped Hannah hard across the face, and asked why she was there, since she had nearly killed the leader. Then, the scene scene revealed a flashback. Harmona said their location had been exposed. Behind her, Hannah Denka appeared and attacked her. Hannah declared that Laurent's presence was required as a witness for the illegal and violent disturbances that had taken place in the city of Dersona. Harmona replied that that was a lie and that they were taking the leader to his death. Hannah, however, claimed it was only an investigation with witnesses and that he would be released after the interrogation. Even so, Harmona stood in front of Laurent and said she would not give up on the leader. That was when Garfonzo, Laurent's father, appeared and declared that no one would kill his son. He said Laurent had already done enough with that rebellion and could stop right there. But Laurent replied that he couldn't back down. They would fight until the end and were willing to sacrifice their lives for Helem. Garfonzo then confronted his son, saying that selling one's beliefs in exchange for their own vision didn't seem right. He asked if Laurent was willing to sacrifice his own nieces and nephews as well, reminding him that he had taught the girl how to draw. He said he had no idea how his heart, as a grandfather, would feel if that girl could no longer see. After hearing that, Laurent ended up following his father. A few days later, the execution of Laurent Helem was announced. Fortunately, they managed to switch his body in time, and he blended into the crowd in disguise. However, Hannah appeared, saying that this couldn't be happening because they had promised not to kill him. Crying and full of rage, she asked why her uncle was on the guillotine. That was how she witnessed the execution of Laurent's fake body, which traumatized her even further. Laurent explained that, in order to completely conceal his escape, he never told Hannah that he was still alive. Meanwhile, Garfonzo praised Hannah, saying she had done an excellent job, but also asked why she looked so down. For him, a hero who punished villains shouldn't have that miserable expression on her face. Garfonzo then said that Hannah would receive a reward for everything she had done and handed her a medal covered in blood. He praised her work and stated that soldiers should never show emotions. Meanwhile, Laurent asked Vishen if he truly intended to destroy the Hilayim family, as his sister had asked. Vishen firmly replied that he did. He was serious, and that's why he had also decided to support Laurent's cause. At that moment, Laurent made a request that Vishen meet with his father. The scene then shifted to Vishen standing before the Rinline mansion, where some soldiers demanded that he show his identification and obey their orders. Vishen replied that he was Vishen Adenka from the Crimson Fortress, and that he was there on a mission to meet his grandfather, the patriarch of the Hilayim family. The soldiers asked him to wait, but Vishen grew impatient and irritated, questioning whether they would really make the patriarch's grandson wait. He then pushed past the soldiers and entered the mansion on his own. Inside the mansion, there were even more soldiers. Vishen asked why so many were gathered there, and one of them explained it was because of the Hades assembly. The event was named after the Hades flower, the symbol of the Hilayim family. It was a friendly competition among martial artists invited by the family. However, due to threats from the Revolutionary Army, the preparations were being hindered, and the soldiers remained constantly on alert. Vishen remarked that it seemed his grandfather was abusing his power to control the soldiers, and questioned the presence of so many guards throughout the mansion, including at the entrance, which was supposed to receive guests. He suspected it was either a test or a show of force. Then, a man appeared, saying the soldiers were there in case of an incident, and that from that moment on, he would escort Vishen. However, Vishen, in a mocking tone, asked if a member of the Adenka family really posed a threat to the patriarch. He questioned who that man was really protecting from whom, and criticized the excessive use of soldiers just to receive him. He stated he would speak to his grandfather on his own. The man, enraged, attacked Vishen, but he dodged with ease. Vishen then asked if he truly wanted to pick a fight. Just by sensing a bit of Vishen's aura, the man began to wonder if the rumors from Mailtomb were true. At that moment, Garfonzo appeared and ordered everyone to stop. He dismissed the soldiers and asked Vishen to come closer, saying he was welcome to the Rinline family. Changing scenes, Garfonzo asked if he had overdone it with the soldiers. Vishen replied that he had, as everything had been quite unpleasant. The comment made Garfonzo apologize to his grandson, explaining that he had heard so many stories about him that he wanted to see with his own eyes. And indeed, the rumors did not seem exaggerated. Vishen, for his part, was impressed by his grandfather's presence. His aura was truly imposing, and his killing intent even more so. Garfonzo said he had wanted to meet Vishen for a long time, and that he was the bastard who killed his son. Vishen, on the other hand, said he was also eager to meet him, and thought he would finally get rid of that bastard. Garfonzo then asked what he was doing there. Vishen replied that he couldn't say, as public matters shouldn't be mixed with private ones. The answer made Garfonzo laugh and say he had been caught off guard. Even so, Vishen said he could at least reveal who had given him the mission, his mother. This revelation surprised Garfonzo greatly. He remarked that he had heard the mistakes of his son had been corrected, to which Vishen replied that he had merely been lucky at that moment. Garfonzo then asked if he was saying his son died due to a lucky strike, and the two fell silent. After a moment, Garfonzo broke the silence and said that Vishen didn't need to be nervous. In fact, he was grateful. If Vishen hadn't done it, he himself would have had to kill his own son with his own hands. In any case, Vishen was late. He explained that there had been a problem with the Revolutionary Army, which made Garfonzo furious. He asked how they dared lay hands on his grandson. Even with Vishen saying it was all right, Garfonzo remained angry, saying those bastards needed to be punished. He mentioned that some of them were using guerrilla tactics, and asked Vishen how he thought thought he had dealt with it. Garfonzo then revealed that he had crushed the hands and feet of every one of the enemies, calling them sewer rats who needed to know their place. Vichin, in turn, remarked that it was hard to keep secrets from his grandfather and asked if he wasn't curious about his mission. He then revealed that his mission was to participate in the Haide's assembly, which surprised Garfonzo even more. Vichin showed a paper to his grandfather and said that there were people with high expectations for him. Laurent had already told him that their plan would take place on the day of the Haide's assembly, but his father kept constant surveillance, blocking all access to Dursona. That was why Laurent asked Vichin to become the bait. Vichin mentioned that the people he was about to name would be present at the event: the director and the headmaster of the Crimson Fortress, all the representative cadets, the second-class priest of Gaia Dulan, as well as his own father and mother. Vichin then thought that he himself would become the biggest bait in that place. The scene then shifted to the night before, where Vichin said there was not much time left until dawn, and that they needed to contact everyone he had mentioned. Wilson and Sari asked if the master had gone mad, while Hannah questioned whether all those people would really follow his plan. Since he himself wasn't sure, she said it was all irresponsible. Even so, Vichin asked them not to worry, assuring that everything would work out. The only problem would be contacting each of them, since they were all scattered and his grandfather couldn't find out. Harmona said they could take care of that. Laurent also explained that the Revolutionary Army had secret means of communication, and that it would be possible to send magical correspondence. Thus, all those summoned read the letters sent by Vichin, wondering among themselves what he was up to this time. Meanwhile, Vargon was talking about Elder Tilovan, asking the director if it didn't seem like he had been abandoned in his final moments. Herka asked if they could be behind it, and Vargon replied that very few people had enough influence to make the Council of Elders act. Herka then mentioned the word nightmare, the name of the group Light had referenced, and said that even his younger brother was involved. She asked how big this mess could become. Vargon answered that honestly, he couldn't be sure. Elsewhere, Versa said her son was going to set everything on fire, and that their role was to clear the path with that fire. Canton asked again if she was sure she wanted to go through with it, and Versa hugged him, saying yes, it was all right. Back with Vichin, he commented that his grandfather was probably preparing to receive the honored guests. Garfonzo, however, started laughing loudly, and Vichin asked what was so funny. The old man asked if that was all his grandson had to offer, and whether he truly believed he could be intimidated by something like that. Garfonzo explained that Hilayim was a territory built on exchanges between Samian, Vardikan, and Adenka, and connected the domains of the three martial families. Even if something serious happened and the relationship with Adenka ended, it wouldn't affect the territory that much. Just like Versa had done, they would simply form alliances with other regions, and the remaining families would be eager to take Adenka's place. In short, Garfonzo said they wouldn't fall for childish tricks. Vichin, however, smiled and returned the question. If that was all to his grandfather, then what did he think of this? The scene then changed to Raven, who was excitedly reading Vichin's letter. In the Samian family, the one who received a similar letter was Kagon. Both said they were heading immediately to Hilayim, implying that the clash of titans was finally going to happen. Back to Vichin. He said he still dreamed of the events from 500 years ago, when the two of them fought a fierce battle and were later imprisoned until death. The only words left by Arslan were, "Surpass the Samian family and face the truth." Vichin wondered what awaited him. He woke up to his sister's voice, calling him and telling him to get ready, because the day had already begun. He then thought it wasn't time to be dreaming, because that was the day of the Haides assembly. The scene shifted to Dursona on the night before the event. That year marked the 200th anniversary of Hilayim, and festivals filled the region. The public was shocked by the presence of Patriarch, Khan Adenka, and Lady Versa, questioning how they dared to step there after killing Master Daimar. Garfonzo cursed Vichin for managing to bring his father and mother to that place. Versa then introduced herself, but Garfonzo asked how she had the nerve to step foot there. She replied by saying that her brother was dead because of those hands, which only increased Garfonzo's fury. Versa commented that the name Hilayim was once highly respected. That made Garfonzo order her to stop insulting him and Dimar. But Versa went straight to Vichin and said that, as he requested, she had come to the assembly. Then she approached Hannah and apologized for not being able to protect her daughter in the past. However, she promised that from that moment on, things would be different. She said she was there to put an end to the rebellion that had begun. Julian explained that the rules of the Hades assembly were simple: a royal battle, with dozens of participants fighting simultaneously. Whoever survived until the end would be the winner. Hannah warned Vichin to be careful, as the event didn't include only the children of nobles. Commoners were also participating in that contest. At that moment, Kagon and Raven arrived. Kagon said he almost didn't recognize Vichin because of his haircut, and Raven noticed he had indeed cut it. Vichin replied that it was his sister who cut it, and thanked the two for responding to the letter he had sent. But Kagon made it clear that he didn't come for him. He just couldn't miss a good chance to destroy him. Raven, on the other hand, said that the moment was a great challenge for him, and that Vichin was finally fulfilling the promise he had made. Vichin then told his grandfather that those were his friends, and that they would participate in the assembly by his side. Khan approached the boys and asked if that was Raven, son of Pontianus Vardican, commenting that he had a personality very similar to his father's. Raven asked if he knew him, and Khan replied that he, Valquia, and Pontianus used to gather frequently when they were young, a long-standing relationship. Suddenly, someone descended from the sky and landed right in front of them. It was Pontianus Vardican, patriarch of the Vardican family, who greeted his old friend Khan, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Pontianus seemed not to have aged at all. His presence surprised Vichin and Julian, who were shocked to see the patriarch there in person. Pontianus said he had come to Helame only to watch his son participate in such an important event. He didn't want to see him lose again. At that moment, both Vichin and Julian understood where Raven's personality came from. At the top of a building, Valquia watched the gathering and complained about the disloyalty of those men for meeting alone. Even Hannah was shocked to see the matriarch's presence and murmured that she couldn't miss the moment when the Samian house would reclaim its honor. Pontianus then provoked her, asking if she really thought she could defeat his son. Khan added that her honor could be trampled once more. Everyone grew tense. The continent's rulers were gathered in one place, and the atmosphere was overwhelming. Their presence demanded respect. They were imposing figures. Garfonzo, worried, thought that the most important thing at that moment was to prevent them from causing trouble, because if that happened, everything could turn into a battlefield. He tried to defuse the situation by telling the patriarchs that it wasn't the best time for them to be there, as a civil war was ongoing. However, the patriarchs questioned if he was really trying to kick them out in front of their own sons, which made Garfonzo back off immediately. In his mind, he once again blamed Vichin for the whole mess. In the next scene, Garfonzo was shown on his throne, visibly disturbed by the situation. He lamented the city being full of tourists and losing control. He then asked the butler about the Revolutionary Army's current status. The butler explained that after Laurent's supposed death, they thought the army would collapse, but instead it had been growing stronger. Garfonzo wanted to know if they had truly killed the real leader, but the butler said it seemed Vichin wouldn't leave that group alone. He was manipulating the revolutionaries like tools. Given that, Garfonzo said that since there was no other option, it was time to ask for help from Knight Mary. The butler was extremely frightened by the idea, saying they were far too dangerous. But Garfonzo, full of rage, shouted that all of this was Vichin's fault, and that they needed to take control of the Hydes assembly. Meanwhile, everyone was commenting on Vichin's new haircut, although, apparently, he was the only one who liked it. Sari, visibly embarrassed, asked if Vichin would like to walk with her for a bit. But Raven, ever the empath, interrupted and pulled Vichin away, prompting Herka to tease Sari, laughing at the situation. Vargon commented to Hannah that from that moment on, the Hades Assembly was no longer just a traditional Helame event. Now it had become a representation of the power and intentions of the main families. He said that before arriving, he had crossed paths with Gaia temple officials, several reporters from different regions, mid-level clans, and tourists. Then, as he spoke, a magic portal opened behind him. From it emerged the sixth master, Helios, who addressed Vargon, saying it was a pleasure to see him again. Though the timing was inconvenient, he wanted to renew his proposal, that Vargon take the position left by his deceased sister as a new tower master. The scene shifted to a table where the three of them were eating together. Raven asked why Vichin and Kagon weren't eating, but it was clear that the patriarch's presence was so imposing that both had lost their appetite. Pontianus Vardican then asked how long it had been since they gathered like that, and Valquia replied that it had been about 10 years. Pontianus suggested they play something, just for fun, but Khan, though interested, said it was better to leave it for another time. After all, that day, the true protagonists were their sons. Vichin commented to Julian that although they all seemed like friends, he could see something else beneath the surface. Ambition was a natural instinct for those who lacked emotion, and that meeting, though cordial, was just the surface of a much larger game. The stronger such emotionless beings became, the more they would grow in power. At that moment, the rivals were sitting side by side, but Vichin didn't feel comfortable. Kagon was even worse, trying to stay calm at all costs, knowing that one wrong word could cost him his life. Unlike them, Raven seemed unfazed by the patriarch's presence, and said he wanted to ask a question. With complete sincerity, Raven said he felt that all the leaders there were extremely powerful, but he wanted to know who would win in a battle between them. The question left Vichin and Kagon completely stunned. To them, that was practically a death sentence. The three patriarchs then stood up with a threatening aura, saying they could very well test that theory right there. Meanwhile, everyone was amazed by the presence of the Tower 6 Master. Herka asked if he really intended to make that pagoda Vargon into a new Tower Master, but Vargon replied that Helios already knew how he felt about that tower. Still, Helios insisted, asking if he missed his sister, the famous Lord Barnell, who had overwhelming talent. Now, the position at the tower could be his, since he had reached level 5 through experience in mercenary life. Helios explained that the tower would follow a new path, and that path needed talent like Vargon's. Herka reacted immediately, saying they couldn't take Vargon from her, but Helios asked whether she could could really help Vargon achieve the dream he had admired all his life. At the same time, the patriarchs were on the verge of confrontation, but Vichin felt something strange in the air. Then, suddenly, all of them began to laugh, all except Khan, who remained serious. The patriarch said that although they could fight, there would be nothing to gain from it. Their strength existed to protect their families. Valkyria then looked at Khan and declared that she would definitely fight him one day. Khan responded that he too looked forward to that moment. Someday, without a doubt, they would face each other, and for warriors, that was the greatest joy possible. Pontianus looked at his son and asked who he thought was the weakest among the patriarchs. Raven thought for a moment and answered, confidently, that his father was clearly the strongest. Valkyria then asked her own son what he thought. Kagon replied that the Adenka family was the weakest of them all, since the Vardakan leader possessed the legendary piercing spear and his mother, Kesak, while the Adenka, according to him, had no special blessing, a bloodline with nothing extraordinary. But Vichin disagreed. To him, the weakest was the Samian family. He explained that the power he sensed coming from Valkyria was visibly inferior. He said this directly to the patriarchs. Valkyria agreed, stating that Vichin was absolutely right. Everyone there was at level 9. Except for her, who was still at level 8. However, thanks to Kesak's protection, she was able to maintain a level relatively close to the others. Julian commented that Kesak's ability allowed Valkyria's power to be amplified. She then confirmed that this was exactly how the balance between the three leaders had been maintained for so long. Kagon said that if that were true, then when his mother reached level 9, she would be unbeatable. Raven, curious, asked if it was possible to reach level 10. Khan replied that humans die upon reaching that level, which shocked all the young ones present. Vichen explained that upon fully attaining level 9, a person comes to a fundamental realization. It is impossible to go beyond. That was the limit for humans. And beyond that lay the domain of the gods. Canton, proud, commented that his son had given a good answer. Valkyria, watching closely, was impressed by the cadet. He had managed to sense her level 8 mana, and she concluded that the Adenka family was raising a true monster. At that moment, Raven raised his hand, saying he had another question. To prevent more trouble, Vichin and Kagon quickly covered his mouth and dragged him away, drawing laughter from the patriarchs. Pontianus commented that they reminded him a lot of themselves in their youth. Khan agreed, saying his son had inherited much of his personality. Valkyria laughed, saying even his lack of tact was identical. Meanwhile, Versa was speaking with Laurent, who showed her a weapon. She asked if that was the weapon that would dethrone their father. Vargon, once again, refused Helios's offer, saying that the new direction the magic tower intended to take was interfering with a gathering that was supposed to be merely a friendly and symbolic meeting between the great names of the continent. All of it had been done just to benefit a certain family. Unfortunately, the magic tower Helios once knew no longer existed. He admitted he had no excuses and took the blame for everything. Initially, he had come to that place to see the young master Vishen and his special sword capable of cutting magic. Since Vishen was a cadet of the Crimson Fortress, Helios also expected to find Vargon there. He said it had been good to see him again, but Vargon simply asked his teacher to enjoy the festival and walked away. The man accompanying Helios asked if he was really going to let Vargon walk away like that. Helios asked to be left alone for now. The man insisted, questioning what he would do if Vargon turned his back on him the same way Varnelli had. Helios responded that if that happened, he would send Vargon to the same place he sent his sister. The scene then shifted to a woman named Maria, the chief sound technician of the event. She reported that she was in the city of Dursona, in Hilame, where the Great Assembly of Rides would take place. This time, the event would be held on an unprecedented scale, bringing together historical figures of great importance. Dulan, observing everything, commented that the city had only become grand because it had stolen from his people. Meanwhile, the participants of the assembly were making their entrances. Versa approached the arena and said she would watch the battle beside her father, because she too was a Helame, and believed he might feel lonely. But Garfonzo replied that she was only there to keep an eye on him and prevent him from acting. She admitted that her father was indeed very clever. Garfonzo then asked why she was so eager to stop him, since if Helame grew stronger, it would be good for her and for Khan. Versa replied that Helame's current state was different from the vision they once stood for. He, in turn, reminded her that her hands were also stained with blood, and that everything she achieved as she grew up was thanks to him, including her place at Khan's side, gained by stepping over Vichin's mother. Versa said that she hadn't forgotten that, and had no intention of denying it. To her, that was her explanation. Her father then said she could do whatever she wanted, but warned that if she tried to stop him, he would kill Vichin. Garfonzo began a speech, saying it had been 200 years since Helame had flourished. He hoped that this event would mark a new blossoming, as brilliant as the Hide's flowers, which gave their name to the assembly. Everyone celebrated. Meanwhile, Vichin was reflecting. He said that yes, Helame would flourish again, but only after it rid itself of the evil represented by his grandfather. Garfonzo, on the other hand, was laughing, convinced he could continue acting freely. But Vichin believed that next time, it would be his grandfather who would end up inside a coffin. The countdown began, and the assembly commenced. The battle started shortly after. A man observed that those young people would keep an eye on each other to protect their family's honor, and that in that moment of distraction, his unit specialized in magical elemental swords would find an opening to kill Vichin. Garfonzo believed the arena was full of martial artists under his command, and that everything would end once Vichin was out of the game. However, when one of those men tried to attack Vichin, 3 young warriors appeared and struck first, calling them losers who shouldn't interfere. Then, a part of the conversation between Lauren and Versa was shown. He explained that the object they possessed was the Eye of Etnia, a magical tool created by the matriarch of the Rinline family, named Etnia. Versa spoke about Helium and the legendary Dragon King Abaltan. She believed Etnia had fallen in love with a powerful warrior from the dragon race named Abaltan, but that it had been a tragic love. She had courted him intensely, but since they were from different species, they could not be together. Lauren said that several treasures and magical tools Etnia created for Abaltan were still scattered across Helium territory, and the Eye of Etnia was one of them. This tool was made to protect Abaltan from danger, and worked as follows. Any object touched by that magical wedge would become transparent, allowing someone to pass through the open space. He threw the object into the middle of a mountain and asked Vichin to take it with him to the stadium the next day. Versa asked if he knew what they were planning to do with it, and Vichin replied that they intended to gather proof of his grandfather's crimes in front of everyone present. He gave as an example the magical crystal factories in Maeltomb used to melt the blood of the dragon race and transform it into grace. For that, they would need facilities as large as those in Maeltomb, and his grandfather would never leave such factories outside of Dursona. Versa then confirmed that the grace production factories were indeed in Dursona, and that the only place large enough to hide one of them was the main arena. The scene then shifted to a man, explaining that once inside the stadium, participants would be monitored by several magical crystals. If they detected someone no longer capable of fighting, that person would be immediately eliminated and teleported out of the arena. The final goal was to defeat as many opponents as possible. At that moment, a red-haired man with a scar asked, looking directly at Vichin, what would happen if someone accidentally killed an opponent during the match? The instructor answered that in a friendly match, nothing could be done in case of death. Vichin realized then that things would be far more difficult than he had imagined. If he wanted to reveal the entire arena using the Eye of Etnia, he would have to hold it in his hand for a while and infuse mana into it. In other words, Vichin would have to stand still in the middle of the stadium to use the Eye of Etnia, but that posed a huge problem, as everyone there wanted to kill him. The only way to avoid that would be by winning the tournament. However, it was impossible to defeat all of Helame's elite troops alone. That was when 2 young warriors entered the scene. Vichin approached them with a proposal. He suggested that the 3 of them focus solely on the Helame soldiers until only the 3 of them were left. That way, they could fight each other without external interference. Garfonzo, observing the situation, became irritated. He couldn't understand why they were helping Vichin. Even so, the 2 young men quickly began eliminating the surrounding soldiers. While fighting, Vichin thought that until the previous year he had been called in, but it seemed that had changed. A man then charged at him and even broke part of his sword. However, Kagon pierced the enemy from behind, saying that Vichin could only die by his hands. At that moment, Kagon was attacked by a woman, but was saved by Raven, which annoyed him for being helped by that idiot. Vichin knew he couldn't be easily defeated like before, and needed to resolve everything as quickly as possible. However, he was hit by another blow, the same soldier who had already foiled his plans earlier. Meanwhile, Raven and Kagon were sweeping the arena, defeating several opponents at once. It was soon announced that the young masters had eliminated all the Rinline family soldiers, except for one final opponent, a giant man who was facing Vichin. During the fight, Vichin realized that the man was probably a 6-star warrior. His physical build was massive, and although his technique had many openings, it was extremely rigid. Vichin activated his Wandering Galaxy Chain technique, but before he could strike, Kagon and Raven broke the opponent's weapon. The 3 advanced together with their weapons, attacking simultaneously, but their combined strike was blocked by a force field. Kagon didn't understand why the enemy wasn't moving. Vichin then said that the sensation reminded him of the Dwarf King's blessing. The soldier then threw a powerful punch, launching Vichin far away. When Kagon and Raven tried to attack him from behind, he also struck them, sending both flying. The 3 of them were confused, trying to understand why their attacks weren't working. The soldier declared that Vichin was trying to stain the honor of the Rinline family, an honor built with the blood of many. But Vichin responded that it was easy to talk about honor while forcing others to shed blood. The soldier replied that Vichin was young and ignorant, and that a martial artist's true honor was to obey orders faithfully, even if that meant capturing and cutting people in half. He added that the sacrifice this time would be Vichin himself. Vichin was outraged and said he didn't want to hear those empty words. To him, a martial artist's strength only had value when used to protect others. He He questioned how anyone could say that oppressing people was something honorable, and said he would not let that man tarnish the true honor of martial artists any further. While watching the fight, Garfonzo began to suspect something. Why was Vichin so determined to win? Moreover, he was already acting as if he were certain of victory. That was when Garfonzo remembered the basement, where the reserves of dragon blood were stored. He realized that Vichin was probably trying to reveal that to the world. However, it still seemed confusing. How could he expose facilities hidden underground? Even without fully understanding, Garfonzo concluded that he couldn't underestimate that boy. He needed to keep his guard up. He called his butler and said he needed to take a walk. But when he tried to leave, he noticed that Versa wasn't moving. That wasn't part of the plan. If Versa had promised to stop him in case he tried to escape, why was she standing still? That left Garfonzo even more confused. He thought that maybe Vichin was just bait to uncover the location of the basement. But if he already knew the exact location, the situation was even worse. At that moment, Vichin asked his father if he didn't have something urgent to take care of. That made him furious. She then said he could leave the event in her hands and go. But shortly after, with a psychotic smile, she said she was joking. She told him he couldn't escape her eyes with cheap lies. That was when Garfonzo realized he could no longer do anything. Versa told him to just enjoy the show, as the battle would soon come to an end. Meanwhile, Vichin was still fighting alone against the powerful soldier, and Kagon wondered whether they truly had a chance against that man. Everything indicated that the enemy was only interested in Vichin, as he ignored everyone else and focused his attacks solely on him. Vichin then realized the only way to defeat him would be to use the absolute sword strike, but he sensed that the opponent had already anticipated that. That was when Vichin looked up to the sky and asked Raven to do the same. Raven, raising his eyes, commented that the weather looked nice, but was confused by the remark. However, in that instant, he seemed to realize something important. Meanwhile, Kagon, annoyed at being ignored, stepped in front of Vichin and declared that the soldier should not dare underestimate him. With that, the two began attacking the enemy together. Suddenly, Raven appeared on the soldier's shoulder and activated his spear-throwing technique. But, surprisingly, he didn't throw the weapon at the enemy. He threw it at Vichin. The spear hit him and launched him through the sky. Vichin was hurled to an incredible height and then began to fall in a steep dive. He knew that from that altitude, his technique couldn't be interrupted, and there wouldn't be enough time for the enemy to dodge. During the fall, Vichin reflected that the opponent had spoken about the honor of Helium, but to him, only two people from that family truly understood the meaning of honor. Those who sold themselves to Garfonzo had no right to speak that word. With that thought, he activated the alternate form of Chapter 2 of the Absolute Sword, and delivered a strike so powerful that it defeated the enemy on the spot. Everyone watching was stunned. Helium's soldiers had been completely defeated. Akka moved, hugged Vargon, and celebrated Vichin's victory. However, just when everything seemed over, two mysterious symbols appeared behind Vichin and suddenly exploded. Raven and Kagon smiled, saying that the moment of the real showdown had finally arrived. Vichin declared that this was the final part of his plan, and that from now on, the battle depended solely on him. Versa had warned that there was a flaw in the strategy, as there was no guarantee he could defeat those kids, but Vichin responded with confidence, saying that the honor of Aiden was at stake. He swore he would win because Versa was begging for it. Meanwhile, Garfonzo watched from afar and muttered for his grandson to just die already. It was the beginning of the true battle between titans, and the three charged at each other without hesitation. Kagon said he would deal first with the son of Vardakin, and launched a powerful attack at Raven, who easily blocked it with his spear. Raven taunted him, asking if that was all he had, and said he expected something more impressive. Kagon replied that, since he asked, he would show his true strength, and the two began an intense fight. Vichin, seeing the opportunity, decided to strike while the two were occupied. He activated a giant electric current, combining it with his Amaluni sword technique, unleashing a devastating attack. The strike was so powerful that even Raven was impressed, saying that Vichin was amazing, and that he wouldn't fall behind. During the exchange of blows, Kagon used his blood full moon technique, forcing both opponents to retreat. Vichin noticed that the mana flow from the Crimson Emperor was much more intense. If nothing changed, Kagon wouldn't last much longer. He was aiming for a quick fight and knew that if he didn't give everything he had in that strike, he would lose. The three of them then activated their blessings simultaneously and charged with everything they had. The impact was so violent that it caused a massive explosion in the arena. When the dust began to settle, Vichin was still standing, holding a firm stance despite being covered in wounds. He said he hadn't expected to leave the fight unscathed, but the injuries were deeper than he had imagined. Still, he wanted to know what had happened to the other two. As the visibility improved, he saw that Raven and Kagon were also standing, in similar condition. Julian, watching from a distance, commented that it was to be expected, since the sons of Samian and Vardakin were not easy opponents. Vichin found the total silence strange. After such a spectacular explosion, there were no cheers or applause. He realized something was wrong. He quickly reactivated the absolute sword slash. Raven and Kagon, exhausted, were frightened to see that they didn't have the energy to dodge. Vichin launched a slash that passed precisely between the two, without hitting them. They were confused, thinking he had missed the attack. but soon they were surprised, as a rift opened in space, seemingly in the middle of nothing. Vichin then revealed that they had been trapped inside the arena. Outside, the audience continued cheering, believing the battle was still going on. Versa, watching, was startled and wondered what exactly was happening there. Garfonzo thought to himself that he would finally get to see his grandson die. Smiling, he made an announcement to the crowd, explaining that there had been a mistake in the magic needed for the event. The magic tower would need some time to resolve the problem, and for safety reasons, the arena would be temporarily sealed with a barrier. Upon hearing this, Versa was alarmed, as her investigation had found no sign of something like this happening. Upset, she tried to confront her father, asking what he was doing, but Garfonzo, still smiling, replied that it was just a safety measure and revealed that he had help from some friends in Dersona. He said that once the barrier was lifted, all they would see was a scene where the three had destroyed each other, though it would all be part of a carefully constructed illusion. Desperate, Versa jumped on her father's neck, begging him to get the boys out of there as quickly as possible. But Garfonzo accused her of being jealous of Sarvana and said she had failed by betting everything on her son. Versa then ran off, determined to help the three boys as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Khan suspected that greedy old man was plotting something. He approached the patriarchs, saying he was going to get a drink, but Valkyria found it odd, knowing he wasn't one to drink. Khan said he had heard about a rare drink from Helame, a dirty drink that appeared without explanation. Both patriarchs immediately understood what he meant. Inside the barrier, Kagon asked if they were really trapped in there. Vishen confirmed, saying the fissure created by his absolute sword slash was closing quickly. The magic that trapped them was cast by a mage with abilities beyond comprehension, and he was still feeding mana into the barrier to restore it. Even with serious injuries, the magic that should have transferred them out of the arena wasn't working. Kagon realized the plan was to make sure they didn't leave alive. Vichen also understood that, facing someone capable of casting such powerful magic, they couldn't win in their current condition. They needed to escape as soon as possible. But suddenly, he saw Kagon and Raven being strangled by a man. It was none other than Helios, the master of the tower. The sight left Vishen completely in shock. Helios remarked that the absolute sword slash was an interesting technique, and that he hadn't expected it to create a rift in his magic. When Vishen asked why he was helping Garfonzo, Helios simply said there was no reason to answer, since Vishen would die there anyway. He then cast an extremely powerful spell at him. Vishen knew the Tower Master's spells were extremely dangerous, but before he could react, he was hit directly. Soon after, a spiritual hand grabbed his neck. Helios said he would give him a quick death, as he had been ordered to make it look like the three had killed each other. Vishen asked whether those orders came from the elders of Adenka or from Samian, but Helios replied that he was naive, as the one who gave the order stood on a much higher level. As Helios tried to stab Vishen, he bit down on the enemy's sword and activated the giant lightning chain ability, electrocuting one of the man's arms completely. He then triggered the absolute sword slash and launched it at Helios. Despite trying to defend himself, Helios had his arm severed. Like many before him, he also lost an arm. It was as if the protagonist were taking revenge for the bullying he suffered in a past life, when he too had no arm. Helios was stunned that his strongest defensive magic had been broken. Vichin then declared that since he had interrupted the battle himself, he would now pay for it. Kagon and Raven appeared right after, to launch a combined attack against Helios, but he responded with an even more powerful spell. He said he no longer cared about faking evidence, and would turn them all into dust. Vichan sensed the danger of that spell, and knew he had to stop it immediately. However, if he used another absolute sword slash, he would die. Before he could make a decision, the rift in the barrier he had created finally broke open, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Laurent, who with only one hand managed to stop Helios's attack, impressing everyone with his power. Vichin, shocked, asked how Laurent had managed to get inside. Outside, it was revealed that Vargon had made it possible. He had been analyzing the barrier and concluded it was extremely advanced magic. The breach from within had likely been created by Vichin himself. Soon after, Khan and Versa arrived and praised Vargon's work, saying that thanks to him, they had managed to save the boys. Versa stated that everything was now in Laurent's hands, but Vichin begged him to leave immediately. Laurent, however, refused. He said the boys only needed to watch as he defended the honor of the Helame family. Upon seeing the scar over Laurent's eye, Helios recognized him. It was Laurent Helame, so he had been alive all this time. Despite everything that had happened, Laurent was never talented in martial arts. Even before losing his sight, he had been considered the weakest among everyone there. Helios, shocked by what he had witnessed, admitted he didn't know how Laurent had managed to suppress his magic, but claimed he was just full of himself. Laurent, however, knew he had to put an end to that magic immediately. At that moment, Helios was startled to realize that Laurent had consumed a grace. Half of his body had transformed. With brutal strength, Laurent grabbed Helios by the head and slammed him violently against the ground, knocking out his teeth. The impact was so great that the magic barrier around the arena broke instantly. Garfonzo, watching from afar, was pleased, thinking he would finally witness his grandson's death. But when the barrier vanished and he saw that the one standing was Laurent, he was in shock. The people around were confused, wondering if that man was really the Laurent they had believed to be dead. Laurent then stepped forward before everyone and declared firmly that his name was Laurent Hillame, leader of the Revolutionary Army and member of the Hillame family. He announced that he had important information to reveal, and at that moment, consumed another dose of grace, causing his body to transform even further. The crowd panicked, whispering that the man had turned into a monster. But Laurent explained that what he had consumed was called grace, a secret weapon developed by the Hillame family by refining the blood of dragons. With it, they had created a substance capable of completely altering the human body. When he tried to continue his revelation, Garfonzo ran toward him, ordering him to stop talking, but his attack had no effect. Laurent said he was merely a blind man who had never learned martial arts, yet he had just withstood the sword of a patriarch from a martial family. That was proof of Grace's power. He explained that the Hillame family's goal was to create an overwhelming army and conquer the continent using dragon blood. Because of his father's ambitions, an entire city had been exploited and turned into a massive laboratory where Grace was mass-produced. Trying to defend himself, Garfonzo shouted that it was all lies and accused Laurent of slander, claiming he had no proof. That was when Vichen, using the Eye of Etnia, said the evidence was right there. He drove the eye into the ground of the arena, allowing everyone to see what lay hidden beneath their feet. Imprisoned, there were members of the Draconian race, which everyone believed to be extinct, living in large numbers underground. The revelation shocked everyone. Vichen stated that this was definitive proof. The Hilliams had captured Draconians and experimented on their blood to create living weapons. Moreover, they had been supplying grace to those with friendly ties, creating a divide among civilians. And all of this would be attested by him, Vichen Adenka, seventh son of the Adenka family, and by his mother, Versa Hillame. Garfonzo, desperate, shouted that it was a lie, a trap, and demanded explanations from Helios, saying that this wasn't what had been promised. At that moment, Helios's body, lying on the ground, began to levitate. A new Helios appeared before everyone, introducing himself as the true master of the sixth magic tower. He said it was a pleasure to meet the patriarch of the Hillame family. Vichen and Julian were stunned. There were two Helioses, and they hadn't even noticed the true one approaching. The real Helios admitted that everything that had happened was a result of his own negligence. With a snap of his fingers, he incinerated the fake body in front of everyone. Kagon was astonished, considering how they had struggled just to fight a fake Helios. Vichen thought that if the true one had been the opponent from the start, he never would have managed to cut off his arm. Julian commented that something still felt off. The magic that had imprisoned them hadn't disappeared, not even with the absolute sword strike. Vichen then realized that Helios had been their enemy from the very beginning. At that moment, Laurent fell to his knees. He said that grace had severe side effects and that when used excessively, it resulted in a demonic contract. In the end, the person would lose all rationality. That was exactly what had happened to him. Garfonzo, in shock, admitted that Laurent had won that battle, but he would not allow it to end that way. He asked whether Laurent had forgotten that it was he who had invented that substance. But before he could consume more grace, Laurent struck a powerful blow, stopping him. Vichen, anguished, shouted for him to hold on to his rationality, trying to stop him from losing himself completely. But the nearby patriarch stepped forward, saying that it was better for Vichen to step aside and let the adults handle the situation. Watching everything unfold, Vichen began to wonder if that had been Laurent's plan all along, to reveal the Hillame family's crimes to the world, and then be defeated as a villain, taking all of his lineage's sins with him to the grave. Vichen said he felt sorry for Laurent, and even if letting him die was the safest choice, he simply couldn't stand by and watch it happen. So he told the patriarchs that he would face Laurent himself. But Valquia explained that she understood how much he cared for his uncle, but Laurent had already signed a contract with a demon and had completely lost his sanity. Therefore, the best option was to end it as quickly as possible. Pontianus added that if Laurent escaped from the arena, it could lead to a huge disaster. At that moment, Khan asked his son if he had a plan. Vichen replied that he did. If it really was a demonic contract, then there was still a chance. This wasn't the first time he had tried to save someone from its effects. Upon hearing that, Khan immediately remembered the case of Malone. Vichen then said that, besides everything else, he had made a promise to his mother to destroy Hillame, and now he asked his father to help him fulfill that promise. Suddenly, Laurent attacked Vichen from behind, but Khan managed to protect him with just one hand. Right after, Khan asked the patriarchs to allow the monster to strike 3 times, and, in the meantime, to let his son handle the situation. The patriarchs, startled by Khan's boldness, thought he was going too far because of his son, son, but that only confirmed that Vichin was truly the son of Sarvana. Pontianus then smiled and wished the boy good luck, while Valquia told Khan that he now owed her one. Khan replied that he would certainly return the favor in the future. Then he struck a powerful blow on Laurent, saying the rest was now up to his son. Focused, Vichin recalled a conversation he had with Hannah. He had asked her how to fight people who used grace, since she probably knew a method or two. After all, she had defeated high-ranking citizens who had attacked Laurent himself, and Vichin wanted to know how she had managed that. Hannah had replied that there were two methods. The first was to overpower them with brute physical strength. Their scales might be tough, but in the end, they were still living beings. If crushed by a boulder or hit by a cannon, they wouldn't get up again. But Vichin insisted, pointing out that she had won using only her sword. Then Hannah explained the second method. She said that grace turned a person into a weakened version of a draconian, which meant their scales weren't as dense as the real ones. There were small gaps between them, and if the swordsman had the vision and speed, they could strike directly at the flesh, bypassing the defense. Vichin then thought about Hannah's blessing, the mad sculptor Michaelian, which made her sword faster and more precise. That was how she managed to defeat those enemies so easily. Vichin concluded that his galactic wanderer could help him with the speed. What he lacked now was the vision to see the gaps between the scales. That's where Julian came in. With his divine eyes, he could perfectly remember mana circuits after just one observation. And now, that monster had already launched 2 attacks on Vichin. The next one would be the last chance. However, the wound on Vichin's side was starting to affect him. Even so, Julian encouraged him, telling him not to make Hannah sad again. At the moment when Laurent prepared his third and final strike, Julian shouted that he had found the gap. There were 4 weak points from the torso to the shoulder, and he asked Vichin to picture the exact trajectory of the sword passing through all of them. Vichin then said that he could see it. It was the same path he had seen in the Black Sword during the fight against Malone. He knew that if he failed now, he wouldn't be able to save Lord Laurent. With all his conviction, Vichin once again unleashed the cut of the Absolute Sword. When he delivered his final blow, Vichin realized he had been too shallow. If he continued at that pace, Lord Laurent would certainly die. But at that very moment, Laurent's body began to peel, as if shedding a strange layer. Soon, he returned to normal and collapsed unconscious in the arena. To everyone's relief, the crowd celebrated Vichin's victory, but he himself could no longer stand. He fell to his knees, exhausted. Even so, Vichin still found the strength to speak. He said that it was the perfect moment to expose Garfonzo's evil actions. He stated that Helium had grown through wickedness, and that the beautiful flower of Hades had bloomed in the blood of countless victims. However, not everyone had been corrupted. Some people still held on to their integrity and continued to fight for what was right. He then called upon the citizens of Rai, who still had honor, to rise at that decisive moment. Meanwhile, Maria and her fellow journalists were shocked by the revelations. One of them feared the consequences, saying they could lose their heads if they published that. But Maria, irritated, said they lacked the spirit of a true reporter. Then they all rushed off to record the events of the arena. On the other side, Pontianus watched everything in awe. He thought Vichin was truly worthy of rivaling his son, but he was even more surprised to see Vichin faint while still standing. He laughed, remembering the old days when he too had passed out after using up all his energy in battle. Akinon warned that they needed to take Vichin to the Dio priest urgently, and Vargo immediately teleported them. During the trip, Pontianus asked Khan if he was proud of his son. Khan replied that he was, and that he now understood how the other had felt back then. Soon after, the situation in Rifu plunged into chaos. Versa began expelling everyone with ties to the Grace and the Revolutionary Army, once hidden in the city's shadows, returned to the streets to protest, inspired by Vichin's speech. The news of the assembly quickly spread through the newspapers, and Garfonzo's faction lost political strength. Meanwhile, Vichin was dreaming of Kajin stabbing him. He woke up startled and found his sister at his side. Shen asked how long he had been asleep, and she answered that it had been almost half a day. He worried about Laurent's condition, wanting to know if everything was all right. In another room, Versa spoke with Laurent, saying that he now bore a new scar. Back in Vichin's room, Hannah bowed before him. Even recognizing the risk he had taken, she was deeply grateful for him saving her uncle's life. Versa then asked Laurent never to give up his life again, as he had a very important role to play. She called him the new patriarch of Helem, which left Laurent completely stunned. Meanwhile, Garfonzo crawled on the ground, saying that it was not over yet. In his hand, he held the grace he had failed to consume. As he prepared to swallow it, Helios appeared and ordered him to stop. He said it would be better for him to disappear for a while. Garfonzo questioned why Helios had betrayed him, and he replied that it was all Edmund's fault for exposing the group. Using Garfonzo as a piece now would only bring more evidence against them. That was why he wanted to contain the situation before it worsened. It was all for the sake of the Knight Mary. But Garfonzo laughed. He said that after losing the strategist Edmund, no one seemed to know what to do anymore. Then he ignored the warning and devoured the grace. He claimed that Pill was different, more powerful, full of blood. He immediately transformed into a monster and charged at Helios. However, However, Helios dodged easily. He said they would see if Garfonzo could withstand the magic of an archmage. Even so, his spells had no effect on Garfonzo, who roared that he would destroy everyone in his path, especially Vichin. But at that moment, Garfonzo froze in fear. A chilling energy filled the place. Helios then asked if he had forgotten where that power came from. All the strength Hinai had used had been borrowed from him. Then, Helios began to change. His shadow dissipated, revealing his true form, Davin, the archdemon. Garfonzo was immediately shocked. Before he could react, Davin sliced him in half with a single strike. Afterward, Davin collected the pills Garfonzo had kept. Helios reappeared and commented that even Davin seemed emotional. Had something good happened? But Davin denied it, saying it was just the effect of a nightmare. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Vichin was having another bad dream. In his nightmares, he always saw the same scene, but this time, the two fighters in the dream noticed his presence. One of them pointed at him, calling him armless. Suddenly, several souls charged at Vichin, and he woke up frightened once more. It was a sign that the reunion between those two was drawing ever closer. Later, Vichin was still reflecting on what he had seen in the dream. He asked Julian if, during his unconsciousness, he had also dreamed of anything. Julian replied that he had already said many times that he dreamed of absolutely nothing. Even so, Vichin wanted to know if Julian wasn't curious about his past life. Julian replied that he had actually already figured it out. He said it was obvious that he had been a master of Samyeon and had a complicated relationship with the hero king Kijin Samyeon. He had also known the first patriarch Arslan, which made his identity clear even to a fool. But suddenly, the image of Arslan appeared in Julian's mind, making him forget who Vichin was. And the moment Vichin revealed that he used to be Davin, Julian's head was overwhelmed by a wave of electric shock. Vichin realized that this sensation had happened before, when he was in the library. It could only be Arslan's doing, but he couldn't understand why Julian couldn't know his true identity. Even so, he chose to change the subject. He said he wanted to understand the meaning of the nightmares he had been having, to know what had happened to his past self, and what truth Arslan had left for him. He stated that they needed to find that out as soon as possible, and Julian nodded in agreement. Then someone broke Vichin's bedroom window with a kick and entered through the opening. A boy appeared and said he was impressed that Vichin had managed to dodge Damien's attack, concluding that the skills he had shown at the event were real. He then asked him to come along, as they needed to talk. As the two followed the boys, Julian remarked that one of them was a direct descendant of the Adenka family. The brown-haired one was the fourth child, named Abel Adenka, and the other was the fifth, Damien Adenka. Vichin commented that the place was already quiet enough and asked why they were so eager to talk to him. Abel, impatient, pointed his sword at Vichin's neck and asked if he was joking with them. Since Vichin's body had not yet recovered, he couldn't fight back. At that moment, Hannah appeared and stood in front of him, protecting him. She said she wouldn't forgive anyone who tried to harm Vichin, even if they were from the same family. Abel then said that Vichin seemed to be trying to become the new family patriarch, but in truth, Vichin had never thought about that. He had always just been the armless Davin, a useless person who never had to deal with that kind of responsibility. Now, however, he was in the middle of a power struggle between direct descendants. Vichin explained that he had only one goal, to fulfill the will of the Adenka, surpassing the Samyeon, and thus uncover the truth left behind by Arslan, the first patriarch. Damien, smiling, said he liked when more people were willing to fight him, but he questioned whether Vichin's goal wasn't too strange. After all, 500 years had already passed. Surely some Adenka descendant had already beaten a Samyeon before. That made Vichin think. What he said made sense. Damien continued, saying that maybe that was exactly why Vichin was searching for the truth, because he felt nothing special from a friendly duel. And the same thing had happened with Dea, the previous victor. Even after winning, she came to believe that maybe the premise itself was wrong, that it couldn't be that simple, that maybe it was something much harder, a change that hadn't happened in the last 500 years. And in that case, the true patriarch of the Adenka family should defeat the true patriarch of the Samyeon family. But Vichin replied that none of that mattered. He would continue following the path in search of the truth, no matter who stood in his way, whether it was the Samyeon or the Adenka descendants themselves. That was when Versa approached, saying she couldn't ignore what she had just heard. She asked if he was trying to abandon her children and take the position of patriarch for himself. Hannah tried to defend Vichin, asking her to listen, but a serious look from Versa and a request for her to step aside were enough to make Hannah freeze. Versa then accused Vichin of not knowing his place. She said he had been blinded by the fame he had built so far, that she never imagined he could be so arrogant and unworthy with her children. She then ordered Vichin to follow her immediately. While walking beside her, Hannah asked him not to go, afraid of what Versa might do. But Vichin said she didn't need to worry. When they arrived in the room, Versa completely changed her expression. She asked if he was okay and if he was hurt. Vichin replied that he didn't know she could use her blessing on herself. She explained that she could make her own eyes react to the lies she told. That was when Vichin remembered the name of the item that revealed the truth, the Eye of Atenia. This made him conclude that the first head of the Hainai family, Atenia, had exactly the same blessing as his mother. Versa said there was no proof, but she believed it was true since Atenia had been involved with the Dragon King Abeltan. Julian commented that Abeltan was a very powerful martial artist who had the power of the Draconids and the blessing to manipulate water. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, he and Atinia didn't stay together because of their differences. Versa, however, didn't believe that the difference between species was the real reason for their separation. She thought the activation of the blessing had been forced, and every time she tried to uncover the truth, the blessing activated by itself. Sometimes it even felt like a curse. Versa then asked why Vichin was so obsessed with the truth, to the point of being willing to do anything to uncover it. He replied that he didn't know for sure. Maybe he was possessed by a spirit full of resentment toward the Samyeon. Versa laughed, saying he was an unpredictable child. Vichin then stated that he wasn't competing with 6 people. After all, Hannah didn't even seem interested in the competition. Versa agreed. She said she had been right all along, and that Hannah truly was the successor. The smaller families and elders arrived late to the competition. They were looking for a candidate who could help them protect their own interests. In the end, they all chose to support Hannah, an honest young girl who still didn't understand the weight of that responsibility. Seeing this, Vichin commented that if he could prove he was worthy of becoming the family patriarch, maybe he could lift that burden from her shoulders. Then he asked his mother if she wanted to see for herself whether he was lying or not. Versa replied that she didn't, but asked if he happened to have any idea how to free Hannah from that situation. Meanwhile, Versa expressed irritation at having to return to the Karmazin fortress. However, upon noticing Vichen's presence, she smiled and said she had a new mission for him and Hannah. The mission was to find the treasure of the Dragon King Abeltan, which was supposedly hidden in the Francis Art Museum, located in the territory of Rila, where she herself would be waiting for them. Right after that, a flashback showed Vichin asking Urka to take on that mission in his place. He said that apparently the treasure of Francis was indeed hidden there, repeating the phrase, "Where the light shines, the grace of the Dragon King hides." But Urka didn't believe any of it. To her, it was all just marketing. Still, Vichin asked that Hannah be assigned as his personal guard. He explained that Garfonzo's faction was still after him, and that's why he was concerned for his safety. Urka, however, mocked Vichin's concern, saying that he had managed to attract the attention of the 3 most important families of the assembly, and still felt afraid of Garfonzo. After that, Urka went to talk to Vargo, saying she needed to be away for a few days to receive reports, and that she was gradually starting to enjoy the work. Vargo believed her and praised her for finally behaving like a true director. During the mission, Hannah asked Vichin if he had any idea where the treasure might be hidden. Vichin replied that he didn't. He also commented that the mission seemed strange, since if the treasure really existed, the Hilayim family would have surely found it a long time ago. But Hannah replied that her only duty was to protect Vichin, nothing more than that. Vichin and Julian realized that she hadn't changed at all. As they walked, Vichin spotted a painting and thought it was by Francis, the greatest artist Hilayim had ever had. Francis was known for creating masterpieces that generated significant tourist revenue for the territory. Even without knowing much about art, Vichin said he felt something special in that painting. However, Hannah corrected him, saying that the painting wasn't by Francis, which embarrassed him a little. She explained that it was actually his most famous portrait, a portrait of his own mother, painted when he was around 20 years old. Francis was known for painting people close to him with impressive realism. Some even said Francis had draconid blood, which would explain his sharp vision and incredible hand skill. He was talented not only in painting but also in architecture, as he had designed the entire museum. To this day, no one had fully understood the layout of the place. Because of that, rumors spread that the Dragon King's treasure had been hidden there. Vichin commented that Hannah knew many details about the artist, while he didn't even know who Francis was until the day before. He said no martial artist would be interested in that. He even joked that the drawing he had received from Hannah when she was 9 years old was better than the painting, and that if she had kept up the hobby, she might now paint something even more beautiful. Irritated, Hannah asked what he meant by that. Vichin replied that she kept getting distracted with paths that weren't hers, and that if she kept going like that, she wouldn't be able to protect anything in her life. He said that was the result of listening too much to others. Because of it, she almost killed Lord Laurent and tortured the people of Hilayim, being used exactly as Garfonzo had wanted. In the end, she was nothing more than a crying child. Angry, Hannah drew her sword and attacked him, asking if Vichin was just mocking her misfortune. She admitted that she was lost at that moment, but said it was none of his business. Vichin then asked if she felt better after letting out her rage. He said not everyone needed to be great martial artists. She could leave that burden to him. He promised to fulfill the will of the Adenka family, surpassing both their father and sons to do so, and he asked what she truly wanted in that moment. That's when he looked at the ground and noticed a shadow forming a magic circle. Vichin immediately understood what it meant. He just needed to channel his mana into that shadow. Hannah tried to stop him, asking what he was trying to do, but it was already too late. When he infused mana into the mark, a huge hole opened in the ground, and the two of them fell in. Using his frozen step technique, Vichin managed to soften the fall. However, his body was still very damaged from the effort he had made during the last assembly. Vichin asked Hannah if she was okay, and she confidently said yes. After all, she was a first-rank representative, and it seemed Vichin still had a long way to go to reach that level. Despite her bold response, both Vichin and Julian were surprised to see that, for the first time, Hannah had genuinely smiled. The scene then shifted. Hannah asked Vichin what kind of place they were in. Vichin said he wasn't sure yet, but perhaps the grace left by the Dragon King was there. He wondered if that place could have been created by Arslan, but Julian found it unlikely. The timeline didn't match. since Francis lived about 200 years ago, in the same era as Etnia and Abeltan, while Arslan, the first patriarch, had lived 3 centuries before that. Vichin reflected on the observation. It had only been 200 years since Helium had reached its current glory, and 500 years ago it wasn't even recognized. So the question remained, who exactly had that place been built for? Hannah then showed 2 paintings that appeared to be by Francis. One depicted the demon king Abeltan, and the other likely showed Etnia. She commented that those works were world rarities, and wondered why they were hidden down there. Vichin began to wonder if Abeltan and Etnia had been the ones to create that place. However, as soon as he touched one of the paintings, the ground began to crack, and a stone guardian emerged before them. Seeing the danger, Hannah told her brother to step back, as he was still injured from the previous battle. She charged forward and easily sliced off the golem's head, explaining that destroying the core stopped the guardians. However, this one was still active. The golem diverted its attack toward Vichin, trying to use him as a distraction to catch Hannah off guard. Vichin noticed the enemy's intention and didn't back down. He told himself that tactic wouldn't work. In the next moment, Hannah rushed to shield him using her bulletproof refraction technique. But while she was distracted defending her brother, the golem tried to strike her from behind. At that moment, Vichin reacted quickly, using Rihanna O's chain to protect Hannah. He asked her to destroy the enemy's core as soon as possible. Hannah activated her special technique, Mikhailin's Mad Sculpture, and with a powerful blow, she defeated the Guardian. She then asked how Vichin had managed to react so fast to the surprise attack. He replied that he simply trusted that she would protect him, so he didn't even look at the first strike, and focused all his attention on the second, blocking the attack. Pleased with the answer, Hannah commented with a smile that maybe her brother really was capable of surpassing their father. At that moment, a gigantic light appeared, so bright that even Urka, outside the building, could see it. Startled, she wondered if Vichin was going to destroy that place too. However, the light turned into a teleportation portal. Vichin said it was time to discover what Francis had left behind. As they crossed the portal, they were taken to the sky. When they looked down, they realized the art museum was shaped like a blessing. They were then brought back to the ground. Julian recognized the symbol of the blessing and confirmed that it belonged to Poseidon, the god of the waves, responsible for water control and revered by Abeltan. Vichin thought that if he could master that blessing, he might finally reach the hidden place behind the Nile's waterfalls, where the dragon remained concealed. Determined, he spent a long time meditating until he finally awakened Poseidon's blessing. After gaining this new power, Vichin asked his sister if she thought he had done a good job. Hannah, with a teasing smile, asked if he really expected a compliment from her. He said he had a weakness for praise. With that, Hannah acknowledged that he had gained the power of a legend, and of course, that meant he had done an excellent job. Even so, Vichin asked her to keep it a secret. If others found out, they might go mad with that information. Hannah then asked if he trusted her. He replied that he knew she would not betray him, and that when he fulfilled his dream, she could follow hers too. Hannah then said he still had a long way to go, and asked him to prove right there that he could defeat her using the new power of the Dragon King. Vichin accepted the challenge, eager to test his new blessing. He activated the recently acquired power, but to their surprise, the blessing failed. Later, the scene changed. Vichin was still reflecting on why it had not worked. He was certain he had felt the water mana flowing through his body. Then Julian, thinking calmly, commented that the god of the blessing had not revealed himself this time. That had never happened before, and Vichin began to wonder if there was something else hidden in that place they had yet to find. Hannah mentioned that when he pushed the portrait of Abeltan, the guardian had been summoned. That made her believe the painting of Etnia also hid some kind of secret. When she pressed that painting, the ground began to shake again. However, this time, instead of summoning another guardian, a new portal opened directly and definitively. Without hesitation, the two went through the portal. On the other side, they found a vast, dark, and deep passage. The place was clearly unnatural. It seemed to have been shaped by magic. Soon after, shadows began to appear out of nowhere. No matter how much Vichin and Hannah fought and defeated some, more and more kept appearing. In no time, they were completely surrounded. Faced with that, Vichin thought for a moment, and then asked Hannah to keep secret what she was about to see. He extinguished the light around him and, in that moment, activated his salmon aura, calling upon the creatures of that space. With a firm voice, he asked them to guide the hero of the prophecy to the arrangement of the Dragon King. Hannah, shocked by what she was witnessing, couldn't understand how Vichin was using the power of the Crimson Emperor. The surrounding shadows responded to the call and welcomed the one who could see the truth. Vichin asked if the larger shadow was the leader of the group, and she confirmed it. It was the shadow assassin called Belone, who said he had been waiting for Vichin all this time. Vichin then revealed that he was looking for the arrangement of the Dragon King, Abeltan. In response, Belone showed an ancient ring and stated that it was the grace left behind by the Dragon King. The piece, according to him, was the final key to reaching the celestial fruit. Hannah looked at the ring and noticed it was incomplete. The shadow confirmed it. The ring had been split into two parts, and that was a symbol left for the king's descendants. Vichin asked where the other half of the ring was. Bailon replied that it should be in the hands of someone worthy. If Vichin did not have it, perhaps he was just an intruder. Then, without further warning, Bailon tried to attack him, but Hannah stepped in front, protecting her brother. She said he had already revealed his secret, and that should be enough. Even so, the shadows began attacking them all at once, advancing with force. Bailon approached Vichin, ready to finish him. However, at the last moment, he stopped the blow at the boy's neck. Vichin, calm, asked why he was hesitating. After all, he himself had called him an imposter, so how could he be sure he wouldn't kill him? Vichin recalled that he had faced another shadow assassin before, one so powerful that he barely survived. That day, that assassin also had the chance to kill them, but chose not to, even knowing they didn't have the ring. That meant there was another reason behind the decision. Vichin asked what that reason was. Bailon admitted that Vichin was right. Although still weak, he could clearly feel the blessing of the Dragon King in his body. It was the blessing of Poseidon, the same one Ableton once possessed. Vichin explained that he was following in the Dragon King's footsteps, but confessed that he knew nothing about the existence of the other half of the ring. 200 years had passed since Ableton's death, and part of the legend had been lost to time. Even so, Vichin declared he would find the second half of the ring, but Bailon thought it was too risky. He couldn't trust that Vichin would return. If he disappeared, the whole pact would be lost. The rules could not be broken, so the only safe option was to kill him right there. Hannah was ready to fight, but Vichin asked her to wait. He then proposed a new solution, a pact. If he failed to find the other half of the ring, he would give up his own life in return. The proposal surprised both Hannah and Julian. Vichin looked directly at the leader of the shadows and declared that now the decision was his. If he had to die, let it be by Bailon's hands, with honor. The shadow assassin hesitated. He seemed shaken. He asked Vichin to wait a little. Hannah noticed that Vichin was not intimidated. On the contrary, he was the one controlling the situation. Bailon, in the end, accepted the pact. He said that, for it to work, Vichin would have to risk his own shadow. Vichin, placing his hand on his sword and extending it to the shadow leader, offered his shadow as collateral. At that moment, Vichin's shadow was captured. Bailon explained that, from now on, he would guard that shadow. Vichin would have until the 7th new moon to fulfill the pact and find the other half of the ring. If he succeeded, his shadow would be returned, but if he failed, his body would collapse and he would die. Vichin responded calmly. He said there was nothing to fear, because he would not fail. With that, they returned to the portal entrance. There, Vichin remarked how strange it was not having a shadow cast at his feet anymore. Julian, on the other hand, was desperate upon realizing they had only 7 months to solve everything. But Vichin said that, in truth, he was happy. The path they needed to follow was becoming clearer. However, there was another problem to solve. Hannah had witnessed everything. When Vichin tried to explain what had happened, Hannah interrupted him. She said she didn't want to know any of it. Their only goal was to find the grace of the Dragon King. Vichin asked if she had no questions about everything she had seen, but Hannah only replied that he had asked her to keep it secret. Hannah decided she would keep Vichin's secret for the rest of her life, as he had requested. However, at that moment, Director Herka appeared, complaining that they always ended up destroying part of the buildings. With irony, she asked if Vichin's mission still wasn't finished. Vichin replied that it wasn't, but asked her not to worry. Herka mentioned that she wanted a report from Hannah, but Hannah herself said that Vichin should be the one to do it, since he had handled all the situations with his own abilities. Herka then started teasing Vichin, saying that Vargon too had even managed to win over Hannah. Even so, Vichin said it was necessary to close off that place because any unsuspecting visitor could fall into the hole they had left behind. Herka agreed and said they would take care of it. The scene changed. Vichin went to Helium to speak with the new patriarch. As soon as he bowed before Laurent, the man asked him to stop that, saying he was only a temporary patriarch. Still, Versa advised Laurent to get used to the respect, because now he was the most powerful man in all of Helem's territory. Laurent explained that they were organizing civilian groups with different jurisdictions to compete with each other. The idea was to distribute power as much as possible, so that even if someone like the former patriarch emerged again, the goodwill of the people would be enough to stop him. Versa commented that it was a difficult path, but Vichin believed that it could go very far, just like the important path his own mother had already begun to follow. Versa then said that Vichin had completed the mission of defeating the Helem family and, as a reward, handed him a scroll. That scroll led to the homeland of the Draconids. Laurent explained that they had received this item when they freed the survivors from captivity, and that it was a symbol of gratitude. He then appointed Vichin as the designated representative for the Draconids, affirming that from that moment on, Vichin's words would also be his. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a Draconid man wondered why Vichin Aiden was taking so long. The scene then returned to Vichin, who was carefully studying the map. He thought that the map indicated the place where Ableton had lived, so perhaps there were clues about the grace of the Dragon King hidden there. Vichin asked Julian if he knew how to use the scroll, but Julian said it was probably too advanced for him. If he had that much talent, he would already be in a magic tower. However, there was someone with such skill, a real mage. Vichin understood who they were talking about. In the next scene, he went to see Sari. However, Sari refused the invitation. She said she fully understood how to use the scroll but would not go with them because Vishen was still injured. Just by looking at the cut on his neck, she knew he had gotten into trouble again. Vishen tried to play it down, saying it was just a scratch, but when Sari gently pressed the spot, he felt excruciating pain. She warned that he had barely recovered his mana circuit, and that traveling to an unknown region in that condition was pure madness. She said he needed to find another mage because she would not go. While they were still thinking about who they could call, Raven appeared. Vishen was surprised, thinking that everyone from the fortress had already left. Raven explained that his father insisted he stay home for a while, and that Kagon didn't have the patience to wait and left alone. However, before leaving, Kagon asked that they leave a message for Vishen. In the carriage, Via asked her son if he thought it was right to leave like that. Kagon replied that he had left a simple message. The next time they met, one of them would definitely die. Vishen thought that was exactly the kind of attitude he expected from Kagon. Raven, in turn, asked Vishen not to forget him, because their fight was not over yet. He guaranteed that next time, they would have a real duel. Vishen promised that, next time, nothing would get in the way of their battle, and so ended the Helame incident. A week later, Vishen gathered all his allies to announce the new destination, the land of the Draconids, known as the Forest of Dragons. He asked Sari to activate the scroll, and in return, she made him promise not to overdo it while in that forest. Vishen agreed. Hannah watched the maid and wondered if she was a disciple of Vargon. Sari, meanwhile, thought that finally, the power she had worked so hard to master would be useful in helping the young master. That's why she needed to do everything impressively. When she activated the scroll, the portal that appeared was so grand that even Vishen was impressed. It was the famous portal to the Forest of Dragons. However, before they entered, Sari warned that the portal was unstable. It wouldn't be possible to transport everyone at once. Vishen, alarmed by the situation, asked how many people Sari could take through the portal. She replied that, according to her calculations, only 2 people could go. Immediately, a discussion started among those present to decide who would go with him. Sari, realizing the portal was unstable, asked them to decide quickly, as at that rate, the portal would close soon. That's when Herka suggested that Vishen take the mage with him. Hannah, surprised by the decision, asked the director why she was doing that. Herka replied that it was obvious in that kind of mission. A mage capable of controlling the portal should be by his side. Hannah tried to object, but Vishen asked her not to worry. He assured her that he would return safely and that, since their mission was not yet over, he would not allow it to end in failure. Even though she was saddened, Hannah said she would trust him. So, Vishen and Sari went through the portal together. When they arrived on the other side, they realized that the Forest of Dragons was quiet, but not empty. Vishen, alert, explained that it was just an illusion of calm. He said there was no need to be on guard and introduced himself, saying that his name was Vishen Adenka and that he had come there at the invitation of the Draconids. Soon after, some Draconids appeared, observing the two with suspicion. One of them asked if he was really Vishen Adenka. Vishen confirmed his identity, and the Draconid mentioned that he had heard the young master carried the Crimson Lotus Sword of Origin. In response, Vishen showed his weapon and explained that it was the Crimson Lotus, a sword forged by the renowned blacksmith Hansen, which still contained the power of the Dragon King. The Draconids were surprised. They said that their savior had finally arrived and asked that the welcome horn be sounded. However, before the sound could be heard, something hit Vishen on the head. It was a rock thrown by a child named Miguel, accompanied by his sister Olivia. Vishen quickly noticed that Miguel had no left arm and kept throwing stones, telling the invader to leave the Forest of Dragons and return to Helame like a dog of Garfonzo. One of the adults intervened and restrained the boy, asking him to stop. Miguel, crying, shouted that all humans were cursed, blaming them for the death of his parents. Sari, watching the scene, commented that his reaction was exaggerated. After all, he was still just a child. Suddenly, Miguel bit the man's finger, grabbed Olivia by the hand, and tried to run away with her. Then a woman approached, apologizing for the children's disrespect. The Draconids referred to her as Mother. The woman explained that those children carried deep scars caused by humans. Upon seeing the woman's face, Vishen had the clear impression he had seen her before. Then he remembered a comment from his sister about a painting the artist Francis had done a portrait of his own mother. Vishen said that this woman looked exactly like the face in the painting. The woman confirmed, saying he had recognized her correctly. She explained that she was called Mother, and that indeed, her face was the same one painted by the artist. The only strange thing was the timing. The painting was more than 200 years old. She then formally introduced herself as Nymer Elam, the matron of the Forest of Dragons. The scene changed, and Vishen and Sari were taken in a carriage to the center of the Draconid territory. Sari was impressed by the number of Draconids present, but Vishen noticed something more important. They were armed and ready for battle. Not only their bodies, but also their minds were sharp, and the looks they gave him were not friendly. It reminded him exactly of Miguel's stare. Vishen realized the invitation he had received might not have been just a welcoming gesture. There was a hidden intention behind the reception, something he still could not identify. While he thought about this, Sari suddenly screamed in surprise, startling Vichin. When he looked in her direction, he saw that she was staring at a tree. Sari confirmed it was just a tree, but it was absurdly large. Even Julian, who had arrived, said he had never heard of such a tree. Nymer explained that it was the millenary tree, responsible for granting vital energy to the place. That was where her palace was located. The scene then shifted to Miguel, who was outraged that a human had been allowed to enter the Forest of Dragons. He could not accept that even the matron had personally gone to welcome them. Olivia, however, thought those people did not seem bad, especially because the mage had protected her. Miguel replied that she should not be fooled by appearances. For him, humans were the ones responsible for the death of their family. Next came a flashback. Soldiers were imprisoning draconids, and Garfonzo's right-hand man ordered them all to be gathered. The goal was to use their blood, because Garfonzo was waiting for it. Miguel, desperate, tried to save his father, but was grabbed by the arm before he could do anything. The soldier said the man was so weak, he barely had blood to drain. Then, in front of Miguel's sister, he brutally ripped off the boy's arm, saying he would never be able to hold anything again. Meanwhile, it was explained that although the draconids had re-established themselves in the Forest of Dragons to avoid conflict with humans, a group had chosen to remain in Helame's territory. Even so, they never stopped their efforts to pursue peace. In a moment of calm, Vishen and Sari were dining with his matron. During the meal, she revealed that she dreamed of the day when draconids and humans could interact peacefully, walking freely across the world. She spoke of those who had been captured by the Garfans and had their blood drained. Many of those draconids managed to survive and return to the forest, but their bodies were in deplorable conditions. Unfortunately, some ended up dying as prisoners. Vichin then commented that the matron's soldiers were heavily armed and that he sensed a hostile look from them. For that reason, he asked if they were planning a war against Helame. The matron confirmed that they were. Their plan was to invade Dursona to rescue those who had been captured by the Garfans. Vishen warned that if they did that, Helame would not have the strength to oppose them. And since the territory was an important trade zone for the major families, many powerful warriors would get involved in the conflict, even if they didn't want to. The matron agreed and said they would all be exterminated if that happened. However, Vichin had managed to destroy the version of Garfonzo that was with the Helame, and for that, the matron thanked him for saving the future of the Draconids. But at that moment, Kalbeck stormed in, saying that the invasion of Dursona had to happen. He declared they could not leave a shameful past behind for their descendants. That was when Vishen understood that the bad feeling he had was because of that man, and it became clear that there was internal conflict among the Draconids. The matron was furious and questioned how he dared to bring an army to her residence. She asked if he had lost his mind, but Kalbeck replied that she was the one who had lost her mind. According to him, canceling the war made no sense. The Draconids were living miserably while humans led peaceful lives. He believed they needed to defeat humans at least once, so they would learn that Draconids could kill too. He also said that everyone who had abused their power, including the Helame, should die, and that their main enemy was the 6th Magic Tower. Vichin then realized that, as he suspected, the Magic Tower was involved in the situation. The matron, concerned, asked what would happen after the revenge. She said that even if they got lucky, many people would die in the battle. For her, a decision that put the people at risk could never be accepted. But Kalbeck argued that she could no longer see reality clearly. He drew his sword and ordered her to move aside, saying he would take care of it himself. The tension rose, and the two ended up clashing. But Vichin stepped between them and blocked Kalbeck's attack, saying he was disappointed to see the Draconids wanting to start a war. For him, that was the limit of their swordsmanship. Even so, Kalbeck said he deeply respected the decision to free their people, and that was why he admired the young master Vichin. However, he added that this was an internal matter of the Draconids, and humans could no longer interfere. The matron then asked Vichin to leave as quickly as possible, explaining that Kalbeck was the strongest swordsman among the Draconids. But Vichin didn't understand why he had been summoned there in the first place. He said that if she only wanted to thank him, she could have sent a gift, so he asked again why she had called him, as it seemed she wanted him to stop that war. Nymer, emotional, said she couldn't ask that directly, since Vichin had already done so much for them. But he said that if they asked for his help, he would surely resolve the conflict between the Draconats and the humans. He also said he would destroy the 6th Magic Tower, which had conspired with the Helame to commit those immoral acts. He swore it on his honor. At that moment, Nymer, crying, begged him to help the Dragon Forest, and Vichin, smiling, promised he would. Despite that, Kalbeck declared he still didn't trust Vichin. In response, the young man raised his sword and launched an attack that made the power of the Draconats manifest before him. Impressed, Nymer said, there was no doubt that boy carried the power of a Belton. Kalbeck was frightened by that, but still claimed the boy lacked skill. However, Vichin replied that Kalbeck couldn't compare to him at that moment, much less to the Magic Tower. He added that if he completed his blessing, he would surpass them all. Vichin declared that within a month, he would complete his power and challenge Kalbeck. That duel would decide whether the Draconats would go to war or not. Time passed, and a week later, Vichin was meditating at a waterfall. Julian appeared and asked if he intended to complete his blessing using such a primitive method. But Vichin explained that the matriarch had said that place was where the Dragon King used to train, and now he could feel the energy of the water flowing through his body. Meanwhile, Sir Kalbeck had accepted the challenge without hesitation. Only 3 weeks remained until the decisive battle. While Vichin meditated before the waterfall, trying to absorb the water's energy, Miguel, still angry, threw a rock at him. However, Vichin calmly caught the rock and praised the boy's throw, saying his balance was good and that maybe he could become a swordsman in the future. When Miguel looked back, he noticed Olivia had disappeared. She was with Sari, the two of them eating and laughing together. Worried, Miguel told Olivia not to eat that, afraid it might be poisoned. Vichin then said he had heard Miguel's story and acknowledged that the boy had suffered a lot. He promised to fight so other children wouldn't go through the same and asked Miguel to trust him just once. However, the boy was overtaken by memories of his father's death. Enraged, he slapped Vichin's hand away and shouted that his father had been captured and killed precisely for trusting humans. That's why he would never trust a human again. He also said that Kalbeck would surely expel him from the forest, then ran off crying. Vichin, watching from a distance, understood that he had developed a special feeling for that boy. Elsewhere, in the art museum, an evil spirit appeared and ended up possessing one of the soldiers. Meanwhile, Miguel, still filled with anger, wandered alone. Suddenly, someone came through a portal and appeared in the forest. It was Barum himself, asking where Vichin Adenka was. While meditating, Vichin reflected on why his blessing was still incomplete. He realized that controlling water energy required 2 parts, input and output. He understood he needed to let the forest's energy flow freely through his body. After some time in deep focus, he felt closer to completing his blessing. At that moment, Miguel appeared consumed by a strange aura and attacked Vichin. Together with Julian, Vichin quickly realized the boy had made a demonic pact. The evil spirit of Davan had arrived in the dragon forest, and Vichin couldn't understand how that creature knew his name. Driven by that question, he charged at Miguel, determined to uncover the truth. Since his absolute sword didn't work on Draconats, his only option was to strike Miguel until he passed out. But before he could, Barum intervened with an attack, separating the two. He said it would be a waste if Miguel were defeated so easily. Still, Miguel kept attacking fiercely, and when Vichin finally blocked his strikes, Barum cast a spell directly at him. The attack hit him squarely, but Vichin remained unharmed, which completely surprised Barum. His devastation spell usually evaporated all moisture from the target's body, but it had no effect. That made him suspect that Vichin was truly the blessing of water. Vichin then began questioning him, asking if he was the one behind the magical disturbances in previous events. He explained that Draconats are naturally resistant to mana, which makes it hard to manipulate their scales with conventional magic. However, dark magic is different. Instead of using mana, it uses evil energy fueled by sacrifices, making it capable of harming even Draconats. Vichin concluded that all of it, the goblin attack, the fake body of Elder Tilavan, the magic stone factory and mail tomb, bore traces of a powerful dark mage. To him, it could only be Barum, who was likely the dark mage of Night Mary. Hearing that, Barum began to smile and confirmed that Vichin had figured it all out. He told Miguel that Vichin's true plan was to take Garfonzo's place, since he was the grandson of the old enemy, and was only there to capture more Draconats and gain power. Miguel, upon hearing that, became confused. He began to doubt Vichin's intentions, though he still remembered their honest conversation. The evil spirit, however, insisted he not be fooled, saying all humans were the same, and that he needed to protect his sister. As a result, Miguel's aura grew even more intense, enough to frighten even Vichin. But at the critical moment, someone appeared and restrained Miguel, while striking Barum with a powerful blow. It was Kalbeck, accompanied by his soldiers, saying that the dragon forest would not be invaded so easily. Barum tried to resist, but Kalbeck quickly overpowered him with superior strength. Naimer praised Kalbeck for his work, but Vichin warned him not to lower his guard, as Barum had the ability to create fake bodies. Right after he said that, Barum cast a powerful spell that hit Kalbeck directly, completely dehydrating his body. All the soldiers rushed at Barum, trying to stop him. However, several evil spirits ended up possessing the bodies of those soldiers, turning the battle into a chaotic fight among themselves. Amid the chaos, they shouted for the Mother of Dragons to flee as quickly as possible. Even Miguel was struck by one of Barum's spells, becoming completely dehydrated. Despite this, Naimer asked Vichin not to worry, saying Miguel was still alive. Meanwhile, Barum laughed intensely, saying that all of it was very entertaining. He explained that by igniting anger in people's hearts, they immediately became Entra, and that was exactly what he had done in Helheim territory, without them realizing they were being manipulated by Night Mary. He added that if Vichin hadn't interfered, he could have kept Lord Daven pleased for a long time. Vichin then asked if Night Mary's goal was to please this Daven, and Barum confirmed. He explained that the true dream of that cult was to bring Daven back to Earth, but Vichin replied that this wasn't a dream, it was a nightmare nightmare, and that he would be the one to wake everyone from that delusion. Barum just laughed and told Vichin to do what he could. Then he activated his large-scale devastation magic. The roots of the millennial tree began to dry up, and all the draconats that had been possessed were being freed from their original bodies. They charged at Vichin, but at that moment, the young man's body was covered in a layer of water, and the destroyed land started to regenerate quickly. Nymer was moved to see that. She declared that, after 200 years, someone had finally inherited her son's power. The blessing of Poseidon was the power meant to lead the draconats, and as Vichin released the water energy he had gathered, he awakened the minds of the draconats. That was the first technique of Poseidon, called Army of the Sea. Ellen stated that the new Dragon King had appeared. Then Vichin told Barum it was time to wake up from that distorted dream, but Barum responded that it was impossible, as Lord Davin was absolute, and breaking a contract with him was out of the question. Vichin then turned to the draconats and remembered the promise he made to Nymer. He asked them to trust him and lend him their power. Feeling hope rise again, the draconats begged Vichin to drive the invader out. Still, Barum activated his magic once more, launching it at Vichin. However, he responded that dark magic would no longer have any effect. Activating the blessing of Poseidon, Vichin used the skill Small Tsunami, a powerful attack that nullified Barum's dark magic. His sword struck the enemy's chest and forced the evil spirit to leave his body. That was the famous body duplication technique Barum had used many times, but he didn't expect Kalbeck to be right behind him. The Draconat warrior took the opportunity and cut off Barum's arm. Afraid, Barum cried out to Lord Davin, begging for help. However, the evil spirit that responded forced its way into Barum's body through his mouth, establishing a new contract by force. Several spirits began to merge into his body, which soon became monstrously deformed. Desperate, Barum realized he had been abandoned by his master and began to scream in frustration. At that moment, a thick fog covered the entire forest. The surrounding trees completely withered. Miguel, not remembering anything that had happened, ran trying to save his life. Then he saw Olivia lying on the ground, injured. Meanwhile, Nymer created a massive magical shield to protect Vichin. She warned that if that energy kept spreading, the millennial tree would be destroyed, and with it, the entire dragon forest would die. Vichin said they needed to use the absolute sword strike to break the demonic contract, but Julian explained it would be useless, as Barum's body housed dozens of evil spirits, and a single blow wouldn't be enough. At that moment, Kalbeck said that if Vichin had truly inherited the power of Abeltan, there might be hope. He mentioned the essence of Poseidon's blessing, a secret technique passed from one Draconat warrior to another. It was perhaps the only way to defeat the monster before them. Meanwhile, Olivia woke up, still weak, and mumbled that she wanted her brother to taste the sandwiches Sari had made. Right after, Barum tried to attack them, but Sari protected them with a shield. At the same time, Vishin's group was completely surrounded by the deformed creature. Kalbeck, with his arm and sword completely dried out from a single blow, fell to his knees before Vishin. He asked him to inherit Abeltan's technique and apologized for relying on a foreigner. Vishin then realized that Kalbeck was truly willing to trust him and pass on the sacred technique of the Draconat people. Meanwhile, Sari and the children tried to escape, and Miguel, seeing all of it, asked why Sari was helping him, even after everything he had done. Sari believed her young master would do the same for all of them. She remembered a phrase he used to say, "Power only made sense when it was used to protect others." At that moment, a glow appeared in the sky, and she recognized it as the mana of the young master. Miguel, in awe, began to wonder if he could ever become like Vichin Adenka. Meanwhile, Kalbeck remarked that he had only taught the basics of that technique, and from then on, it would depend entirely on Vichin's willpower. Vichin himself reflected on the blessing of Poseidon, which had two powers. The first was the Army of the Sea, able to share his water energy with others. The second was the ability to absorb it all back. It was called Black Ocean. That attack allowed him to recover all the shared water, and according to Vichin, it was as if the world were swallowed by the depths. When he activated the technique, Vichin launched a strike so powerful that it split Barum's body in half within seconds. Sunlight returned to shine over the devastated forest. Under the rain, Nymer asked Kalbeck if he still hated humans. He replied yes, because he would never forgive those who had destroyed his people. He remembered an old conversation with Vichin, where he spoke of all the suffering his people had endured. But Vichin had promised to do everything he could to keep others from experiencing the same. With that, Kalbeck began to believe that maybe someone really could save his people, and that person was Vichin Adenka. He then said he had nothing left to teach, because Vichin had fully mastered the technique. Vichin felt that the power of the Dragon King was finally his, but Kalbeck gave a warning. If Vichin used the Black Ocean outside the Dragon Forest, the power wouldn't be as strong. That forest was rich in pure mana and water energy, thanks to the millennial tree's power. So he advised him to absorb as much water energy as he could while still there. At that moment, Vichin Vichin was visited by Miguel, who invited him to train. The boy was very happy with the invitation. During the training, Vichin noticed that, because Miguel only had one arm, he would have more difficulty maintaining his balance. Callback then asked if he had ever trained with someone with a disability before. Vichin, surprised, said yes, but he was interrupted by Miguel, who asked an unexpected question. He wanted to know why Vichin didn't have a shadow. That left him speechless, unsure of how to begin explaining. In another scene, Nemur asked if that was the arrangement left by Abelton. Callback explained that Vichin had found the ring at the underground gate of Dursona, and the object was split in 2 parts. Vichin had gone to the dragon forest in search of the relic. Nemur said it might be the work of fate, as that relic was the only thing left behind, and asked if that was what he had been looking for. Shanton asked if it was really right to leave that piece with Vichin, since it belonged to the Dragon King, Nemur's son. But she said that with Vichin, the object would have true purpose. Callback reinforced that he was the hero who saved the dragon forest, and that he should accept the gift with pride. Vichin accepted, promising he would not bring shame to the Dragon King's name. Later, Vichin meditated silently under the waterfall. He thought that he no longer needed to fear dying from the pact, but there were still 6 months left until the 7th new moon, so he decided he would absorb as much power from the dragon forest as possible by then. Time passed. After 6 months, Vichin said goodbye to everyone. He said he had received the legacy of the Dragon King, gained a loyal friend, and an incredible master. In return, according to Callback, they had gained a new future thanks to him. Vichin smiled and left, with everyone wishing him a safe journey. Upon returning, he was warmly welcomed by Sari, who was relieved to see them safe. But Vichin was startled to see Hannah right in front of them, eating soup. He didn't understand what she was doing there. The scene then shifted to Director Urka's office, who couldn't believe who was standing before her. A man said she didn't need to make that face, as her former cadet had only come to visit her. She recognized that he was the first direct descendant and a strong candidate for patriarch. His name was Carmen Adenka. He asked her to greet a young master of the Adenka family, and then used magic to create a bouquet of flowers. He said his little sister was about to graduate, and he wanted to give her the gift. He asked where Hannah was. Meanwhile, Vichin was still trying to understand why she was still there. He suspected she was guarding the portal. He reflected on the time spent in the forest. 7 months. Callback said he should have sent a letter to his sister so she wouldn't worry so much. But Hannah responded, asking if he was underestimating her mission. Vichin realized that she had changed. She explained that those 7 months hadn't been in vain, as they allowed her to reflect on many things in her life. Right after Vichin left, the soldiers who were guarding the museum were attacked. Because of that, they couldn't open the portal to the dragon forest. For that reason, Hannah decided to stay and personally protect the place. Over time, she started feeling anxious and confused, overcome by emotions she had never felt before. But when she looked at the ring Vichin wore, she felt relieved. She knew he hadn't failed the mission. With that, they prepared to move forward and finally complete their mission. Inside the darkness, Hannah commented that he had grown a lot since the last time they saw each other. Vichin asked if she meant his height, but she explained that wasn't it. She meant his growth as a mage and martial artist. In imaginary theory, he could already be considered someone of 3 stars. She could tell he had trained tirelessly in the dragon forest, and according to her, Vichin was the strongest 3-star martial artist she had ever met. But Vichin also recognized the talent of others like Raven and Kagon. Still, Hannah insisted. Her brother was stronger and would become even more so in the future. At that moment, Baloam appeared and acknowledged that Vichin was indeed the heir of the Dragon King. Vichin asked him to fulfill his part of the deal, since the mission had been completed. Baloam confirmed that, for having upheld the Dragon King's pact, he would receive compensation. In addition to the king's legacy, he would also have his shadow back. With that, Baloam was finally free. However, Vichin asked him to wait, and wanted to know what exactly that ring was, and why Abelton had left it behind. Baloam replied that he didn't know the details, but he knew the object led to the celestial fruit, and contained the power of the first chief of the Helaim family. Vichin then realized that it was also a magical tool from Etnia. Before disappearing, Baloam wished that one day he would uncover the truth. Vichin, smiling, said it was time to return to Crimson Fortress. A week later, at the entrance of the fortress, someone was already waiting for him. When Julian saw who it was, he was furious. Standing before him was the first direct descendant of the family, Carmen Adenka, known as the most cruel and despicable of the brothers not even Malone could compare. To Vichin, Carmen was the one who most resembled their father. Carmen commented that Vichin really had the manners of a concubine's son, since he referred to his older brother merely as this guy. When Hannah asked what he was doing there, he replied that he had come to congratulate her on her graduation and handed her a bouquet of flowers, saying she should dedicate herself even more to her martial studies. Julian realized that Carmen was threatening Hannah. Currently, there was an intense dispute over control of the Adenka clan. clan, involving the factions of the first and second sons. While Dia was superior in martial arts, Carmen was stronger politically. The only person who could tip the balance was Hannah herself. If she gave up the power struggle to follow her dreams, the variables would increase, and her allies would be stuck in a gray zone indefinitely. Hannah, however, stated that she didn't care about those disputes. But Carmen asked if she cared about that blind man from Helheim, and said he had the support of 2 of the 4 great elders. He claimed that influencing Helheim's power structure meant nothing to him, and if she didn't like it, it was better that she remained still like a withered flower in a vase, until he devoured everything inside the Adenka clan. At that moment, Vichin responded firmly. He touched the wilted bouquet Carmen had brought, and as he did, the flowers began to bloom again. He declared that he would never hand over the Adenka clan to someone like Carmen. Carmen, outraged, asked how a useless bastard dared interfere in his affairs, but Vichin slapped his hand away and said he had no moral ground to lecture anyone. He added that, from what he had heard, Dia had been the only winner of the last friendly match in the 500-year history of the family. That meant Carmen had lost to a descendant of Samian. Dia's awakening was a calamity for Carmen, and Vichin knew how inferior he must feel when comparing her power to his own. Enraged, Carmen launched an attack on Vichin. He said it wasn't his fault in 500 years. No one had ever defeated a descendant of Samian, and for some reason, it had to be that abnormal Dia. Hannah quickly protected Sari, warning that the place was becoming dangerous. When her older brother got angry, no one could stop him. Carmen launched his Divine General's sword technique against Vichin, and for a moment, thought he had killed him. With sarcasm, he commented that Vichin had talked too much and was defeated with a single blow. However, Vichin responded with an attack so fast that it cut Carmen's face. He said it was obvious he hadn't died. Vichin then revealed that during his months in the Dragon Forest, he hadn't trained only with Poseidon's blessing, but also with other blessings, and now, he was ready to face even those who carried the family name. Carmen remarked that the Galactic Wanderer was much faster than he had been told, and he couldn't keep up with Vichin's speed. Even so, Vichin, using his technique with the Great Sword of Samian, managed to strike a powerful blow. However, Carmen blocked the attack, grabbed Vichin by the neck, and counterattacked directly, hitting him hard. Vichin realized, in pain, that his brother was much stronger than he expected. He began to wonder if the difference between Adenka descendants had always been that large. As the fight began to spiral out of control, Vargon appeared to prevent the brothers from hurting each other further. Furious, Carmen asked if Vargon wanted to die for interfering, but he firmly replied that he was simply fulfilling his duty as director of Crimson Fortress. He wouldn't allow anyone, not even the first son of the Adenka family, to return to their territory just to cause chaos and abuse their authority. Carmen ignored the warning and said it didn't matter how long it took, he would return as the legitimate heir of the Adenka family, and when that day came, he would send Vichan back to the side of their filthy mother. Upon hearing that, Vichan was overwhelmed with rage. He and Julian had never even seen their mother's face, but they knew she wasn't someone who could be insulted like that. He swore to himself that Carmen would pay for it. After Carmen left, Vichan was furious, saying to himself that his brother was blinded by the power he had gained, and had forgotten that he was still behind many others within the family. Vichan knew he had to obtain the celestial fruit as soon as possible. That would be the moment when he would take his true step forward. Soon after, Priest Shevin treated Vichan's wounds, while Vargon asked him to focus solely on the fortress's training. However, Vichan insisted that he needed to go immediately to the Nile waterfall. Vargon, irritated, warned him not to push his luck, but as he looked at Vichan more closely, he realized that he had indeed made great progress. The density and quality of his mana had drastically improved since returning from the Dragon Forest. Vichan then revealed he had something important to report to Master Pagoda. He explained that the true objective of Night Mary was to resurrect the archdemon Davin, and that this had been revealed by a man known as Baron. He added that important names like Samian, Adenka, and Helheim were involved, and he couldn't even imagine how far their influence had spread. Meanwhile, Shevin tried to heal Sari but realized his healing had no effect. Callback also directly stated that the true enemies were connected to the magic tower. If the tower was indeed allied with Night Mary, then the sudden death of Varnelli might have been tied to this alliance, which left Vargon deeply outraged. He immediately ran off, saying he had to act. Urka tried to stop him, but he only replied that they'd talk later, he was going on vacation. At that moment, Vichan asked Urka what had happened, and she answered that Hannah had gone alone to the Nile waterfall to face the dreaded trial of destruction. Hannah had decided she would no longer live being manipulated by others, and wanted to become strong enough to protect those she loved with her own hands. Akanon then approached Vichan with a proposal. He suggested that Vichan accompany Hannah as her assistant. Urka added that they could discreetly change the name on the mission record, so no one would realize he was helping his own sister. Vichan ran off to catch up with her, thanking the fortress master for the opportunity. Urka, watching from afar, thought that perhaps Vichan truly was the one who could see the truth behind the legend of the Adenka family. family. Meanwhile, Hannah had already defeated a giant oyster-shaped creature, officially completing her mission. Now, all that was left was to explore what was behind the mysterious waterfall that had intrigued Vichin so much. Shortly after, Vichin arrived at the site, accompanied by Sari. He said they had come to offer support, but since the mission was already complete, he suggested they do something extra. Hannah asked how he planned to cross the waterfall, and Vichin asked her to step back. Using his new power from Poseidon's blessing, he controlled the waters and opened a passage, revealing a hidden cave behind the falls. Hannah, moved, said that since he had supported her dream, she now wanted to support his. Together, they finally entered the cave behind the Nile waterfall. The scene shifts to the western port of Adenka territory, where Carmen was speaking with the patriarch. He explained that he planned to lead an expedition to the pirate archipelago, aiming to drive out the occupants and turn the sea routes into Adenka territory. With control over the seas, he believed the family's influence would increase dramatically. He claimed to be the most prepared candidate to lead the Adenka after his father, and believed that with this feat, the patriarch would have no choice but to accept him as the rightful successor. After that, no one would be able to challenge or underestimate him. However, Khan asked directly why he wanted so badly to become the family patriarch. He said he expected to hear that answer personally when Carmen returned. Carmen didn't understand what had just happened. He even stopped mid-sentence, confused. At that moment, one of his subordinates informed him that the preparations were complete. Carmen then praised his team's competence, since everything was ready even before his father arrived. With that, they set sail for the mission they had planned. Meanwhile, Vargon was surrounded by piles of books and immersed in study. He thought that no matter how much he researched, he couldn't find any clues left behind. To him, his sister had always been a person of integrity, and if Night Mary had really infiltrated the magic tower, then she certainly would have resisted the entity's influence. In that case, Vargon believed she would have left behind some coded message. The only thing he had left now was her will. When he held the paper up to the light, he noticed a hidden magical symbol. Meanwhile, Vichin and his companions were inside a cave, surprised by how large the place was, much bigger than they expected. Hannah commented that, according to legends, the celestial fruit chose its master on its own, but Vichin confidently stated that he was sure the fruit would choose him. At that moment, a voice asked how he could be so certain. He turned and asked who that mysterious woman was. She replied that even if she said her name, he wouldn't recognize her. The group realized that the figure was incredibly fast, and by instinct, they stepped back. That was when Vichin understood that the woman was actually the guardian dragon of the prophecy. Vichin then introduced himself as the heir of Arslan's blood, the one who could see the truth behind the prophecy, and declared he had come in search of the celestial fruit. However, the dragon said he had misunderstood something. According to her, what allowed him to enter was not the blood of Arslan, but rather the blood of the Hisley family, the surname of Vichin and Sari's biological mother. She then moved quickly and grabbed Hannah by the neck, saying she had no right to be there. She also said she would kill anyone who didn't carry the Hisley bloodline, as that was the pact she had made with Arslan. She then revealed her name, Annalyn. When Annalyn was about to kill Hannah, Vichin stepped in to protect his sister, placing himself in front of her. Outraged, Annalyn asked how a mere human dared to face a dragon, and warned that if he interfered again, she would kill them both. But Vichin did not back down. He said he couldn't allow her to hurt his sister. Then the two began an intense battle. When Vichin used his absolute sword technique, Annalyn was surprised. She recognized that move and, excited, said he truly knew the technique. To her, that confirmed the words of the prophet in whom Arslan had believed. Vichin took the chance to ask the name of that prophet. Annalyn thought for a moment and said she remembered the name, Julian. Upon hearing that, Julian himself was shocked by the revelation. The scene then shifted to a boy writing a letter. In it, he wrote that this was a story he had heard from a dragon named Annalyn at the Nile Falls 500 years ago. According to the tale, in the peaceful territory of Samian, a great shadow suddenly appeared. The identity of that shadow was none other than the great demon Davin, and all who came into contact with him became his slaves. The ancient Samian family was brought to the brink of destruction. However, 4 heroes dared to face him. The first was a master swordsman named Arslan Falker. In an intense scene, Arslan tore off Davin's horn, even as evil spirits tried to possess his body. At that moment, a man stood before him to protect him. It was his closest friend, the Holy King Ringle. Meanwhile, the archdemon Davin hurled an entire building at them, but with powerful magic, a woman stopped the structure in mid-air. That woman was Bella Hisley, leader of the Hisley family. She scolded the heroes for hesitating and created a stone path for Arslan to move forward. Ringle then offered all his sacred power through the Holy Grail, and Arslan absorbed that energy completely, knowing it was his only chance. With momentum on the stones, he launched himself at Davin, though the enemy was still far away. That was when the legendary dragon Annalyn appeared to help. She declared that even if victory didn't come that day, The important thing was to believe in the prophecy, because the man named Julian had predicted their triumph. Arslan, smiling, replied that of course they would win that battle. He then delivered a powerful strike against the archdemon, shouting that they would defeat Davin. Annalyn, remembering that time, said they did indeed win, and revealed that she was the very legendary dragon mentioned in the tales. Vichan said he had heard of Arslan and the Holy King, but had never heard anything about Bella or Annalyn, which deeply offended the dragon. She couldn't believe they had altered the legends so much that they had forgotten the name of the Black Flame Dragon of ruin and destruction. In the end, Vichan concluded that, in summary, the great demon Davin had been defeated, and the one who had prophesied that victory was a man named Julian. Annalyn said she didn't care about that, but the others were clearly distressed. Vichan realized the dragoness was not lying. He remembered having heard that name about 500 years ago, and the details she mentioned were far too vivid to have been made up, so it became clear to him that the name of the great demon truly was Davin. However, something puzzled him. How was that possible if Davin had died alone in the undergrounds of Samian? He began to wonder how exactly that death had happened, because his memories of that moment were starting to become blurry. Despite that, at that moment, the most important thing was to uncover the secrets of the dragoness's past. But Annalyn, tired of the conversation, said it was enough and, without warning, threw Vichan aside. She said she had gotten too carried away after so long, without speaking to anyone. But now she had to fulfill her mission and kill Hana, since she didn't carry the WLEY surname. Once again, Vichan protected his sister, which made Annalyn wonder if he was a descendant of the child who had been there long ago. Then she made an unexpected proposal. She asked if Vichan wanted to make a bet with her. She said that if he won, she would give him the celestial fruit, let everyone leave alive, and even allow him to kill her, since her corpse would surely be worth a good amount. However, if he lost, everyone there would die. Vichan stepped forward, stating that he was the only one who needed to risk his life at that moment, and asked her to leave his sister and Sari out of it. But Annalyn refused, saying she wasn't interested in making exceptions. Surprisingly, Hana and Sari agreed to the dragoness's condition, saying they were there to support Vichan, no matter what happened. With that, Vichan accepted Annalyn's challenge, and she didn't waste any time. She began the confrontation by launching a direct attack against them. As she approached Vichan and opened her mouth, he saw that the celestial fruit was inside it. The moment he touched the fruit, Julian commented that it looked rotten. Vichan then questioned whether that was really the fabled fruit. Annalyn confirmed that it was, even though it was incomplete. She explained that Bella once told her the celestial fruit was a divine miracle, forged in the form of a fruit. Vichan, holding the object, said he could feel only a faint divine power coming from it. But Annalyn explained that there is a subtle divine power in all things, and dragons are able to filter and store that power. According to her, the pure essence of this power, when properly collected, becomes the true celestial fruit. However, creating a decent fruit of that kind took at least 100 years. This revelation left Vichan and Julian deeply shocked, because it meant the fruit still needed 70 more years to be complete. Even so, Annalyn stated that if he truly was the one able to see the truth, he could overcome any hardship, and if he did, he would be able to complete the fruit on his own. She also warned that Vichan already knew what would happen to him if he failed. The scene then shifted to Dulan, who was speaking with Versa, asking her to bring the blessing of the Holy Grail to everyone. Nearby, Raelsa asked Merlin how his life as a holy knight had been. He said it was better than expected, and that someone had completely changed his fate. Because of that, he wanted to use his second chance to help that person. Suddenly, a large vocation symbol appeared in the sky, causing a great explosion that startled everyone nearby. Soon after, Annalyn appeared before them, accompanied by Vichan, Hana, and Sari. Versa recognized her and asked if she was the same person she had met on the day of the Nile waterfall. Annalyn confirmed that she was, saying she remembered her as one of Sarvana's friends. At that moment, she sensed Khan's presence and realized he was there too, which caused Khan to panic upon feeling the dragoness's aura. The scene changed again, now showing Vishen presenting the Holy Grail to Annalyn. She said she didn't expect him to have fulfilled one of the two conditions required to complete the fruit. Vichan asked what the other condition was, but before she could answer, the story shifted to Dulan, who was commenting on a cut on Sari's face. Sari explained that even with divine power, the wound wouldn't heal. Dulan found that hard to believe, but Annalyn explained that Sari was likely someone known as a repulsion. She said Sari's body was so saturated with mana that divine power was naturally repelled. She added that Palladium was like that too. And, surprisingly, she said they were all incredibly lucky, because the two conditions to complete the celestial fruit were the power of the Holy Grail and a human body resistant to divine power, which would not interfere with the purification process of the fruit. Everyone fell silent, shocked by the revelation. Julian, however, commented that it all seemed too convenient, and that up until that point, he had only been leaving objects behind. But Annalyn replied that it wasn't just a setup, it was a prediction of the future. Vichan then said he wanted to ask a favor of Dulan and Sari, asking if they could help him complete the celestial fruit. The two quickly agreed, and as Annalyn looked at the children before her, she saw the faces of her old friends in them. Versa wanted to know if Annalyn really intended to give that fruit to Vichan, and whether he would end up dying like the children 50 years ago. Annalyn then asked if she was referring to the girl named Sarvana, and Versa confirmed it. She said she didn't believe such divine power came for free, and suspected that such a great power must come with a price, perhaps even someone's life. Annalyn answered that she was right. She explained that the condition for leaving the cave alive was to have Wisely blood, and that the celestial fruit required a sacrifice, a cruel exchange that would manifest as a curse or incurable weakness. Even the one who made the sacrifice and ate the fruit would not escape this curse. Versa then remembered the day she asked Sarvana to eat the fruit, because otherwise she would die. But when she entered the room and saw Sarvana changing clothes, she noticed a strange tattoo on her back. Annalyn explained that Sarvana already knew everything, but still chose to sacrifice herself. She offered her life to save everyone around her. Annalyn assured that Vichin wouldn't need to face the same fate, because if the ritual was done correctly, he could obtain the fruit and survive. After a while, Dulan declared that he had poured all his divine power into the Holy Grail, and then collapsed from exhaustion. Merlin helped him. With everything ready, Annalyn said it was time to begin. As they were about to start, Khan appeared, asking if Versa had heard the real reason for Sarvana's death. She replied that it wasn't because of the fruit, but because she wanted to save others. Khan said knowing the truth was enough for him, and that now he finally felt ready to let her go in peace. Inside the cave, Sari wondered how she should begin the ritual. Just as she was about to place the fruit into the Holy Grail, Annalyn asked her to wait. But at that moment, the fruit slipped from Sari's hands and fell into the vessel. Annalyn commented that artificially created celestial fruits disappear within an hour. She explained that it wasn't just a fruit, it was a divine miracle. Eating it without being prepared could lead to the body's destruction. Even so, Vichin said it was fine. His divine bone was already dying, and now that he had finally reached Arslan's arrangement, he couldn't waste the opportunity. He was willing to risk his life to absorb the fruit's power. When Annalyn saw the ring he wore, she was astonished. Vichin asked Sari to finish the ritual as quickly as possible. Shortly after, Sari was able to complete the process and produce the celestial fruit. Annalyn congratulated Vichin, saying he had won the bet. However, Vichin was shocked to see Annalyn age rapidly. Hannah covered his eyes, saying he was too young to witness that. Meanwhile, Sari, seeing the tattoo on Annalyn's back, realized it was the same symbol she had seen on Sarvana's back. Annalyn explained that the celestial fruit came with a high cost, as it accelerated both the growth and death of whoever consumed it. Vichin understood that from the beginning, Annalyn had planned to sacrifice herself, but Annalyn reminded them that the fruit would soon disappear, so she decided to sit down and watch the final scene of her own tomb. Meanwhile, Vichin stared at the fruit and said to himself that he had finally succeeded. He felt closer to the truth left behind by Arslan. However, as soon as he ate the fruit, a massive power surged through his body. Annalyn warned that if he didn't endure it, he would certainly die, and if that happened, his last act would become a joke. Vichin felt as if his body was being crushed from the inside. Hannah, desperate, believed her brother would die if it continued like that. That was when Annalyn revealed that the ring he wore belonged to Abelton, and also to Etnia, a woman who loved him so much that she preferred to suffer for him rather than see him in pain. Because of that, she cast a spell on the rings they wore. Only once, the wearers could share each other's pain. The pain caused by that power surpassed human limits. If he couldn't endure it, he would die. Hannah understood what Annalyn meant and, determined, put on the other ring, saying that Vichin was her younger brother. With that, the pain was now shared between them. Even while feeling the weight of that force, Vichin was determined to make that power completely his. As Sari cried watching the two suffer, Annalyn commented that she was just like Palladium, crying over everything. She said that, in that moment, tears would solve nothing. She asked Sari to become strong and bring honor to the Hisley family, alongside that boy, ensuring that Palladium's name would be remembered. Despite the pain, there was certainty in her heart. In that tomb, a new hero had been born. Vichin finally managed to control all the power of the celestial fruit. Then, he asked Annalyn if she could become his master, which made her irritated. She said she didn't want to be his babysitter, and that she had already helped him enough. But Vichin replied that he would help make her name remembered forever. Annalyn, however, said she didn't care whether humans remembered her. That's when Vichin asked about her friends. A dragon considered evil like her had still kept a promise made to her companions, even after hundreds of years, and had gone as far as sacrificing her own life. He wanted to know why she had done that. He said that the records about them were being distorted and forgotten because of a certain person, and that the stories of heroes who sacrificed themselves shouldn't just vanish. That's why he was asking for Annalyn's help. Remembering the happy times with her old friends, Annalyn asked Vichin to promise that he would make her part the best of all. He then explained again how the ring he wore worked. That ring created a subspace that allowed him to share pain with an ally, making it ideal for training. But the power of the ring didn't stop there. It also had time manipulation magic. 3 years in the subspace equaled only 1 year in the outside world. However, because it was 200 years old, the ring had limitations. The first was that it allowed them to stay in the subspace for only 6 years. The second was that it could only create the subspace once, once. Only Annalyn would be able to enter and exit freely. Without hesitation, Vichin activated the subspace and pushed Annalyn inside. She was surprised and asked him to wait. She explained that even she could only enter once every 15 days, and that a human wouldn't survive for long in that dark environment. According to her, after a month, anyone would already have gone insane. But Vichin, in theory, wasn't completely alone. He had Julian. He then proposed a bet. If he could endure a month in there, Annalyn would become his delivery dragon. She accepted, saying that if he failed, he would become her slave. Sometime later, Annalyn was seen hunting a tiger and placing her dragon blood in a vial. She could hardly believe that Vichin had really survived a month in that place. When she returned to the subspace, she asked if he had gone mad yet and how someone could have such a strong mind. She wanted to know if he had ever spent decades in a prison. Vichin then took all the deliveries she brought and thanked her, calling her the delivery dragon of ruin and destruction. This made Annalyn furious, but also happy, because he had promised to resolve the story they had left behind. Now, all that remained was to wait a little longer. Soon, she would be with her friends again. The scene shifted to 2 years later. Vichin looked completely different, as 6 years had passed inside the subspace. Annalyn commented that at his level, most mages wouldn't be able to face him. Vichin bowed before Annalyn, saying he felt immense gratitude for that loyal dragon who had carried the legacy of her friends with such care. He believed that all of them, wherever they were, felt the same about her at that moment. Annalyn's body began to fade, but she smiled and asked him not to be so sentimental. As she disappeared, Vichin, smiling, thought that she could finally rest in peace. He would never forget the dragon of black flames, of ruin and destruction. The next scene showed a group of people fighting among themselves. Some of them had been possessed by evil spirits. Even the frontline commander had been taken and ended up killing his own allies. Then, Wilson and Sari commented on how Vichin had become even more impressive after 2 years. Vichin asked why his family's soldiers were gathered at the Karmasin fortress. Wilson replied that they were recruiting support troops because conflicts were breaking out across the continent. Recently, a commander who was supposed to defend the fortress had betrayed everyone and attacked his own men. With that, Vichin went to Director Erka's door. When she opened it, she trapped him with her whip and demanded to know who dared interrupt her. But she quickly realized that Vichin had returned. Observing him closely, she said he had changed a lot. Now, he could even forget about the rank 1 title, because he already had enough power to defeat a deserter martial artist. While Julian and Vichin were talking, someone knocked on the door saying that the representative of the rank 8 cadets had arrived. The two became curious, not knowing who it could be. When the door opened, they were surprised to see that it was Vichin's sister, Loa Adenka. She was also surprised to see him there, calling him a useless brother. Julian, in turn, was clearly bothered by her presence, as he always hated that girl. Vichin tried to remain calm, but he remembered well how Loa used to annoy him when they were younger. Loa commented that it had been 7 years since they last saw each other, and that she had heard rumors that Vichin had changed a lot. When he tried to greet her, she demanded that he speak more formally. When he touched her head affectionately, Loa slapped his hand away, saying he shouldn't belittle her in front of others. In truth, ever since she became the rank 8 cadet representative, she had constantly heard that she should give up the position as soon as Vichin returned. Everyone, including the instructors, treated her as just his replacement. Angry, Loa declared that she was also a direct descendant of the Adenka family and wouldn't accept being pushed aside. To prove it, she challenged her brother to a match, determined to show who was truly stronger. Vichin just smiled and warned her that she would regret it. Arkan, who was watching the scene, thought Loa was very young and immature. She clearly couldn't sense the density of Vichin's mana or notice the immense difference between their abilities. It was as if she couldn't even see the abyss that separated them. Even if Vichin accepted, it wouldn't be a real fight. Ainton then suggested it be a sword duel and proposed inviting everyone to watch. The fight would take place in a week at the Great Colosseum of the Karmasin fortress. The scene shifted to a woman asking Loa if she really intended to face Vichin. She firmly confirmed, saying she would make him kneel before her because he was always meant to be her slave, crawling on the ground. She believed he would pay for looking at her that way. The woman beside her, however, said that Lord Vichin's reputation was incredible, being the youngest in history to win a friendly exchange duel. But Loa dismissed all of it as mere rumors. She said that not even if a meteor fell on the arena would Vichin be able to beat her. From the moment he accepted the challenge, she believed he had already lost and was now just a fly caught in her web. Then, Loa opened a coffin containing an evil sword, and declared that Vichin wouldn't land a single blow on her. Meanwhile, Vichin was training with Subir and Sinzin. The two were completely defeated, unable to even follow his movements. Sinzin was amazed, saying Vichin was so fast he could barely see his attacks. Subir, beyond noticing his strength, also thought he had become even more handsome. Vichin, in turn, praised both of them, stating that reaching the 7th level in just 2 years was impressive. Sinzin replied that it was all thanks to him, and that without Vichin, they would have never come this far. Suddenly, Vichin was caught off guard by an attack attack from behind. The attacker was none other than Riven, his old friend. After the surprise, Vichin introduced him to the others and commented that he seemed to have kept training seriously. The defense of his dwarf king was stronger than ever. Riven confirmed it, saying he had to grow stronger so he wouldn't embarrass himself. He couldn't beat Vichin with a fence, but his defense now surpassed his. He challenged Vichin to show the result of his training, but Vichin replied that he had an appointment and asked Sari where Raven was, since he had promised to duel him upon returning. When Sari explained what had happened, Vichin was shocked. The scene shifted to him reading a document stating that Prince Raven Vardican had gone missing during a mission, along with his companion. Julian commented that the companion was probably the butler Sirkon, and wondered if it happened during the chaos Wilson had mentioned. Vichin concluded that it seemed to be the case, and believed that Davin's evil spirit was behind it. Incidents similar to what happened in Helheim were occurring again, and now they had lost contact with Raven and Sirkon. It was urgent to stop Nightmary's plan. Julian said that to do so, he needed to break free as soon as possible, but Vichin explained he was required to remain a cadet for a few more years. Even if he took Loa's place, he wouldn't become the successor right away. Still, there was hope of finding a way to leave Karmazin Fortress sooner. At that moment, a woman appeared outside, asking to come in because she was freezing. Vichin commented that whoever she was quite persistent. Julian looked closely and said he thought he had seen her before. Shortly after, he had an idea about how to leave the fortress quickly. The woman introduced herself as Maria, editor-in-chief of The Voice of the Mind. Maria, editor-in-chief of The Voice of the Mind, had come to Karmazin Fortress saying she needed to speak with Vichin Adenka. As soon as she entered, Vichin offered her some hot tea. After they introduced themselves, Vichin remarked that it was dangerous for her to be out in such cold weather, but Maria replied that she had no choice. As soon as she learned he was back, she felt she had to go immediately. Vichin asked why such urgency, and she said it was her instinct as editor-in-chief. After all, Vichin was a magnet for trouble. Her gaze was sharp, as expected of a skilled reporter. Vichin then remembered that she had been the first to report on the events of Helheim, and with more excitement than anyone else. Thanks to Julian's memory, he recognized her. Standing up, Vichin said he would give her the big scoop she was looking for, which made Maria excited. He even suggested the headline. Right after, the scene changed and people were already reading the article. Many thought it was madness. The day of the duel between Vichin and his sister had finally arrived, and nearly everyone Vichin knew was there, including Hansen. Not even Urka expected such a huge audience. Even the family patriarch and Versa were present. Readers commented that Vichin's return was unexpected, but perhaps he was worthy of becoming the family's successor. Maria observed everything, and thought that she had spread the story just the way Vichin wanted. Now, the rest was up to him. Loa didn't understand what all the fuss was about, believing it was just a regular duel, but everyone was there to witness Vichen's supposed humiliation. Raven Adenka presented himself as the judge of the fight, still surprised to be in that position, since it was Vichin himself who insisted he be the judge. He wanted Raven to see with his own eyes how far he had come. The fight began, and Loa declared she would make Vichin suffer an unforgettable embarrassment. She asked him to activate the Crimson Lotus, but Vichin mockingly replied that she was too weak to deserve that. Wilson then handed him a simple wooden sword, which made Loa furious. Outraged, she asked if he was still mocking her, and in response, drew her own unusual sword. At that moment, a woman asked if Loa had sealed her mana. She confirmed she had, revealing that her weapon was called the Sword of Etnia, obtained during the chaos in Helheim. Whoever faced that blade would have their mana sealed. The effect was brief, but deadly. The woman commented that for a martial artist, having their mana sealed was the same as being dead, and Loa agreed. No matter how strong the opponent was, once the mana was sealed, an opening would appear, and that was what she would use to defeat Vichin. During the battle, Loa said she had finally managed to seal his mana. Preparing to strike, she announced she would cut off Vichin's left arm, but he calmly asked how she planned to do that when her sword had already disintegrated. When Loa looked, she was holding only the hilt the blade had been shattered. Not understanding how it happened, she wondered if he had destroyed the weapon using only physical strength, even without mana. Vichin then said that if that was what she wanted, he would show her his strength. Even Riven couldn't believe what he was seeing. Vichin continued mocking his sister, asking what her problem was if the little girl was already going to start crying and give up. Furious, Loa said he had done something to her sword, but Vichin replied that if she was so doubtful, she should ask for another one. He then asked Riven to hand him his sword. Riven hesitated, but Vichin assured him that if he broke it, he would ask Hansen for an even better one. Reluctantly, Riven handed over the weapon, and once again, the same thing happened. The sword was broken. Smiling, Vichin asked if his sister was happy now. Loa then called Bella to bring another sword. However, one by one, Vichin kept breaking them all. 7 swords had already been destroyed. The crowd began to comment that Loa was nowhere near Vichin's level, and many wondered how she even had the courage to challenge him. To them, it was obvious. She had fallen right into a trap. Versa said that Vichen's level was on a completely different scale, comparing his strength to Khan's on the day he ate the celestial fruit, and Khan, in turn, confirmed that it was exactly like that. Vichen had fully absorbed the fruit's power, and now no one could match him. Riven declared that Loa Adenka was no longer able to continue fighting. Just when it seemed like the battle was about to end, a new figure appeared and shocked everyone by striking Vichen. He immediately recognized the attacker, saying he had finally arrived. It was his fifth brother, Damien, who stepped forward as his new opponent. Herka, however, scolded Damien for entering the arena without permission. Still, he asked the director to let him fight Vichen. Unable to control the situation, the director allowed the duel. Herka, noticing that Vichen didn't seem surprised, began to suspect he had already anticipated Damien's arrival. The combat was authorized, and everyone waited to see how far the fight would go. Damien quickly activated his blessing, warning that Vichen should be careful, or he might end up dead. Meanwhile, Abel explained that that was Damien's blessing, called the Flaming Circuit, granted by the god of fire. It could generate extremely powerful explosions, with circles strong enough to destroy even a mountain. Among the 8 siblings, Damien had the highest destructive power. He charged in with his attacks, causing the arena to explode completely. Riven, watching it all, acknowledged that while he couldn't withstand an attack like that, his defense was still better than most. Even so, he noticed that Vichen seemed to have surpassed even that advantage. Deo, seeing Vichen's power, was stunned to realize he had blocked the attack, unable to understand how that was possible. Raven asked what Damien was trying to do during the fight, and Damien ended up admitting that he couldn't defeat his brother Vichen. So, he gave up the fight and the winner was declared Vichen. Maria, watching everything, commented to herself that the real fun was just beginning, since Vichen had already defeated the 6th child when he was only ranked 9, and now had beaten both the 8th and the 5th child. The big question was, who would be next? Without wasting time, Vichen taunted his brother Abel, asking if he could teach him a few moves. However, Abel didn't seem confident about accepting the challenge. Vichen started mocking him, implying that he was afraid. Abel knew Vichen had grown much stronger, but he believed there had to be a way to defeat him. After all, he was a genius who had mastered all the sword styles of the Adenka family. To Abel, no warrior was invincible, everyone had a weakness. However, the more he searched for a weakness in Vichen, the less he found. While fighting, he realized it was absurd. Vichen left no openings. And then he noticed something even worse. He hadn't even started fighting for real yet and had already lost mentally countless times to Vichen. He concluded that defeating him was impossible. He knew that if he lost to Vichen in front of such a crowd, his chances in the family succession would be ruined. On the other hand, if he refused the duel, he'd be remembered as a coward. Watching with frustration, Fidenel realized that at this rate, Vichen's next target could be the family head himself. If he stood out at that level, the entire succession dynamic in Fidenel's plans would be destroyed. Desperate, she began screaming that they needed to stop the duel immediately. But Herka firmly replied that she wouldn't interfere, since duels inside the fortress were under her authority, and she had no intention of stopping the fight. Meanwhile, Vichen kept pressing Abel to make his decision. Abel, however, trembled with fear. Then, suddenly, a presence appeared behind him. It was the firstborn of the family, Carmen, and his arrival shocked everyone. Julian commented, surprised, that that bastard had finally shown up. Maria thought that the last time she had heard of him, the archipelago was still in development, so she didn't understand why he had returned so soon. Khan also found it strange that he had shown up without warning. Carmen questioned Abel, asking why he was ignoring his orders. If he had told him to fight, then he had to fight. However, a woman appeared and scolded him, saying he shouldn't intimidate his brother like that. Scaring people was pirate behavior. She was the queen of pirates, Soretta Veltide. Julian was alarmed by her presence, as she was a wanted criminal responsible for the deaths of many civilian warriors. Her mere appearance caused several people to run away in panic. Everyone went on high alert. Khan, observing, said he wouldn't even ask why she was there, since criminals like her didn't even deserve final words. But Sarita replied, hinting that Carmen hadn't revealed everything to them. He then said it was just a surprise reveal. Right after, Sarita knelt before Carmen and pledged loyalty to him. She said the entire pirate archipelago was now part of Adenka's territory. The revelation shocked everyone, even Kan, as no one imagined that Carmen had managed to conquer the pirate archipelago. Carmen then looked at Vichen and apologized for stealing the spotlight that day. Versa realized he was telling the truth, as his eyes showed no deception. Carmen explained that 2 years ago he had gone to sea, just as he promised, and that he would prove himself to be the most worthy member of the Adenka family to succeed their father. The crowd was amazed by his achievement, but Carmen thanked them for the praise and said that day wasn't about him, but about his brother Vichen. Then, he turned to Abel and ordered him to finally go fight. As Abel descended to face Vichen, his body still trembled with fear. He wondered how he should start the battle and which move would be most appropriate. But before he could make any decision, Carmen interrupted, saying that none of the strategies he knew would work against Vichen. Then, he told Abel to take a small flask, the same kind pirates used before entering battle. That potion, according to Carmen, had been given by Sarita as a sign of loyalty, and was capable of temporarily amplifying mana. With few options left, Abel quickly drank the liquid. He felt an overwhelming power surging through through his body, and for a moment, he believed that with that strength, he could defeat anyone, even Vichin. Carmen watched everything with confidence, saying he believed Abel would win, since he was the smartest among the brothers. But at the same time, he admitted that, in truth, it was impossible for him to beat Vichin, and he only hoped Abel would give it his best. Seeing his brother's tension, Vichin tried to calm him down. He said that, just like in the previous duel, he would give some advantages. This time, he would fight only with his left hand and wouldn't move from his spot. However, Vichin soon noticed something strange about Abel's behavior. His eyes looked different, and his body seemed out of control. A salty smell filled the air, like the scent of fish, which made Vichin suspect something was wrong. Even so, Abel charged fiercely, as if he had lost control. Vichin prepared to end the fight quickly, but when he struck Abel, something unexpected happened. Abel collapsed unconscious before the blade even touched him. Blood began to pour from all his orifices. Carmen ran into the arena, asking what had happened. A priest examined Abel's body and revealed that he had ingested an unknown poison, a deadly toxin they had yet to identify. Carmen accused Vichin of poisoning his own brother, but Vichin, shocked, insisted he had done absolutely nothing. Then, Elder Yago appeared and restrained Vichin, saying he would be imprisoned until the truth about the poisoning was discovered. Meanwhile, Abel, with tears in his eyes and already in critical condition, murmured that he didn't want to die. He said he felt betrayed, as he had trusted his life to Carmen and couldn't understand why this had been done to him. Vichin, hearing those words, was even more shaken, unable to believe that his brother thought he was the one responsible. To Vichin, of all the people in the world, Carmen was the only one he would never acknowledge as worthy. He could not accept that man inheriting the legacy of Khan and Arslan. In another scene, Vichin was locked in a cell, and even Herka had been imprisoned along with him, under the claim that she was responsible for authorizing the duel. Curious, she asked if there was any chance Vichin had actually poisoned Abel, but he firmly denied it. He said he didn't do any of that, but feared that if Carmen was allowed to act freely, he might end up being truly framed. Vichin then tried using his blessing of the electric giant to escape, but realized a high-level prison magic was blocking the entire area. Ark suggested breaking the entrance with a sword strike, but Vichin explained it wouldn't work, as the magic interfered with mana manipulation, and breaking the cell from the inside would be nearly impossible. Herka commented that if Vargon were there, he could easily destroy that barrier. That's when Vichin noticed he hadn't seen Vargon since returning to the fortress. At that moment, Carmen appeared with a triumphant air, saying the investigation results had come in. According to him, the same poison found in Abel's body and on Vichin's sword had been discovered in Vichin's room. With that, Carmen officially accused his brother of trying to assassinate Abel, claiming it was a disgrace to the entire Adenka family. Vichin was stunned, and Vento asked if this had been Carmen's plan from the start. To him, Carmen was a shame to the family, but Carmen pretended not to understand, and said that if the council accepted the investigation's results, Vichin would be executed immediately. This left everyone even more anxious about the direction things were taking. In a new scene, Carmen was reflecting to himself, believing it would be impossible for Vichin to escape this situation. Just then, Khan appeared before Carmen. Meanwhile, in the cell, Vichin still hoped for a turning point. Herka mentioned that she hadn't seen Vargon since the day he visited his deceased sister's house, just before the place was destroyed in a fire. Since then, no one had heard from him. Facing Carmen, Khan declared that Abel's condition was critical. The poison still hadn't been identified, and any form of treatment was impossible. He then asked directly if Carmen was really willing to let his own brother die. Once again, Carmen pretended not to know what they were talking about. Furious, Khan struck his own son. He said Carmen had become far too arrogant, relying on the old counselors. But Carmen, with a confident smile, replied that no proof had been found against him. If there had been any solid evidence, his father would have already been removed, and the Black Sword unit would have dragged him to the main house. To him, a warrior's true power existed to protect and should be used in the service of truth, something his father had taught him. Then he asked whether using force impulsively against others didn't go against everything his father stood for. Irritated by his son's audacity in trying to lecture him, Khan violently threw him to the ground. Carmen, still composed, asked if his father was so strong, why hadn't he crushed everyone in his path? Why cling to someone as useless as Vichin, saying he was different from all the other siblings? To achieve his goals, Carmen was willing to use whatever means necessary. Khan then asked once more why he wanted so badly to become the patriarch. Carmen was direct. He hated having someone above him. He couldn't stand being looked down upon, not even at home. He told his father to watch closely, because he was determined to take his place. But Khan warned him not to forget that he hadn't yet defeated Vichin. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the fortress, Vichin was trying to find a way to turn the situation around. Julian said that if he wanted to clear his name, the only way was to discover the origin of the poison used on Abel. Considering how intelligent Abel was, the poison had to be something very rare. If they could identify it, they might be able to track down the true culprit. Thinking hard, Vichin said that the poison's smell reminded him of the sea, a strong, salty, salty, fishy scent. After reflecting, Julian had an idea and revealed the name of the poison. He believed it came from a creature called the toxic abyssal hunter, a predator that lived in the depths of the pirate archipelago. This creature lured its prey with venomous, glowing tentacles hanging from its jaw, and it was common to hear that its poison was used in internal disputes among pirates. Hearing that, Vichin realized the poison had likely been brought in by Saretta, the pirate woman accompanying Carmen. But Julian warned that the situation was even more serious. That kind of poison was extremely lethal and would begin dissolving the victim's body within 5 hours. And since the poisoning happened just after Carmen's arrival, sunset would mark the 5-hour deadline. If they didn't find a solution by nightfall, Abel would be dead. If you enjoyed this video, leave a like down below and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next chapters. That really helps a lot and motivates us to bring more content for you. Thanks for watching.